Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
Dallas is hosting the major, baby.
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Tag just making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes. Oh, it's Shotzzy.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Oh my word! aBeZy pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game. It is over.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Call of Duty League Major number 3, coming to you live from Arlington. It's time for the OpTic Texas Major, day number 2, live at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. It's going to be a great day. Look at that crowd standing outside this morning, ready to get through those gates. Nameless, there was a ton of them.
I mean, look at them, man. They're lining up. It's like an amusement park, right? Trying to get to the top of the roller coaster because this might be the last day they get to see their team play. And they was lined up really early.
Are you coming out with the bangers already? I see you ready to fight it out today with the crowd. Now, our cameraman, like you said, had the fast pass, dude. He was like cruising through that line. So good on him. That fast pass, it's worth the money. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. If you're just joining us, I'm filling in for Bucket. He'll be back though. But I got the usual crew. I got Study, Alleycat, and Nameless. This is headquarters. We got a lot to break down. Nameless, yesterday we had a lot of surprises, a couple of big 3-0s that I don't think anybody was expecting. Walk me through it.
I mean, yesterday was a wild day. We started off with the Toronto Ultra versus the New York Subliners, an absolute banger. This was like to decide who's the true contender out of these two teams coming into this tournament. And we saw, New York showed some life with just too many mistakes that they made, and Toronto was able to pounce on top of it. And, Scrapz had himself a big series, but I was also very impressed by CleanX. That man was lighting it up.
Absolutely, and I think LAG also showed great life. Despite them taking an L, they still showed wonderful composure. Their search and destroy was on fire. Their control was great, but their hard point could still use a little bit of work.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that you have to talk about when you talk about this Guerrilla squad, because the hard point is what used to win them series. Yesterday they fall short versus Seattle Surge all the way into game number 5, losing that search and destroy, but big picture, they lost 2 hard points in that one. If you take one of those, you're probably able to take that series. Totally different situation for them.
Allie, yesterday, OpTic, the home team, losing 3-0, but the series was relatively close. Today, it's make it or break it for them.
Yeah, my bad, Arlington. I mean, this was a series I think most of us expected to possibly go the distance, but we have to hand it over to Beans.
Yes.
I mean, the rookie hitting onto that main stage, having to go up against the home crowd, and doing what he did in that search and destroy, 17 and 5, you have to tip your hat.
Hey, first major, I think he did okay. I do. I think he's going to be just fine. We look at our bracket starting today. It's going to be a long one, but unfortunately for some will be going home today, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, what we just saw at the end, they're breaking out the broomsticks. We saw what happened. LA Thieves got knocked down to the loser's bracket. A very tough loss to the Atlanta FaZe. Really didn't show any life in maps 2 or 3. They got to make that epic run again. Starts with Røkkr.
That's right. Starts with Røkkr. We'll see what they can do. And we look at our CDL points. Like we mentioned yesterday, halfway point. This is do or die for a couple of our teams in the Elam bracket, Alley.
Yeah, I mean, you have to instantly look over to that bottom 4. LAG, Vegas Legion, Florida Mutineers, London Royal Ravens. I mean, sitting at 50 points, like, it is now that they have to hit the gas. We are at major number 3. We are over halfway through the season, heading towards champs, and they have absolutely no points to show for it.
Nameless, Florida Mutineers, let's talk about them. It's going to be the first time for this major number 3 on camera. They've definitely had some rocky matches without question. This major means a lot for them. We talked about those CDL points. It is really do or die for them. They have to get a win against NYSL today if they want even a remote chance to go to champs.
I mean, I think community and talent included, we don't talk too much about Florida because they don't give us much to talk about. I mean, this is a team that, coming into this stage, they needed to make a change. They go down to challenge. They grab 2 players and Capstone Fellow. It looks like it's going to be a W. They're chasing the respawn, and then they lose their search and destroy strength, right? We saw them come out. They played the major 1 and 2 winners. They get smoked 3-0, 3-0. Then they beat Boston. We're like, okay, this team has some life. And then their next 2 series, they fall short once again with a 1-4 record headed into this event. And now they're very much, like you said, Taylor, in a do or die situation. Can they fix the search and destroy? Because that is where they have to be strong to win series here in our majors. and they got a guy who can maybe get them there. It's Capsule.
And to that point, I mean, in their series, it's another one of those situations where even though they're losing them, they're playing it as close as they can, right? Against the Boston Breach, they got that big W, but they were playing that first HyDra incredibly close. That was within a 50-point game. They win that search and destroy. Then they have to go up against an LAG. They fall to LAG, but they play those hard points incredibly close. That's what we were worried about. They were chasing those hard points, and their search and destroy was faltering for it. So like Ant said, it's really going to come down to those 2 and 5s.
Well, let's talk about New York Subliners, a team that might be getting flashbacks from Major 2. They lost in winners. They're back in the same situation where they have to fight for their life. Yesterday, they squared up against Toronto Ultra. They lost 3-1. Study, how do you think they look despite taking the L?
I thought New York, they came out and played a great series. It's just Toronto Ultra a little bit more polished when it came down to that map 2 and map 3. I think the turning point in this series had to be that control, man. Like Nameless said, it was Scrappy and CleanX who just basically took over in map 3 and map 4. When you're playing against that team, you saw what it does with the addition of HyDra. He was also like, what, 2011 on that HyDra hardpoint start? So like the entire team was just playing well. It's just a very tough draw for NYSL. They need to shake this one off. They have to bounce back today.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, we've seen it can be pretty crazy, right? You come out, lose that map 1, things get out of hand, you just get 3-0'd, right? The league is so competitive. For New York, they went up against the Toronto Ultra. It's a strong team. Yeah. And they just made a couple of mistakes. I mean, there are a couple of instances we went over, you know, after the game. It was like they gave up that P2 on HyDra the first time around. That simply cannot happen. On that hotel, too many pushes around the back. They didn't give themselves enough time on their offenses. So New York very much still a super strong team. HyDra had a hell of a performance.
That's right.
His family's here, so you know he ain't trying to go out round 1 or losers bracket. So I expect a big performance versus Florida. As they played a couple weeks ago, they absolutely wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, they did. Ali, talk me through it, right? 3-0 win for NYSL, week number 1 of the qualifiers, and now they're once again about to face off.
Yeah, again, another one of those situations where it's an unfortunate draw for the Florida Mutineers simply because they still lost that opening hard point. They got smoked in that search and destroy. It just cannot happen with this squad like the Florida Mutineers. That's supposed to be a search and destroy well-rounded team. You're talking about Brack that was leading our search and destroy KD even when he wasn't on the main starting roster. We're talking about a player in Capsule who, when he broke into the scene last year, was search and destroy where he was supposed to really be helping the Boston Breach. And then Fellow coming back with that veteran leadership. It's a team that should be good at the game too, but they aren't. So I'm hoping with the time given between Major 3 and now, maybe they show us something on land.
We'll have to see. Florida Mutineers, New York Subliners will face off today, but let's move into other news. OpTic Texas, the home team yesterday, they showed up. The crowd was loud for them. Unfortunately, they did lose 3-0, and, well, that's not the start they wanted, Nameless.
Listen, Boston finally showed up on land, right? And they went up against the green wall, and, you know, like with this OpTic team, talent, they're great, right? In moments, they look fantastic, but it's really the crunch time. You can see the difference in not having a coaching staff, what happens, right? Like that round 11, I think is inexcusable, the way that they played it, hitting the day 1 shot. Like really, that's a day 1 strat. The wide flank around the back, hoping your guy makes a big play. Even when you look at that fortress control, I saw a lot of people complaining about it. They picked that map, and then when it gets to that round 5 on that offense, they got out. They had an opportunity. Shotzzy was in their base, he popped a 3K, and he went to the stairs and he threw his life away, right? So I know it's a lot to ask when you look at a guy like Shotzzy. He's the face of the franchise. He's the biggest name in Call of Duty right now, but that comes with some responsibility, and that's playing your life in these moments and being disciplined. There is a microscope on you, and for good reason.
Right.
So today, where do you find yourselves? You have a trap game against a London Royal Raven squad who has been on the up and up, who made a meta shift, and by all means had themselves a pretty solid ending to the Major 3 qualifying stage in what I think was one of the tougher schedules. They found diamonds.
And this was good to see out of London because all year long, they have just been struggling. But ever since they make that roster change, that role change between the squad, they just looked a lot more comfortable. Obviously, they start off the stage with some really tough matchups. You go up against the Boston Breach, you go up against Atlanta. Those are never going to be easy. They find a win versus the Guerrillas, then they fall short to Seattle. But then their final match of stage 3, beating Toronto all the way in a game 5, man, that's going to put a lot of confidence on their side. So I'm super excited for that matchup today.
I mean, you look at their losses. It's Seattle, Atlanta, and Boston, right? Game 5 to Boston. Look at how good Boston has been, right? And Seattle and Atlanta are 2 front runners at the moment for this tournament. So for London, like I said, a very tough schedule. And, you know, they got the short end of the stick to find the loser bracket. But Nastie, Ali, I know you've been
I know. I mean, this is a player that, I mean, I personally think gets better at an event, but has gotten better as of recent in every single category. Is that due to the role change? Maybe, but I think this is a player that'll feel more comfortable with that attack in hand. And again, London Royal Ravens have been playing all of these teams so incredibly close. My biggest worry is they're very momentum-based. I find Asim to be a very momentum-based player. I find Paul X to be a very momentum-based player. And Scrapz has been looking better as of recent. So I think think what's going to be the mental battle for them is getting past the home crowd and getting past the fact that any momentum they get, there's going to be a stop. There's going to be that silence out of the crowd.
And getting over that hump of the map 5s too. They're a team that I think a lot are calling the dark horse of the tournament. We'll see if that's going to be the case. London Royal Ravens, you cannot take them lightly, and OpTic Texas for sure is not going to be doing so in their first matchup. Let's look at our schedule for today. It's going to be action-packed. We got 5 series to get through, so it's going to be a long one, and we're going to love having you. Los Angeles Guerrillas will once again go on main stage to play against Vegas Legion for the first time in Major 3. Los Angeles Thieves make a return once again, this time in elimination bracket going against Minnesota Røkkr, OpTic Texas, London Royal Ravens. That sleeper pick, like I said, you cannot take them lightly. It's going to be a wonderful day, and we are going to take a quick break, but hey, you better believe when we come back, our first series, LAG versus Las Vegas Legion, will be coming up after the break.
We're on the road. About to go to the Cedar Hill State Park. We're going to touch some grass.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Told you it'd be a quick break. We're already back for the Call of Duty League Major number 3 here at the Esports Stadium Arlington. OpTic Texas Major is about to start heating up once again. We've got LAG going against Las Vegas Legion once again, and look at all these guys ready to go. Get through those doors. The line's still packed, and hey, we got a lot of seats to fill. I'm sure they're going to fill up. It was sold out all weekend long, so it's only going to get better from here. They're pumped up. You can see it. Wish you were here, and if you're not, maybe we'll catch you on the next one. But it's about time to get started. This matchup means quite a bit. It's an elimination round. One team stays and moves forward. One team, unfortunately, goes home. Nameless. What does this matchup mean?
I mean, this match is huge, right? Not only is it like do or die for this tournament, it's do or die possibly for these rosters and also for champs. These guys are both in the bottom 4 when we look at qualification. It's that top 8 that make it to champs only. So they need a win here, and they need a run in this tournament.
That's right.
And both of these teams are dark horses to our top squads.
Well, Studdy, I actually want to start with you. You had a chance with Lando to cast this matchup that took place a little bit earlier during the qualifiers. We'll take a look at the box score from that LAG versus Las Vegas Legion. And last time they faced off, what can you tell us about it?
Oh man, let me just tell you, the Guerrillas had tremendous ice, brother. That's all you have to say, because that fortress control, that was a turning point. A very close hard point to start us off. The search and destroy went in favor of the Guerrillas. We saw 2 real hits, some insane wall bangs. Looked like he had to get a PC
Oh, that
check,
2-piece.
yeah, but it all started with that fortress control. There were 2 rounds where Vegas Legion were up 18-10 in lives remaining on the attacking side, but then ended up falling short. You cannot allow that to happen. And then even in that Embassy hard point, they were up by about 80 to 90 points. It was sitting at like 150 to 230, and LAG were able to bring it back with a great kitchen hold, great time off of P1, found time off of that P2, and then eventually closed out the game on top AC. Vegas Legion, they just got to get some ice, man. You can't let those opportunities get away from you, because those are winning moments that change the entire narrative of the squad.
Absolutely. I mean, you said it right, 3-1, and that wasn't that long ago, Ali. So at this point, right, I mean, lessons learned, they had to come quick because you only had about a week since taking that L. But it should be fresh in the mind. At least that's a good thing.
I mean, yeah, literally a week. And what's so unfortunate about this situation is the fact that Vegas Legion was once a team that was unbeatable in search and destroy. It's, again, one of those safety map modes that they had in their back pocket, and they lose that map number 2 to LAG, and I think it was really just TJ kind of having an uncharacteristic series out of him. I think he's kind of become that player for this team that when he is doing what he needs to on the map, Vegas Legion is just completely different. He had like a .33 in that series overall in Search and Destroy, where on the season he has like a 1.15 best on the team. So again, I think it was just a little uncharacteristic.
Let's start talking about our teams first. We got LAG. LAG, a team that played yesterday. They had a close 3-2 loss. You know, Nameless, I think looking at that series, we were thinking that would be the most one-sided, but it was anything but. It was the only series yesterday that went map 5.
I mean, yeah, when I think about LAG, right, like the hardpoint, they start off great at that. It hasn't been great since. Now, I know it was showing yesterday in hardpoint. They got smoked by Seattle. Seattle is the best hardpoint team in the league. But going up against Las Vegas, you got to be on point in that game mode too. Like, they've been getting a lot better. And when you look at the maps that they drew in this series, you got Embassy and Mercado. These are 2 maps that Las Vegas likes to play. 2 maps. I mean, they have 11 reps on Embassy, and on Mercado, it's their best hardpoint. So this is going to be a very tough series for LAG when it comes to those. And then the Search and Destroy as well. You need some of these guys to shine, particularly the SMGs. We know what TJ likes to do to get up close and personal in your base and be a nuisance. Well, that's also what Exceed and Joe Deceives do, right? So need them to play confident. We saw versus Seattle, they let off the gas pedal in that Asilo. That cannot happen.
I don't think they're going to be doing that today. They understand what's on them. But hey, player to watch. Let's talk about Assault, a talented player in his own right. He's definitely going to be bringing the heat today. Ali, what can we say about him?
I mean, he had a 1.27 last time these teams matched up. And you talk about clutch ability, right? In that control, he dropped that 7 spree to start that reverse win on a control and hotel. He's kind of been the lighting fire for this team, and they're going to need him for the beginning of the series.
All right, let's talk about Legion, of course, coming in Las Vegas, representing Big Clay himself. Can't wait to see him compete, and this is their first time competing today. A team that, Study, I think a lot of people expected to be in top 8.
Oh, yeah, you definitely expected the squad to be top 8, especially with the way that they started off stage 3. They come out and get a dominant victory versus Thieves by winning all 3 respawns. When you get a win like that, you're thinking, all right, we're basically going to lock ourselves up, but the schedule got tough for them. They go up against Toronto Ultra. They go up against Atlanta FaZe. Both of those games are tough. Obviously, they get the victory over Røkkr, but the one that really cost them that winner's bracket spot is the guys that are going to be across the stage. So this is a little revenge game for Vegas.
Nameless TJ Halley, we know he's a danger on the battlefield. He's going to be bringing the heat today. I'm sure of it. What do we got? What do we have to say about him?
I mean, Search and Destroy. We talk to him all the time. He's like, my team just kind of lets me do what I want in S&D, and he has been the playmaker for them, right? Like, we talk about 2Real and how he's been the difference in the respawns. Well, TJ has been the difference in the S&Ds. He's got to get going for them. I really do feel like they play off of his bloods and his ability to be a nuisance on the map, and he's a beast, man. So we'll see if he's able to do that.
When I think about Search and Destroy, that's where LAG was really shining yesterday in their matchup. So you talk about TJ shutting that down. I think it'd be perfect. Let's move into our Maps and Modes series. It's about to be underway. Let's start honing in on this series. Ali, I'll pass it over to you for our Maps and Modes. What are we looking at?
I'm already happy to see that Mercado there in that game 4. It is one of those situations, though, where Vegas Legion are going to have to get there. They win this hardpoint last time these 2 teams match up by a very measly margin, but I'm happy to see that map number 4. I am worried about that number 2 hotel, though, because that is a situation where they're going to be relying heavily on 2Real.
Oh, when you take a look at these Maps and Modes, I'm pretty sure these are the same exact Maps and Modes that they just tried to play. No, 4 of them, actually. Even the El Asilo all the way into Game 5. That was the Game 2 previously. And with that Hotel Search and Destroy, that was the Game 5 of the last series. So I think Vegas Legion, they looked at themselves. They were just like, we should have beat them the last time. Let's go for the same exact maps, and let's try to do it this time around.
Well, it seems like the crowd's ready and they're hyped up. I think it's time to move into our predictions and see who we're going to be backing up in the race of this matchup. And for me, I don't get often, or at least I don't get a chance often to go with Big Clay, so I think it's apparent. I'm going Legion, baby. I think they're going to come out ahead. I thought they should have made top 8. They didn't. Narrowly missed it, but they're not going to miss in the elimination bracket. They're my pick. Study, what about you?
Yeah, I'm not really a gambling guy, but I'm definitely going to go with the Vegas Legion, man. Like I said, revenge game. This is the team that held you out of winner's bracket at this own tournament. They got a little bit of extra fire, so I'm going to go Vegas.
All right, that's 2 for 2. Ali.
I think these teams kind of mirror each other a little bit statistically, so I think the only edge right now is that Vegas Legion, they're all playing on the same network, so I'm going to go with the Vegas Legion.
All right, 3 for 3. Nameless, LAG, they showed a lot yesterday. You going with
They did. No, I'm going with Vegas, man. I'm going with Clay. He's going on that main stage. I heard the crowd get hyped. Hey, crowd, can we show some love for the old man? Yes, sir. I'm going with Vegas.
Do it for the old men out there, right? I think we can all agree we're about there at this point. Let's get this series going. We got Las Vegas. We got LAG. Landon, let's get it started.
Let's do it, Taylor. Let's do it, Texas.
Day number 2 here at the OpTic Texas Major, and it is all about elimination games. So we're starting things off with a bit of a grudge match. We're starting off with introducing our teams, and this roster is hot off of a loss yesterday, eager to get their tournament started in the best way possible. It's the LA Guerrillas.
All shadows, ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me, or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. 5 talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Alrighty, folks, make way for the LA Guerrillas! Assault, Exceed, Thieves, and Arcitys, the LA Guerrillas.
It is do or die for this squad. I mean, this is a date with another team that are in the bottom 4 of the standings. You need to get top 8 to make it to champs, but you also need to make a run in this tournament. Let's see if they can do it against Las Vegas.
Yeah, we'll see if it is possible indeed, Nameless, but now it is time to meet the squad that sits on the other side of the stage. The Dust touched on it a little bit earlier. Vegas Legion, they're out for revenge, and now it is time to meet the squad. Folks, get loud for the Vegas Legion! TJ, Temp, Too Real, and Clayster, the Las Vegas Legion.
Clayster touching the stage for the 90th time here, trying to not go home on the first day that Vegas Legion gets their shot at making the run in this bracket. They've been the underdogs all year, and now it's time to make a stand and get that revenge. It's time to get this match started, Lando.
Let's do it, guys. Texas, are you ready? We got elimination games all day long. As we said, it's a revenge game, and we'll see maybe if it could be Vegas's turn at it. Miles and Chance, have a great series, guys.
Thank you very much, Lando. Yeah, we will be having a rootin' tootin' time over here in the casting stage. Very excited to get through today's games. Now, it's a tough day for Call of Duty fans because this is the day we send many teams home. This is going to be one elimination matchup. One of these teams, they'll be booking their flights back home. Actually, no, probably not. They will live in Dallas.
Yeah, everyone lives in Texas, so it's not going to be too far of a drive, but it's going to be a spicy one indeed, because the only reason Vegas are actually starting in losers bracket, as this is very difficult to do, is because LAG beat them in the final match. So Las Vegas, they want revenge. LAG, they've done it once, they can do it again, but we already know how exciting the gameplay is going to be. Hats will be flying off all day long.
All day long. Yeah, we're excited to get into this one again for LAG. A difficult loss yesterday. Oh no, hats flying off all day long. Damn it, we were doing so well! Clay's got all the fans out in the crowd there, rapturous applause as Vegas entered the stage. And again for Clay, Ali said it best, 90th performance in a professional tournament. Unbelievable run there from Clayster. I think only matched by Crim or bettered by Crim there.
Scump, actually. Scump's the only one. Scump is at 95 or 96.
Wow.
Clayster is now passing Crim 6.
Wow, crazy stuff. Well, there we go. We'll see how today goes, though. Vegas, they were so close, yet so far from being in that winner's bracket. But they find themselves here. They're looking at the team that partly helped them get there. So we'll find out what happens in just a brief moment. LAG versus the Las Vegas Legion. It is going to be an absolute treat, ladies and gents. We hope you're comfortable and ready for a long day of Call of Duty action. We're almost ready to rock and roll into our first map of this series, Embassy Hardpoint.
And look, the desk already broke it down. All 5 maps we have in this series, it is a pure run it back from the online stages. Both the hard points were virtually like 10 or 12-point games. Absolute nail biters, as close as it gets. And you know, Vegas, they want that revenge on Embassy. It's been, well, one of their better maps all year long, but obviously LAG have been a serious threat. And I'm excited to see the Pillow back on the main stage, man. He was destroying in the online stages. See if he can get that through and help out Grayster.
Oh, baby. We'll get to that search and destroy. That's going to be fun as well. Here we go. Map number 1. We'll kick it off with the 90th matchup. Birthday boy himself placed the eyes towards P2, finds himself this first. He's got no idea though, there's an Nasti's behind him. There we go. P1 on this map, as we know, a difficult one to hold down. A lot of angles to cover, a lot of space to watch out for.
Oh, you already got the SMGs for Vegas in and around the halls, roaming around. And flipping those spawns super early on, so you're going back to try to collect his time. But you see the idea from Vegas. They have the opening breakdown. Pat, however, you got LAG. Nice little 3 in the feed, but it is scrappy work to try to collect any time on P1. You got Legion. They're the gamblers. They're playing for the long game.
Yeah, we haven't seen many teams get a lot of time here in Vegas. See if they can get a bit more. 15 remaining here on the first. Temps roaming. Oh, sniffs out a little bit more than just exceed there. Great shots. Final few seconds go down. LAG will have P2. That's the bottom right-hand side of the map.
And you got the veteran standoff right now between Clayster and Assault. Assault playing a cheeky corner. Clayster, though, gets the drop on him in time the gunfights perfectly to make sure they're going to be spawning out. But you see it on the flank, trying to take players down. But Vegas, they've stabilized. They got the time. They got 2 real in his brand new home.
A very clean break indeed. Rotation battle 1 over Tej. Whoa, he's cooking up something in the kitchen. Finds 1. Deceives, takes care of him. Over to the hard point now. 2 real. He's the man soaking with axe attack in hand. Can he find any kills? He's going to hold these players back. Nice bit of work there on the tight angle. Can he find number 2? This pressure is on. His teammates backing him up from the far side. TJ in the feed as well. This is lovely work out of Vegas. But there we go. RC's and Assault, the double A's, getting the energy done there as they find the break. However, they don't have the point.
You'll take what you get, though. You'll take the headshot, you'll take the fry, you'll take the snakes, you'll take it all. You got Clayster working on that rotation, and you got Vegas picking up a decent chunk of scrap time, but if Clayster's by himself, you're not going to solo break. Or maybe Clayster can do it all.
Oh, man. It's 30-something, shooting like he's 18 still. Clay, 6 and 4. Start this match off. Nice hard point time as well, but not a lot of space to be worked with here. Vegas finally getting a man to the point. Temp, though, holy moly, 10 and 1 right off the rip.
Yeah, he's on the 6th spree. That is 2 fantastic lives out of him, but this is also a break that should not have happened. Vegas should have lost it, but here they are at the AC collecting the time. And you already got the cruise missile in hand at Temp, and now it's TJ by himself, but trades out the front. These are the support to the back. One more gunfight to win, and you'll get a massive amount of time.
Here we go. TJ wins it. Still time ticking. Boy, howdy. We are running that score up. Vegas Legion firmly in control.
I mean, this is just destructive as well. Finding 20 seconds to scrap Temp. He's only on life number 3 and already has 12 kills. Talk about, man, waking up ready to play a local area network. Finally gets traded, but still, this is comfy time right now for the man with the pillow. All the sweet time for the rotation. Temp is already spawned up and in the back. Vegas, they've set themselves up on the roto. They can make this happen.
No way. Wait a minute. You didn't kill Clay for a mo. Temp's there for the trades. Lovely work again out of Vegas Legion. Over to Assault now, trying to make his way forward. Temp and Co. make their way into the point once again, and Vegas again on top on the rotation here on Embassy.
This is beautiful. LAG have offered them literally nothing. They have got bullied out rotation after rotation. Finally, though, the 2-piece from Joe Deceives stabilized just a little bit, and Guerrillas able to collect just a little bit of time, but my God, Miles, they have such a long way to go.
It's not an easy thing to do on this map. We'll see, though, if they can get it done. 2 real stays alive and kicking. Deceives here in the hill, still soaking up that time. He's got Deddy to work with on the next rotation as well. Oh, got to pick his corner. He's guessed a little wrong. Clay gets involved. Exceed there on the trades once again. 2 real. Might be able to win this fight and keep the time going. No, finally, some constellation time. Going to LAG. Final 15's theirs. Happily to take that.
Yeah, and you need this rotation as well. Finally, a couple clean gunfights coming through for LA, but they've been ahead of the rotation game, and they've gotten broken instantly every single time, and this might be deja vu all over again. LAG will be to the hill first, but you already have Las Vegas. 3 players grouped up, ready for the push.
Here comes the hit. Kitchen's an absolute blinder. Takes her out. Guns up. Oh, lordy! It's a stick from Temp somehow, but Joe Deceives there with 2 in the feed. Lovely work from him. Hard point still LAG.
And hey, you're happy to stop that first push. Las Vegas, they took all that time to coordinate, but now everything is scattered. Joe Deceives pushed out, nice and aggressive. Arcitys posted up with the Vaznev inside, and no great avenues of attack right now for Las Vegas. Trying to gear up to give it one more go, but you expect the trades to come through because LAG is set up, and there you go. Joe Deceives on the 4 spree, playing the cleanup crew. And you talk about the massive lead that Legion had, LAG finally get back in the game.
All kitchen, all day for LAG. They managed to pull the comeback there. Final few moments are going to go their way as well. Nice days there. We're going to see a little bit of life out of Vegas here. You've got some space to hit the next hard point as well, so presence is certainly being felt. LAG Second win from them here on aBeZy, and 2Real, lovely two-piece there as we now look towards the next hard point. He's the man to potentially get the time.
And the P1, hey, if you can grab the time, you're going to take it. 2Real inside. If you get more than 10 or 15, you're calling that a W. And hey, you got TJ in the bathrooms, up top as well. Maybe down low. Well, could have helped out your boy inside the point, but now 2Real getting pinched, and good luck with that one. Surely going to fall, but if I'm Las Vegas, they've been on the rotation game the entire time. They've had a couple good breaks, but they can't afford that the second go around as LAG is heated up. You got to stay ahead of the game.
All right, Temp is making it rain, man. He's absolutely trying right now. He's 22 and 8. TJ with another 2 in the hill. Outstanding work out of Vegas in the kills department. Clay now upstairs, 13 to 13, all even Stevens. The final 15 here on first. As we go back towards this side of the parking lot, Temp's in position. A little bit of pressure from LAG, but once again, it is teamwork from Vegas.
And that's such a good setup around this hill, right? 2 men on the different God trucks. Clayster playing around the time, and as soon as the hill pops, that's when you jump inside, and now you got your main Slayer, the one that's going to be pushed up, and good luck getting past Temp in this situation. Been frying all game.
Here he comes. Holding the line down. Temp's not going to make any noise if he has to. First fight won. Second fight wins that as well. Temp's absolutely running the show. The rest of LAG now squaring up for the fight. Ooh, and nearly gets it. Exceed, though, opens up an avenue of attack now for LAG. Forward towards the point they're going to drive. Vegas, guns up. Soak that time. Stay alive.
LAG, though, needed to pounce. You got Exceed even pulling out the AR to try to, keep him out of the feed. But there is Temp again. Another 2-piece for the kid, and he was just the man getting the cuts. That is so much scrap time Legion are going to be able to get. And if they get the break on AC, they're just going to win the game.
Yeah, AC, top left-hand side of the minimap. That's where we'll be going next. Vegas, poised to strike hard. 2Real watching the flank, making sure that no one else gets involved here towards the old few seconds. There it is, though. Scrap time from Nastie. A nice 2 in the feed from him. A little slow in matchup. 9 and 17 overall. Typically, he plays the hill time. Joe Deceives upstairs now. Pressure on him. He and his teammates have got to survive this push in on orange. And TJ picks an angle, doesn't win it.
Yeah, praying for the solo chow up the ladder, but Joe Deceives has it covered. Temp by himself as well, so it's all about the timing of when you can make the moves. All Joe Deceives is has to watch it. Exceed's got it covered. The cheeky on the attempts, but it looks like LAG covered most of their bases, but now 2Real found the angle, back to his turn, and he's inside the point on the Snake Heady, there to take Assault down.
Wow, what a kill it was indeed. Snakes his way to victory anymore here out of 2Real. Can he catch this player out? No. We'll see how the breaks go now for Vegas Legion with a quick listen in.
He's on AC, chill. Exceed's dead, Exceed is dead, calm down. I got time, yes.
Sign one shot, hitting orange. He's hitting orange right now, Alec. That's good time.
I got naded, I'm dead, I'm dead. He's weak and all this all.
I'm pitching top.
No. Yo, stop, he's top. Yo, just fight from hill, fight from hill. Fight from hill, what's gonna be top on you guys?
He's absolute.
Orange,
Flag.
I'm closing doors.
What am I on right?
He's useless on hill. I got one useless, one shot. Two, Exceed useless, absolute one shot. He's one shot.
One shot.
Yo, right side.
He's tennis,
I can pick up tennis. Yo, front vines, go on, S1. To your right, sign.
Got him.
Only one close hill. Exceed should be close hill.
Yeah, help my back door.
He's back planners on me, planners Exceed. He's going S1, planners. He's going S1 or maybe do the back again.
I have my S1.
Just get in.
Hold my S1.
I don't have it.
One's back door on me. Back door.
Big kills.
Back door, one shot dead.
S1.
Back hall, one shot. I'm here, done. Back hall dead.
Back door.
S1 3. I'm getting a trophy in hill. It's a huge 20. They're gonna fight this. Back door, one shot. One shot. Left side, back door, one shot.
Front hall.
John's back there.
I'm going. Right down, where you at?
I'm in laundry. There's one DP2.
DP2 spot down. I'm fighting it.
What a fantastic dialogue there between Vegas, and they are fighting their way towards the new point. Temp drops over 30 kills already. Final few moments. Hard point in the hands of Vegas. This is for the win.
Oh, they're going to do it right here, right now. 2Real waiting for the timing to drop down for the 2-piece. Only gets one, but you get the trade. Vegas to ring. Vegas take the aBeZy.
And that was an explosive open. The 250, 124. LAG silenced on aBeZy. They will be denied access to potentially to aBeZy again in this tournament. We'll see how it goes. Clayster, though, and the listening there, Chance, we heard great comms, a wonderful dialogue between the players, something we haven't heard in the past. It was a little spicy towards the beginning, but overall, a great look for Vegas.
I mean, maybe a few moments of chaos, but yeah, as soon as they stabilized, they never looked back, and I think the comms we heard from Temp he lived up to that, right? 31 kills. He dropped most in the lobby by a decent chunk, and he did not want anything to do with the hill. That was for his teammates, but well-executed game. Talk about a way to set the tone. It was nail-biter finishes in the hard points between these two teams. Vegas, though, are waking up different when it comes to LAN. That is the way to start your day.
We'll look at the highlights now from that opening hard point, and if LAG an opportunity to bounce back, we'll see in the S&D. But for now, yeah, very strong rotational game from Vegas Legion. They were the first teams to those hard points nearly every time. If they weren't, their breaks were fantastic. This 60, though, we saw out of LAG chance, that was the only real sign of life.
Quite literally the only hill they had any success on, right? Got the full 60 there, but every single other time, especially on the AC hill, just getting broken down twice. Obviously once by the cheekiness of Turiel, but the first time, Glacier's just gunning you. You're flying on top AC, looking for the chow, but the old man brought the gunny, and that's just a game for Vegas where they have to be so comfortable now in this situation. Already get the hard point win, and now you get to go to your bread and butter of the search and destroy. Again, that is just about setting the tone, getting nice and comfortable. In Vegas, that is as clean as you could ask for on aBeZy.
Hey, it was always nice, you know, once you're close, you're still getting gas from the young guys on the team. Nice, Clay! Let's go, Clay! Love to hear that, man. I think that was Turiel getting spicy in the comms. There we go. A big victory there to start the series off. LAG, shake off the rush, shake off the start to the day you've had so far, and see if you can digest the bread and butter of Vegas in this hotel search and destroy.
And the hotel search and destroy is going to be interesting because this is the first time Vegas Legion have played it since stage 1. It's not a map that they vetoed. They've let it through in a lot of their series. It's ended up in game 5, including the one they had against LAG. They just haven't got the refs. It's just been such a long time since we've seen him, and obviously the first look we've had with Turiel as well on the roster. So it's going to be fun to see what Vegas have cooked up, known for their S&D gameplay, and obviously for LAG, you need to bounce that. If the maps that you were either winning or having close before, you're getting bullied out like that, you need to fight back on the map too.
Yeah, you don't want to be going into a Fortress Control 2-0 down, no matter how good the record may be. Now, we do have some breaking news. We're going to see a substitution. We don't see too many of these in the CDL, but we are going to see one on the side of Los Angeles Guerrillas. Arcetes is going to be subbing out of the matchup, and Neptune will be coming in to fill this spot. This is an emergency substitution. As you can see on screen, Neptune is warmed up, ready to rock and roll. He's going to try to help the boys out here in the search and destroy. Obviously not a situation that Arcetes wanted, more on that later, but for now, though, Chance, an interesting situation to be in. I mean, this shakes things up entirely.
Yeah, obviously.
Predictions out the window.
Incredibly unfortunate. I think we caught one of this just before we actually stepped up to cast the match. So I know Neptune has been backstage getting prepared just in case of this situation. And just to touch on Neptune, obviously, as far as roles go, not a 1-for-1 to fill in for Arcetes. So it's already a difficult situation to have to sub in to begin with. Added that much more so when it's like a hyper-aggressive SMG coming in for a main AR. Maybe a sign of life or a positivity for the squad, though. Neptune, S&D grinder. He is a demon in the game mode, and I mean, maybe get a little bit loose, a little bit wild, but a lot of discussion needs to happen in the LAG camp just to figure out what the game plan is going to be, because again, right now, on an environment like this, as difficult as it gets.
Yeah, I think for now, it's Assault's going to be stepping far more into that sort of main AR role. Neptune will be on stage momentarily to get things going, and we hope Arcetes is okay and everything's all well for him. Obviously, a beloved figure here in the Call of Duty world. We really do wish him all the best. But for now, again, eyes on Neptune, a player who has come in and out of the league in different sort of positions. And for LAG, he might be the shining light. Can he have a historic performance here? Come on in, save the day for the squad. I'm sure they would absolutely love that. For Vegas, though, I mean, it might be a moment for them to sort of, think upon how that last matchup went, how great they're feeling now, and get iced a little bit potentially, Chance.
I'm just trying to think of, like, some legendary substitutions we've had in Call of Duty history. Dashy is going to be the prime example from, NW champs, where they just throw him in the mix for a Game 5 S&D. And obviously, it's sort of a situation where you just have to let that player play their game, and you sort of fill in the roles around them. So an opportunity for Neptune to try to come out and fry. Obviously, a ridiculously tall task, but we'll see what they can manage. Obviously, the coaching staff on LAG, the chatterboxes we had up there, Mayhem's in the mix. Obviously, a tenured player as well in his own right. Marky B right beside him. So we'll see what they can try to pull off and orchestrate and work themselves together. On the flip side, good old Nagafed.
Nagafed,
talk about tenured players being on the main stage. Been such a long time.
A true legend. Well, we're going to take a very, very short break while we get this all sorted here on stage. We'll welcome Neptune into the matchup. In the meantime, we're going to watch a video of some of the unsung heroes here in the Call of Duty League. That's right, ladies and gents, the Observers, the Hot Hands Lounge. Take it away.
Obs 1's on.
Comms check, Obs 2.
Obs 3 online.
Obs 4's ready.
Comm check 5.
All right, boys, keep the comms clean, energy high all day. We're here to put on a great show. We're gonna have some fun while we do it. Let's go.
Oh, no way!
Oh, ace. Technical ace.
Hold on. I have it. Let me show me the body. Come on.
He's not done yet.
Holding 3.
He's not done yet.
Oh he's not done yet. Oh my god!
Goodness, dude.
2's live. 2 is live.
Thank
2 is
you.
live.
Going to Illy.
Dang.
Beautiful.
Oh my.
Oh!
That's why that man sub.
Focusing
Nero can
Scump. OpTic have not
Illy.
finished this yet. This is not over yet. I see 3 stand by.
Stand down.
Yep, trying to finish this thread with Seth. Bang.
Dead.
Another
Went
for
to
Scump.
Shotzzy. Dead.
Another for Scump.
Oh my god!
Ready 4.
There are the nades. Going to first.
4. Perfect timing.
He's on the cutoff.
Shotzzy's trying to
Gotta
get
get it
there.
here.
Wait,
Going
what?
to
Oh my
Beast.
god.
Huke's here.
5 context.
Got Cell.
We have it.
Cell gets
Mack.
one.
Went to Dashy. Dashy's got all the cross.
Copy.
Single. Double for
Oh
Dashy.
my god. Oh my god.
He's on 5 in a row.
Illy's
Could be
behind
6.
it.
That's 6. Illy's got the gun. 7.
man.
Holding CleanX. Holding 1. There's another.
for Toby.
Yo, he's gonna get another one. He's gonna get Lamar for free.
He's gonna get 2 more. Bop.
Bob! Oh my god!
He's playing a pub, dude.
Cruz.
Copy. Trophy's coming
He's
3.
He's on 3.
Ready.
Yep.
Looks like we're going
Trophy's
towards
by
time.
4.
Yeah,
And
fast
taking
towards
4.
time.
Oh my god!
Big 1.
Hey, picking up Drazah mid.
Where's Bance?
Drazah.
Oh my god, that's a huge kill.
Sim can maybe
Oh
hit there.
my god.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
Holy
Goodness. Hey, do
way to
that.
go.
My boy saw him on 2.
Oh, yeah.
Liddy!
Way to go.
That's Thanos.
Why?
They just got a fly. Slasher with 3.
That's it.
Let's go, FaZe.
Destiny!
Let's go.
All right, I'm going out to the floor, boys. Good work. The drought has ended. Second place was not good enough for the entire year. They hold the trophy. They got their revenge.
Make no mistake, that was very much the PG version of the Hot Hands
Oh,
Marriage Comms. Woo, baby, those boys are lit. We're almost ready to rock and roll, ladies and gents, into the next matchup here in this game. I do believe Neptune will be on stage in a moment. It might be fishing him out of challenges right now. And that was definitely a nautical pun, Shots.
I mean, hey, the more nautical puns we have, the better, I'd say. I mean, sort of another interesting, completely made-up dynamic is just the idea that RC's and Clayster, former teammates, always a fun little battle they have on the main stage. And Neptune, their replacement, also former teammates with Clayster back on the old New York Subliners roster this past year. So not necessarily bad blood, but obviously 2 old pals looking to take each other down. And even to dig a little deeper, I know Neptune, again, one of the shining lights for LAG when he was on the roster in the Search and Destroy game mode. He was the bomb planner, though, and now Joe Deceive sort of takes that role. So I think Neptune, again, going to be able to take the chains off a little bit, fly just a little bit more, try to run those numbers up. But if Vegas wasn't confident before, they have to be over the top confident now, because obviously a massive opportunity has fallen into your lap.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, no matter how you frame it, when a substitute player comes in, a team takes a hit. You know, it's either going to be death or glory. It's either going to be, you know, we're not exactly as well practiced as we once were, or we're going to have the incredible honeymoon phase and everything's going to be sweet. Marky B, the coach of LAG, now presumably logging in Neptune's details now, getting more hot to trot there. Of course, IT's going to be helping out. And Joe Deceive's just being really helpful.
A surprise.
It's just so helpful. It's just been so helpful right now. It's always nice getting these new personalities in the league, man. Everyone's having a good time. You know, hopefully Arsteez is okay. We'll find out more about that later. Oh, okay. We have another update, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in. Marky B will be the last-minute substitute for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. I mean, we are dusting up.
Hold on. Okay.
An OG,
we
baby.
were talking about Dashy being the substituted champs. How about Coach Ricky for LG back in the day? When he was on the team with Mayhem or against them, I think playing against Mayhem when he was on UYU back in Black Ops 4, and Ricky had the 1v2 clutch round 11. That was Coach K. Now we got Coach Marky B apparently in the mix. Oh, could you imagine?
All right.
And for what it's worth, for those who don't know, Marky B, former professional player, one of EU's absolute finest. I mean, this is a Scotsman that I can absolutely be an absolute force. I think played for Infuse back in the day, has a couple top 12 placements under his belt. I don't know if he ever cracked the top 4 or not, but I wouldn't be surprised. Marky B used to be an absolute menace.
We have a legend on stage. It's time to see how he's see how he holds up. This is the, I mean, jokes aside, this is a tough spot to be in for LAG. You're a substitute player, I would presume, is currently in a challenges matchup right now, so they're not going to be able to get him out. Marky B is going to get ready to rock and roll in this one, and for the old EU fans, this is a real treat. A blast from the past indeed. We'll see if Marky B can bring the thunder. I know he's been playing ranked though. I know he's still got it. He didn't lose it.
A grinder for sure. And again, as far as coach substitutions go, Marky is towards the top of the list of guys you actually want in the mix, and he is an AR player. So obviously, ridiculous situation. We'll see how he can do.
We'll see how it goes. Well, we're going to go to another break, ladies and gents. I'm sure you understand. We're going to get Marky B ready to roll, let him shoot a couple of bots, and we're going to get this matchup started once again. Thank you for your patience. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Miles Ross, and I'm here in windy Texas with this beautiful GMC Hummer EV to pick up Shotzzy.
This is as good as it gets. Shotzzy, the new face of OpTic Texas.
I feel like I have a really unique way of going about the game. I like trying to break it.
With Major 3 just around the corner, we're going to go get him, bring him back here, and make him touch some grass.
Even the world's greatest Call of Duty players have to get outdoors once in a while, so we're on a journey to reconnect them with nature in the revolutionary GMC Hummer EV.
Let's go touch some grass.
This is the Hummer EV. It's cool. We're having a lot of fun. See you, dude.
Every time. But we had kids in Boston, they pulled up and they were like, yo! It was 2 young dudes, and I was like, we wheeled things, like, what's up, boys? Me and Zimmer, what's up? And they were like, what is this? Like, hey, you boys play Call of Duty? They're like, yeah. We're like, peace. We rolled up. It was so funny.
All right, we're on the road. About to go to the Cedar Hill State Park. We're going to touch some grass. Oh, here we go.
Everyone's looking at us, by the way.
Welcome to the GMC Hummer EV. You ready for something cool?
Yeah.
Hands-free Super Cruise.
What? Dude.
Isn't that crazy?
That's insane. You're not even touching it.
No, I'm not even, like, eyes on the road, but hands are wherever they want to be.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, I love this car.
Oh, yeah. Let's start things off. In between Major 1 and obviously Major 2, a lot happened.
Scumpy, shocking the world with his retirement. The community shocked by this announcement.
A new era of Call of Duty begins.
What was this whole period between Major 1 and Major 2 like for you?
Dude, if I had to explain it in one word, it felt like a movie.
Okay. Because everyone knows Scump's a legend. One of the most famous Call of Duty players of all time. He's the man.
Yeah.
What was it like getting a team with that guy?
There's nothing but good things to say about that guy. He taught me a lot of things, and people say that, like, you know, he transferred the torch over to me, and, you know, I'm trying to, I guess you could say, live up to his expectations in a way.
Is there a lot of pressure there? Like, do you feel like he's got big shoes to fill no matter what?
Yeah.
Do you feel that pressure?
No, the only reason I don't feel that pressure is just because I'm doing what I love doing.
Shotzzy, an incredible round!
Just dancing around the map.
Well, you mess with people's aim, their centering, their auto aim. Like, you found a way to change the game and find advantages that not many other people can do mechanically, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, that's truly a you thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. As long as I know that I'm trying my best and I'm giving it my absolute all, then I'll always be proud of myself.
You've got the ice IRL. You're keeping it chill IRL. I love that. Let's talk Major 2.
This OpTic Texas lineup just made some serious moves.
Scump's not on the team anymore.
Dashy off the team, back on the team.
And they bring in Huke.
You had a decent run, cut a little short.
And OpTic are
gone from Major number 2.
I can't complain, honestly. All you could really do is just take that one on the chin.
This OpTic team has not been together that long. This is a win in my book to get to the Final Four.
And go back to going to practice every single day and try to improve.
You haven't had a normal team situation. We're coming up on Major 3. You're the host. What's the sort of thoughts so far?
Going to the major, you want to feel as prepared as possible. Practice definitely gets more intense in terms of the minutes that we put in. After practice, ideally, I like to play 8s just to get those extra reps. It's all about sacrifices, and I understand what it takes to, to be at the top.
This is a lovely place. Look at that lake out there. It's beautiful.
Holy smokes. Didn't even know we had lakes over here like that.
Mate, you're too busy being one of the greatest gamers in the world. I don't blame you.
Too busy trying to win tournaments.
Too busy trying to win tournaments. We're gonna park, touch some grass.
Touch some grass.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. An emergency situation has seen our Steez having to be substituted out. Now, we were looking to get Neptune in, but he is currently unavailable. So, only Glasgow's finest, Coach Marky B, an absolute hero, a legend of the scene, is going to be stepping up and playing for the first time in a long time. His debut here in the Call of Duty League. Marky B, LAG's head coach.
Woo! One of the most successful coaches in Call of Duty history, one of the most successful European players in Call of Duty history. Glasgow's finest, Marky B, can absolutely bring it. He's coached players that he's not playing against. He has coached Temp in the past. I think one of my favorite events for Marky B, not even just the CWL Seattle the last time he played, but at CWL Atlanta, they went on like a massive run through the losers bracket, ended up placing top 6. The only man that could stop Marky was Octane. It took a world champ main AR to slow that man down. So make no mistake, Marky B, I don't know, Vegas, it might be a little bit short.
Hey, look, this just changed everything. TJ, look, TJ's smiling. TJ, you might not be smiling in a minute, son. That's Marky B.
And, you know, we got Sasha throwing up double akimbos. If Marky B wins a single map or, like, gets a two-piece or something like that, I'm expecting fireworks on the main stage.
Yeah, something's going to happen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if this drama-filled series has any more in store for us. Greenberg Hotel coming up next. Here's the search.
First time in a long time, Vegas Legion have played this map. You cannot afford to lose to a coach. And you got Glacier. You talk about legends. He's probably squared up with Marky B more than one occasion. It's the first time in a long time, but he's trying to be the ultimate veteran in the scene. Closing up on Scump, current record for most tournaments ever. So I know Glacier, he's been in a fair few strange engagements in Call of Duty history. Just another feather in the cap.
Here we go. On board with Marky B. I tell you, I mean, look, LAG didn't have a lot of fans coming into this series. Now they definitely do. Let's get it.
Oh, he's got the
Let's see this snake.
Yeah, let's see this.
Oh, yeah, baby! This might be my favorite series of all time. I really hope that our series is okay, though. Marky B! Whoa, nice shot played. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
Well, hey, Bob's going that direction. It's gonna be Marky B and Ghosty they're gonna have to deal with.
Okay.
Ghosty is kicking things off for the bounce back, but now it literally does all rely on Marky.
Here he is, tagged up, waiting for the hit. Oh, Tej gets him. Okay, it's all down now to Exceed. Fun and games are over. Clay starts this map off with a lovely snipe. Can Exceed now do something here in this tough spot? Wall bangable position. Now that snipe, yeah, he's gonna go for it. Smart moves with TJ lying down there. You now know where the hit's coming from, and they might just hit it. Oh, damn! That's the round to Vegas.
That is a round and a weird sound out of you in that moment. But Exceed, no stranger to the quick scopes. Had one yesterday against Pred, so he's ready for the quick one. But TJ ready for the quick trades. And you see, it was all for a bait. 3 on the round right there for TJ Halley. So he sacrificed a life to try to potentially play for those streaks. But obviously, TJ, S&D has been his bread and butter for the past decade. So make no mistake, he's not worried about a coach. He's ready to fry.
He's ready to roll. TJ's been one of the staples there of Search and Destroy for Vegas, all stage long. Historic victory over the LA Thieves as well. Very instrumental in that. Here we go. Next round's up. Exceed with a wonderful snipe there to get the round ended there. No hope, however. It is a great read out of Vegas. They should be able to hear a lot of this play develop.
This is a massive stack towards the middle of the map for Vegas as well. So the audio cues are going to be on point. And there you see the intel coming through. The nade might be enough to clear down Joe. And that'll be a first blood again for TJ. That'll be his 4th.
Here's Exceed making moves. Oh, spot out Tyrrell. Smooth kill. Ooh, nearly gets Clay as well. There's the immediate trade. Lovely work. Assault there to help out. It's a 2v2. It's TJ and Temp versus Assault and Marky B. TJ still on that 4 spree, looking for a few more. And here comes the hit over towards that bomb site. Marky B. AR in hand. Here we go, baby. No! Temp gets the kill.
So close. Temp getting lucky to get out with his life in that moment. And it was only luck that could save Temp. And TJ maybe doesn't need as much. That'll be a 5-3 for him. Dead Silence gets expended and now built right back. A few extra seconds to tick down on the clock before let that little boost the defuse go through. Interesting attempt though. Marky B over there dominated the A side of the map, trying to clear that space. Just unfortunate, didn't have the right gun for the job.
And I will say, this crowd, it might be the most biased crowd with a capital B I've ever heard. We'll see. Once Marky B gets a kill, though, we will rip the roof off this place. I promise you. I promise you, chat.
Hey, the crazy thing, he did 99 damage on that one. Literally
he was
1 HP.
1 HP.
That was it. Beautiful.
It's a heartbreaking situation to be in for LAG fans, but you bet they made a lot more fans after this series. Let's see how this goes, though. There's only 2-0 so far, Vegas. How quickly you lot turn.
It's like a Finding Nemo match right now.
Here we go. Vegas back on attack.
Oh, you see the same trend, right? Marky's going to be locking down B. Vegas, no, they want nothing to do with that. So it's trophies out towards the A site. Maybe a quick bomb plan if they can get it. And this is aggression from TJ. Seed has some quick scopes, but TJ gonna back him down for the moment. If you got TJ behind enemy lines, that is a problem you are gonna have to solve. This is a delicate battle. Exceed can hear this, but this is not the right gun for the job.
Hey man, he's hit crazier shots. Exceed. I've been playing for FaZe in another dimension. Clay, first blood. And here's Tej on the outside. He's not going to push too far. He really does want those streaks. You might find it. Oh! Damn, absolutely guns him. Shotty there with the hands him.
Plus potential though. Marky B is still alive, so you know that is not going to be an easy problem to solve. And
here we
this
go.
Will be a 1v4. You know we can do it.
Here we go. Marky B, 1v4 situation. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, crowd. Can we get a PC check on that side of the stage, Vegas? That was a bit fishy.
Yeah, I was about to say, Vegas are getting lucky in these moments. If it wasn't for the fact that they had multiple men on the head glitches, Marky B was going to take them down. Good try, though, but this is just, again, Vegas on cruise control. Had all the momentum from map 1. S&D is their bread and butter. Yeah, TJ Halley, for the moment, a perfect 7-0. Vegas have a lot of things going right.
We talked about this in the break. Strategically, though, I mean, honestly, Marky B coming into the roster is probably the best bet. He knows what to do in most of these situations. If Talk plays through, as long as he can find a kill or two, the LAG are not out of this by any stretch.
Hey, I love the aggression, though, but you do get caught on the cross, and it looks like the trophy's not quite clean enough. The TAC 56 is just locking things down. That'd be another first blood for Vegas, 4 versus 2 with bomb down. You got a perfect TJ as well. Good luck trying to clutch this one.
Assault can't quite see Temp in that position. Marky B stairs covered, crossed. Tags up. Assault's going to have to dip out of this one. That bomb down.
Vegas are playing with respect, too. They're getting the setup. They are not moving.
Right, anything can happen, man. Here he comes, Marky B. Unfortunate timing. TJ's going to be there. Clay has held this angle all game long, and it's another strong round out of Vegas, 4-0. Again, it's a strange situation to be in, but Vegas absolutely taking this as seriously as possible. You are still executing the plays you want.
Oh, dude, they're getting cornered up like crazy. They got those bloods, and they said, we are not moving. We are not overcommitting. And I suppose, in a sense, you'd love to see it out of Vegas, trying to play that mistake-free Call of Duty, but this is obviously, they've just been able to collect every single first blood in a spot like this on cruise control. I just want LAG just to get one on board.
Yeah, we get a kill. Crowd, you promised me. We'll rip the roof of this place if Marky B gets a kill. Promise me, crowd. Promise me. Round 5. He's looking pretty perfect so far.
How lucky Vegas get the first time Marky B isn't locking down this site. Vegas actually get the perfect call to make moves over towards B, so luck has certainly been on their side.
So he's going to be the first man in, cooked up. What? That's okay. That player must have shut the door exactly as he opened it. That's really unfortunate. Here comes the wallbang. It's LAG lined up on the outside. Here comes the hit. Doors are open. It's a sub in the hand of Marky B. Forward he goes. No! Too real gets 2 out of it. Temps there. Will it be a perfect hold? It might be. Jonas Thieves. No. Vegas once again. Match point. Come on!
Oh, man. 5-0 right now. TJ still having a perfect game at 8-0. And again, Vegas, the strat falls on point of when they wanted to go towards this B site. The clean S&D out of Vegas again, their bread and butter game mode. And there is no lack of intensity on that side of the stage. No. They know what the stakes are.
Well, admittedly, Turiel came into that round 0-2. He's now 3-2, so that was an outstanding play from him. Perfect nade placement. Oh, God. What an event. Texas never disappoints. It's a clean spread across the map now from LAG and potentially their final round. Here they go. Bomb going towards B.
And it's Assault and Jodeci's working together. Maybe they had more intel than they wanted, though. A couple stuns connect. They actually back down and rotate out of this site. I think Exceed, in the meantime, hasn't seen a soul over towards A. Maybe just the one player top bed. That's all he's got to deal with, and he's forced to back down. The bomb's made the rotation. You got Marky B posted up, ready to go.
Posted up. Oh, he's going to let that one go from Mo. Here comes the streaks. Ah, that's white. So Teach, investment from the streaks. Nice curve. Not able to miss the brickwork, though, so that's not going to land. It is going to give the information away in 2 real. Oh, he's in a sweet spot. Here we go, Marky B. He thinks Sorrel Temp. Comms are there. Temp's going to keep moving. Will Temp double back? Here we go. Oh, come on, Mark. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. No! That's okay. Vegas, they'll take map number 2. It's an unfortunate turn of events. We certainly wanted to see it. It's very unfortunate indeed. And what an unbelievable reception from this crowd in Texas. And we do hope our Thieves is okay, but that's going to be a clean 6-0. That's going to be 2-0 in the series now for Vegas. God, it would have been nice if you got that last kill though, wouldn't it? Oh.
I mean, hey, he did 10 times better than I ever would have done in a situation like that, right? So typical for Marky B, good attempt in the S&D. We're going to bounce back in that control, but I think it just, has to be said in a situation like this against a team like Vegas in a tournament of this caliber. When you need the CDL points, Vegas, they are not playing around.
Now Vegas will be taking absolutely no prisoners whatsoever. LAG, this is honestly a tragedy for them. This is a real travesty. We'll see what happens in the control, but God only knows. We're going to Fortress, and I mean, look, I'm saying a prayer. It's going to be a tough one. We'll see if they can find a round or 2 on defense. Marky B knows the game plan. That's one of the key things. He helped write it for this team. We'll see if that works out. Fortress will be coming up in a moment as this crowd has become very, very purple very, very quickly. When we get back after this break, Fortress control. Marky B, will he get on the board? Let's find out.
Can't stop me.
Major 3 here in Arlington, Texas. OpTic are running the show here, and damn, what a show it's been so far. A lot of fun taking place all across the venue. Look how chill those guys are, having a great time. As we are nearly ready to get into our third matchup here in this series. It's gonna be a banger. What's cracking, crowd? How we doing? Doing pretty damn good. Very, very relaxed atmosphere, good fun, good times here. That's the front row going crazy, dripping, bringing nothing but good vibes. I think he's been at every major so far, man. Having a fantastic time so far. We love him. All right, ready to rock and roll. This has been a strange series, an unfortunate series, but we'll see, though, if something crazy could happen, because you know, when we write these scripts, they're always bangers. Here we go, though. Fortress Control, map 3.
Yeah, never a tournament that goes as expected, never a match where you can confidently predict anything that's going to happen. We're going to an aBeZy Fortress Control. The fan and crowd favorite.
I heard you lot cheer for Snaking. You're not perfect.
Nobody's perfect.
Nobody's perfect except for Marky B. Here we go.
And you got to imagine, Assault on this map has been an absolute legend. One of the best KDs on defense. You never know what kind of potential you can have. And this is a crowd I will never argue with.
I'm trying to remain impartial. Screw it, here we go.
Oh, great name.
Important position to be in right now. Marky B stuns in. Too Real wins the fight. Trades are out though, and it's lovely work. This is a huge moment for LAG. They've got defense here on Fortress. You know the game plan. Time to execute.
And you see Marky B, just the setup man, gets the clearance for the bait for his teammates. You get the spawn trap set up, and make no mistake, you can make this happen without question. So Vegas gonna have to try to fight out of this one. Go to Thieves, prime position, top map, get great shots down as well. A little bit of an overheat there, but Marky B, oh, hey, he got one.
Crowds on their feet, I'm not gonna lie. Sort though trying to keep the play going. Here comes the hit. Vegas are on A. They've made it out. This is gonna throw the stats up. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna need a moment of quiet, guys. Wait. We're going for a listen in with LAG.
Pivot your gate for quiet for that.
One shot, Clay. Clay's gate.
I'm stunning by maps. I've already P5 still.
Top map's dead.
Nice.
So
quick gate.
Gate, go. No, one bottom. Secret mark.
One gate. He got a bench twice. Secret. Twice.
Bench. Okay, last point.
Gate late. Not weak.
Mid point. Mid point. Stun the point.
One's P5.
In the trucking gate.
Hey, try to gate. The point. Benches. Benches are moving. What's on the point?
Nades and stuns here, boys.
Bottom point. Bottom went up.
Last two point. I'm
one shot. I can't chow.
Stun the point. Close game dead.
Chow.
That one tick.
I got maps. Give P5. Somebody give me P5. Just double maps.
2 P5, I think. Already have
P5.
Round is nearly done. LAG is still holding it together. Only one segment out of Vegas. I mean, just goes to show how hard this map is, Shots.
I mean, he is absolutely locking it down as well. Marky B. Look at that. Go 5-4 round one, lighting things up and locking down that A zone. In a typical round out of LAG on defense.
You got to think about how hard it is as well. I mean, you haven't had a warm-up, right? You got home, you're at your setup, you just cracked, your favorite drink, and you load up ranked, and the first game is a search. That's not a fair warm-up. That's not a fair warm-up. You didn't get to shoot nothing. We'll see what happens here, because that first round goes to LAG defense heavy. Vegas only one segment. Here we go, they're on defense.
Yeah, 3 non-tradeds as well for Marky. We call him the untradeable for good reason. And an interesting break as well. I kind of like the idea here. The good nades coming out, pressure on the A zone, and it might be the late pitch over towards B. LAG, they have options.
Play, can't hold it down. Assault wins a big fight. Potentially now to make your way in on towards that B side of the map. You've got to take care of Temp though. Too Real, chasing toes. There's plenty more players that are on point. It's the stats there. 2 segments. 1 remains on A. Vegas are nowhere to be found yet.
The objective mastermind with the bunny hop. Finally, he gets shot underneath the. Oh, Ghosty still here. Trying to lock it down an inch away.
Oh, wait a minute.
And an unfortunate team kill coming through, but already more tick progression for LAG. We gotta start casting this for real. Like LAG, they have the edge.
Button up, here we go. Temp's got himself maps controlled. Wow, that's a great stick. Thieves opens up an angle. Now, Turiel getting aggressive, cleans up one, as does TJ. So numbers now favoring Vegas for a mo. Watch those respawns come through. Turiel, like a hound, absolutely on them immediately. Less than a minute to go.
Still, I mean, less than a minute. Still plenty of time for LG to work with. Couple nice kills coming through. Xyz's got the TAC 56 for the breakthrough the right side of the map, but Temp here to attempt to lock things down. Xyz is challenging, but he's going to meet his early demise. The pressure over towards the point. You see TJ Halley, the nades on point, the gunny on point. In Vegas, they have secured the spawn trap. They've got the setup flowing.
7, 3 life difference for now. Oh, that's going to change real quick. Temp super aggressive. Can't get any more. Pressure now out through that arch side of the map. Turiel versus Thieves. Big win, holds maps down, so you still got this piece of defensive work to do for Vegas. Just over 20 seconds to go.
I mean, all things considered, though, just off the opening break, LAG have already done a very solid job on offense. Anytime you get 2 ticks or more, you're feeling comfortable about your offense success. And 2 kills towards the end, 10 seconds to go. You might be able to get this pressure out towards the A zone.
Oh,
and
wow.
Exceed gunning like that. LAG, they got the fight.
Oh, LAG got to go big here, though. Temp, he's going to be able to find a couple of these players. They're diving on. Marky B! Marky B! Helps make the play. They capture A.
Sacrificial land to get the job done. And Assault, he can find an extra kill, may be able to stabilize, but as he gets shut down, and Vegas right back to sort of setting up the stranglehold on the map, and already so much success for the Guerrillas.
Whoa, Thieves clearing that map. One more here to deal with. Check every corner. Oh, there it is. Turiel once again, though, he has been the cartographer upstairs, making sure no one gets in.
Great moves, very clean, centering on point, getting a little bit of intel as well. Marky B set up in position, calling out all this information to his teammates. Glacier, got to be careful about this chow. You're dealing with Glasgow's finest.
4 lives to 11. Clock's ticking. 1 pick's all you need from this spot. Marky B waiting for that moment to dive. You might be saving the life count here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 14. There's the nade. No pre- Oh, ooh. No. Hey, Turiel killed him. Turiel killed him. I saw what I saw. Last man up, Thieves, as Vegas get on the board, but it cost them a lot. They lost the A zone entirely. That could be defense, round 5.
A 2-tick advantage, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Vegas only secured 1 off the rip, so LAG, and again, you have players like Assault, best defensive K. These guys got a 1.9 on aBeZy on defense. Locking it down, Marky B dropped 5 kills, round number 1 as well. Vegas genuine, there is officially pressure on. If you don't get an extra 2 ticks, you might be in a bad spot for that final round.
Yeah, you're not, as much fun as we're having, this is still a very serious matchup, and aBeZy, anything can happen. LAG back on defense now. Vegas are hitting a hard one towards A. 3 players are already out. Can they get any life here? Sees the first man in the feed. Slows down that A play. But is it going to be enough, though? As now we stop the clock, Teach starts to capture.
Thieves, though, out for the Swarm. Again, you don't want to give up anything extra if you don't have to. And nice shots from Exceed. Again, pulling out the tack off the opening break. LAG like clockwork. Everybody's shutting it down. They got the full spread across the map. Exceed in prime position. This is exactly what Guerrillas wanted to set up.
Free spree for Exceed. Great tags. He and Thieves working in brilliant tandem here at top maps. Assault finding kills as well. And it's all bases covered right now for LAG. You have the setup. Every base covered. Will Vegas find a way out? Again, we call it the jailbreak, and here they go. Looking for that taste of freedom. Assault, perfect maneuver. Right into the spot. Marky B and Assault in the feed. They're finding these kills.
I mean, this is beautiful. This is just shutting Vegas down and keeping them trapped in their spawn. And again, there is no ticks coming through. Exceeds even on a 5. And LAG looking to try to get this done. It has been clean so far. You got Marky on the awning.
Yeah, the awning here. This is a very, very strong power position. We'll be doing it silently as well for the next few moments. Honest to God, man, he knows the game plan. Don't move, kill anyone who comes through that doorway, you're fine. Can Exceed. Wow, 7-3 for him. Streaks are in the back pocket now. Assault takes care of everyone. It's all down for Vegas.
But they are getting dominated. LAG have only had 4 deaths the entire round. Marky B bringing the coaching to the gameplay. And Vegas made nothing happen, and I feel like the crowd is now so conflicted about cheering for Marky versus cheering against the Mack.
And that's the round once again. For LAG, he might get final play as well. This is going to be great if he does.
And keep in mind, I mean, this is only like the first series that we have from the losers bracket. If Marky B gets a map win and any other team today gets 3-0, Marky B is going to have more wins than a team at a tournament. We'll see if that comes into effect. The LAG already in prime position On our bagger
They have the segment advantage. They will be getting defense in the final round. Vegas, you better win this. Also, well, you have to win this. Have to find that offensive magic. Can they get it done? This is going to be a big one. Play first blood right into the fray we go. aBeZy trying to take out anything on the way towards that point. Thieves wins it. This is a stack on B. This is a two-man stack for now.
He's got the cross covered as well. You got to be a little bit worried about the flank as Vegas now trying to go for this full swarm. Hit it from all angles, but Thieves takes care of the original flank push. TJ filling in the same slot, but aBeZy is here, and aBeZy is a kill away from a cruise.
Kill away from a cruise, dare I say it. Here comes Too Real though, ruins the party, exceed Thieves though. They pick it up, they keep the capture going at B. It is nearly complete. This has not been a good round for Vegas.
Dude, aBeZy, the setup man, the OBJ, and the Slayer when you need him. And now you got LAG pushing the pace on offense. They're over towards the ASO.
It's happening. It's two-man stack. The back line covered. Anyone still alive? They're over towards A. The first segment done. Vegas on the counter-attack now, ladies and gentlemen. I do not believe what we're seeing. A's nearly on the way out. TJ wins a big one. Trades is still alive. There's the contest.
I mean, hey, this is it. Assault's going to be spawning him out as well.
Oh my God.
Cruise. The final tick is rolling through and Vegas gonna lose it on out. Bad with control. aBeZy, how do you do?
Oh my God. If you didn't make it to this event, you sold out. I don't think this is on your bingo card. But that's a big win. A very, very big win right there. As we talked again to Mayhem, we had a conversation with the coach Mayhem, the other coach here from Los Angeles Guerrillas, and saying, look, here's the game plan. In control, Mark's going to dive into the point, he's going to try to help get those trades. Nearly got himself a cruise. Respawns are winnable. It is not impossible for the LA Guerrillas to win the respawn. Search and destroy is going to sting though. And that is an incredible turnaround.
I mean, look, a couple kills on offense. OBJ work getting done as well for Marky. He is now 1-1 in the Pro League on LAN. And a 500 record. That's good for like 6th or 7th in the league. Marky B out here crushing it. And as you pointed out, Marky B's job, when it's going to be in the hard point, play the hill. Yep. You are just there for comms. You are there to collect time. That is the opportunity for the teammates to come out and slay. But we'll take a look at some of these highlights. And Marky B, let me tell you, went on a 5-3 at one point as well, bringing the gunny here on Friday.
Here's the highlights. The control woes certainly continue for Vegas Legion. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Texas is getting a little wild. It's getting way wild. I'm not sure if you can hear this at home, chat, but things are getting out of control. We have more breaking news. Oh my God, the drama. We are the WWE of esports. We have got more drama, ladies and gentlemen, more changes. Another substitute is taking place right now. I'm not sure. Can we cut to the stage production? I mean, it is all going down here in Texas. Marky B, his run in the Call of Duty League for now is over.
It's just a gauntlet of LAG players, I guess. The amount of players they have that can substitute in, the amount of coaches they have that can substitute in. But, I mean, hey, they've got the setup. They've got the original coach on the main stage that was there for success. I saw Ricky poking his head up as well. So LAG, it is just a collection of players. But they got the one map win. This series far from over. On Mercado, last time these two teams played, it was about a 10-point game.
Yep.
LAG, I mean, hey, if you can get one, why not double up?
Well, the hoods up, lights out symbol has been put into the sky and it has been answered. I do believe that Spark is now returning to the main roster. He's back at it. The Major 2 champion MVP, he's back in. Marky B has served his watch and it has ended. And what a watch it was. What a goddamn legend. He's done Glasgow proud.
Bought his team the time to get the extra man back in the mix. Spark last year, I mean, one of the saviors for the squad, helped them get them a win. Main part of the reason why they brought him back on the roster. I know Spark, a little bit of chatter he's had as well on Twitter, talking about some other players. So this is another opportunity for him to shine. Again, incredibly difficult situation to have to jump into on such short notice. So obviously, expectations can only be so high, but You got the vibe flowing now on LAG. Literally nothing to lose at this point.
No.
Get the vibes flowing, a couple smiles out, and let's see if Spark can bring the gunny.
What? Who's next? Who else? I mean, Rick, he's probably warmed up by now. Rick could come in here. Like, what in this series? This is one of the greatest series I think I've ever been a part of.
And I mean, even just for like the legitimacy of it, I think LAG actually have like a bit of a shot now. Don't get me wrong, you put the chips on Vegas for this because of how difficult it is to substitute a player in, but Spark's been playing in Challengers, grinding all year, spent some time in the Pro League this year as well, so you know, Spark can absolutely bring the gunny. And I don't know if he's going to be trying to fill into the exact same situations what the idea was for Marky, just play the hills, just be there for the comms, but LAG, a little bit of enthusiasm, having a little bit of fun. You really never know.
Well, whatever the result of this series, this will be one we remember, talk about, and meme for a very, very, very long time. Hardpoint's on its way, ladies and gentlemen. aBeZy Fortress Control was a very fun one indeed. And for Vegas, again, we've seen the respawns are very strong. Temp opened up the day on Embassy with an insane run of things. But that's a 2-1 scoreline. There's no arguing that for now. Vegas Legion still sitting on match point. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is an elimination matchup. And there will never be a more dramatic lower bracket matchup in our lives.
And you have to imagine for Vegas Legion, you're going to be feeling a lot more pressure as well in this moment because it just became a lot more real after that control. So they better make sure they buckle up, strap in, and get ready for Mercado.
Well, Vegas absolutely brought the noise there in the search and destroy. But while we get Spark situated and locked and loaded, ready to roll here in this very exciting series, we're going to watch a quick video. Out of Context CDL, we'll be right back ASAP with a hard point.
Hello, one and all, and welcome to the Call of Duty League Major 2, coming at you from Beantown alongside the Charles River. It's going to be bitter cold, so keep your gloves on, stay in your car until last minute, and then we'll welcome you all in, and we'll have our corn dogs ready, right, Joey D?
Yeah, we're having corn dogs?
Yeah, and little chicken nuggets, dino nuggets.
This is a great update. There's a lot of watch parties going on. Sethy Poo, I saw you. That mustache is looking good. I just want to take my fingers and tickle that thing. Little caterpillar. Is that too much? Do you want to tickle it, or do you want him to tickle you with it? Yes, that part.
Can you pass on a message to him? Say to aBeZy, he's looking great today.
You as well. You too.
What a guy.
I know.
Can I have the water bottle? Yeah, just get one more of this.
Water. Josh, don't roll your eyes at me.
I'm going with the purple team because I like horns.
Okay, for me, I'm a... Straight up, what did you eat for breakfast? Because I'm trying to be like you.
Tacos, to be honest. I mean, I was munching.
I don't understand anything.
I'm not really a hype man anymore like the old days. I used to be.
I'm second loud.
Dad! Safety first. It is 4 degrees. It is -4, it feels like, with the wind chill, so be careful.
I've never been late to an event before with the weather in Dallas, the ice and stuff. I just got here last night. I know you were missing me. You should have walked, dude. Your patch is just not there, I guess. They wouldn't let me out. That's what I guess. I don't know.
I thought I was going to be the only person going for this team, but it's a full desk. I'm going for Boston Breach too.
Here we go.
I would pick Boston, and yeah, you know what? I'm going to stay on it. That's what I'm doing, because I like my security guard, but I don't trust him.
No, I think he heard you. I just don't think he heard you. You know
No, I heard you. I just didn't hear you.
He heard, but he didn't hear.
I heard you, but I didn't hear you. I was kind of locked in.
We're partying right now. The lights went out. Oh, wow. Felt Joe's mustache. So,
London, oh my God.
Well, you better say it officially, because it's going on a graphic. You guys are so loud.
That's good. I want you to hear me. No. That's a name and a half. I'll be on the side.
Whose name is that?
It's MC's.
The unkillable demon snake.
Also known as Frank.
You have a slight mistake there as well. Boston Breach, don't plant the bomb in a position that can be easily spotted. There's a stretch on it.
Mercado. Time to take this tape off.
What's up?
I just want to say one thing too. I can't wait to save Ben's head, so I'm excited.
Boston, you all were incredible. Thank you for the vibes. You set the tone all weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I have more breaking news. That's right. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. There's no more subs. I'm only kidding. We're ready to rock, though. This is it. No, I'm actually kidding. There's another substitute taking place. Only kidding. Chance?
I don't know what to believe anymore. At this point, I had my headset off, so I've been given no intel, but I expect just a little bit of extra time for Sport to get the settings nice and correct. There's 10,000 of them that you have to tweak just to get ready for the match, but got the hand glue out, getting ready to go. Fist bump shortly going to be out and about. The Vegas Legion already dropped the map to a coach. They're a little bit scared on this bounce back. Going to Mercado, and again, last time these two teams played, about a 10-point game, so LAG absolutely can bring the fight.
Here we go. Dude, what a series. Spart's back in the roster. RKB won a control. This is Clay's 90th series, the 90th like tournament. He'll never forget this one.
Call of Duty is so strange.
Call of Duty is crazy, man. All right, here we go. Mercado Las Almas on the way. We're loading in. And this crowd, they've gone back and forth. Hard points now on the way. Match points still for Vegas. There's LAG now with a bit of a straighter shooter. Oh, there we go, baby. That report card is absolutely shining. Here we go, another hard point.
Over there with a 4.0 GPA and probably about a 1.0 KD as well. But already kicking things off on Mercado. The opening break, opening salvo taking place, and looks like Temp might have, left off where he started on that embassy. Nice couple kills. Vegas nice and stable, trying to lock down this P1 top.
For those wondering, he did start that series. Whoops, very, very strong indeed. Hard point now currently in the hands of Vegas Legion, trying to find bit more time here on the opener here in Mercado. P2 spawns all good now for Vegas as well. Let's see if they keep this going.
This is clean so far. A lot of time being collected. 20 seconds of scrap left to go, and Vegas have completely secured the bottom side of the map for that rotation. Real picking up the two-piece as well, just to slow everybody else down. And how to be smart in the middle of the map. Last man standing, and as he falls, Vegas, again, exactly like the embassy, complete control right from the jump, massively outslaying their opponent.
Exceed, he had a fantastic run in the control, now trying to keep going with the hard point. Good breaks right now, able to get towards the point. TJ's up next though, 4-0 for him. Clay up top, cleans house, no problem, Vegas in control.
And you have Hedge is going to be covered as well. TJ Halley, a couple different guns for the job. Maybe wants to get a little bit closer, but forced to collect the time. But this is all guns up. This is the stack over towards Hedges. And this is just the full fight right now to the front. Vegas, though, looks like they're going to win it nearly all. Exceed, last man standing, trying to be annoying, but he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Tyrell still finding that time. Wonderful hold here from Vegas Legion on the P2. 30 seconds still remain. You're going to see one more hit out of LAG. Can they get rolling? Assault at main AR. 0-5 currently. As soon as he pops, though, surely he won't stop. Tej making moves, looking towards New, and I don't think we're going to see it. That's 30 seconds given up.
That is a brutal amount of time. Nearly perfect P2. Tyrell gets to be the hill collector, and now for LAG, these spawns are not going to look good for him. You see on the bottom right corner of the map, you got a 3 versus 2 for Vegas on the hill. And I think maybe Clayster wants to be the cutoff man, trying to get one more white before he jump on the top.
Brian, time's up though. Spark with the chow, reads it, takes care of Clay. He finds 2 before they're at the end of that run. Temp though, smooth moves upstairs. Can he get more? He can. Good work out of Temp. That's going to be a fire spree. That's the break.
That is beautiful work, and that is beautiful timing on the jump, just to be nice and slow on the rotation. And Assault's getting caught off as well. Temp is the bread and butter. Gonna be able to play for the kills. That is 7 in a row in a perfect rotation coming out of Vegas Legion. I think very happy to not be on aBeZy.
Yeah, right. I mean, that respawn has been so solid. Jiminy crickets though, Jodeci. Right through mid, hops his way into the feed. Huke now trying to back on up, not let these players get too close. Now here comes the Snake Fest on the inside of the point. Wonderful work once again out of LAG. The break is clean. They are in. It's 20s theirs.
And again, though, Vegas trying to keep things contained. You got TJ off spawn, or maybe just picked up the task, but trying to keep him out for the rotation. Clayster there to be the cutoff man as well, and that is a very distant push they have on the new Barbershop Hill. Vegas very clean on this rotation. Almost the picturesque setup that you want to be able to get. My rank play teammates could never.
Wow, he did it again. 31 leading now with 100 point for Vegas Legion. Can they get towards that point? The Barbershop's up. Lovely tags out of Spark. Beautiful shots. trying to catch out anyone else. Thieves, she's up next. Here comes Joe Thieves. Some machine guns going in, so is that nade. Might get friendly in there. It doesn't. None of them work out. A spot again. Clay's up next. LAG, they sweep across. There's only one to go. That's it. Clean breaks. Once again, they're in.
Hey, a little bit of fight from LAG. Took a long time to orchestrate, but getting back in the mix, and now the final 30 seconds to fight for. Not safe for Vegas. You already see quite a few of those players. They're just playing for that rotation, so the battle for scrap, the battle for rotation, firmly in. The question is, how well do you check your corners? Exceed a little bit too quick for his own good. TJ there for the cutoff, but still 15 seconds to go. Girls have a little bit of time to work with before they got to go over back towards 10.
Once again, it is 10. 13 and 4. He has been the man in these hard point maps. Tyrell can't get any more out of that life. As now we go over towards our new point. Hard point spawns up. In we now go. Will you get the breaks here towards that tin courtyard? This is another tough hard point again to Tyrell. Damn, takes care of business. Spartan not able to get the job done. Vegas once again inside. Can Joe Thieves get the break alone?
Got the dead silence pop, but unfortunately he is completely by himself, and this is absolutely being watched, and the stun grenade there to take him down. So Vegas too clean. They've been broken once, but otherwise they've been nearly perfect on Mercado, and you got LAG trying to dive, trying to do any sort of last-ditch effort attempt towards the point, but Clayster, easy work for him, knows where the pressure is going to be coming from. Clean wipe out of Vegas as they continue just to run the score up.
Running it indeed. Play 11 and 7. 14 and 4 out of 10, 15 and 5 out of TJ. The slaying department out of control right now for Vegas. They are all in on the kills.
Yeah, I think hardpoint maybe a little bit different than the Outbacker where you can just lock it down on D, but now you have LAG, first really big opportunity in the game to lock down a substantial amount of time. And 3 players on the break for Vegas. They're all coming through the back alley, but this is just going to be trade central. Assault, he's posted up, ready to go.
They get both. The shots are in, he does indeed. Lovely work there from Assault. Here comes number 3. This is going to be his 5th kill in a row as well. Look at the streaks if he can get it. He's just now trying to make the hit, and that is a clean 6 in a row from Assault.
That's the cruise missile as well, and honestly, the opportunity for LAG maybe to try to take control of the game. More shoulders being thrown, and Clayster, well, he can jump up too. Exceed down low, though, gets at least 1 trade, but the opening break is there for Vegas, at least to try to work through the alley, but they're getting chopped down along the way. Clean hold so far for the Guerrillas.
Not able to take her Clay. Seed, been caught out again. Great time, though, from the Guerrillas. 15 seconds remaining here as Los Angeles have clawed their way back into this hard point. Joe Thieves soaking now. Over a minute of time to his name. Looking at the rotation as well, it mostly is Vegas. Joe Thieves, whoa! Guess them both. Rotation's down, Vegas is there.
And you got to be worried about the spawns for Vegas as well. Well, good news for them. Both of them spawn up right towards where that new hill is going to be. So Los Angeles Guerrillas, this is the big moment of the game.
Oh my.
Make the break, but here's the cruise missile to help them out.
And this is that wonderful signs of life there out of LAG. Better late than never. They're right back into this one. It's anyone's hard point. Good work there. 2 dead. You're on the point. Here comes the contest. Anyone there? TJ can't get anywhere out of the life. Joe Thieves absolutely flying. It's a force brief for him. Here comes the counter attack. Vegas trying to get back in the point.
I mean, they're chaining these hills together. And now you got Joe Thieves, the opportunity to get that cruise, running around doing everything he can. The only thing he doesn't have is the help with the trophy. And if you don't have a trophy, this is going to hurt. And right on top of Spartan, a little trophy off to the side, not good enough. And I think Vegas able to stabilize in that moment. TJ for 2, you get the final 20 seconds to scrap and maybe kill a little bit of that life LAG we're trying to get.
Still trying to kill that life. Joe Thieves, damn, aBeZy, none of it. Gunning on point, Spark backing him up as well. Final few moments here of our final point here on the map, P7, as we now go back towards the middle. Here comes the second set.
And already just a dance around hedges, the battle for the bottom side of the map. LAG collecting the time for the moment. You see the Vegas players are scattered. That is literally a perfect quadrant around the map. Good luck trying to read those spawns, and you see taking use of the gifted paint all over the place. And near 4-man wipe there for Vegas, and any bit of time you get at this point, the better. Already have a sizable lead.
Here comes Assault. Throw at the point for a moment. Can you get anyone out of it? Yeah, you can. Joe Thieves is absolutely cooking so far. Does not want to leave the tournament like this. We are over 200 points now for Vegas. Clayster takes care of Assault on the approach towards the new hard point. That's a huge one from Joe Thieves to stay alive. Can he keep position here? This is a massive moment as Vegas may get the break.
Well, this is what, 2 LAG players trying to contain this push over towards P1. Start is dancing, doing 360s, but the trades come through from Vegas. They get those close spawns. Everybody ready to go for this P2 hill, and Well, this is a hill where Vegas can end the game and the series right here, right now. LAG, you need the best break. It's all going through the back alley.
Back alley here is Too Real. He's up close and personal. 3, 2, 1, go. Damn, takes care of Too Real. Straight on to the next player. Clay cut down as well. 2 down, 2 to go. Pinchy's now on, flying to the point. TJ brought down, and that's the break, LAG.
Hey, exactly when they needed it, they were able to get it. And now with number 2 spawning out, they know that the pinch is going to be set up. So Too Real playing cutoffs. His teammates trying to work through the back alley, and it looks like Vegas winning most of these gunfights. But as they're trying to push through, LAG trying to desperately hold on. You still have control at this point.
Still holding it. Temp's trying to not let anyone else get in here. And he might also look towards New. Tagged up, taken care of. More time. Over to Clay. That's Nev in hand. Here's the Chow, not able to get it. Thieves again with the big kills, 19 and 14 on a 5.
And look at the standoff. You already exceed. He's been posted up into this rotation. He's up popping it. Too Real hasn't read it just yet. The pressure's on him. LAG in position. Oof. And they're getting a couple of these trades. If you still get the man up top, there's Hope. Temp though takes him down in 10 for 2. Then the menace in the kill feed for his team. And that might be the moment for Vegas to try to seal the deal ever with LAG. So far away.
Last chance now, LAG. The clock's ticking. You have to get in towards the point. 2 players left alive. TJ's cutting out from the outside. TJ holding it down. He wins the fight. That could be game. Who's left? It's Thieves, the hero for the squad, trying to make the late break alone. He has to take care of one on point and Temp upstairs. No more lives, no more chances. You're running out of time. And they're in there for a moment. Chance, it's not over yet. Temp, he can win it right now for the boys.
Still up top, just trying to be annoying, waiting for the reinforcements to come through. Temp knows he can take his time, knows there's going to be attention on him, and his teammates in, gets to drop down from the heavens above and take them all down. Vegas, they're going to get it done.
That's it. Vegas have done it. They have stayed alive in a crazy series. The 3-1, the final score. It's a sigh of relief from Priestahh. It was a hard-fought battle and a well-deserved win. And for LAG, it is truly heartbreak, a surreal and tragic situation to find themselves in. They will be our first team eliminated here at Major 3, and it is condolences and commiserations for them. They can't be too disappointed. It's a strange spot to be in, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. We'll see them again at Major 4.
It truly is difficult as it gets. Not even a last-minute substitution, literally a post-map 1 substitution. So as unfortunate as it could get for LAG, but they made it entertaining. They got a map win, threw up a good fight. Marky B and Spart, I mean, you know, showed a little something on the main stage.
Doing the best they can, trying to help out Asties. And you see, I mean, not just the in-game, but the reaction from the crowd, the reaction from the fans online. I mean, the CDL, it's a family, and everyone's wishing Alec, you know, the best of, well, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but hoping everything's okay and nothing but love from everyone here. And what a strange series, man. I mean, I don't think we'll see one like that for a while. Truly, full of absolute madness there. But there's the series score, 3-1 in the end. And LAG, if not for that 3-1 in the control, would have been a very, very different series indeed.
And I'm very much looking forward to seeing this matchup again as the year goes on, because obviously LAG, we thought it was going to be a setup for revenge for Las Vegas, but in a moment like that, it does not count for them. So they're happy for the match win, happy for their tournament life to continue, but I can't wait for that next square up.
We'll see what happens in the next square up. Building these fun rivalries this year in the CDO. MW2's been a fun one for sure. We promised it would be fun at the start of the year. Hasn't disappointed just yet, but that's it. We say goodbye to LAG, and Vegas move further into the tournament. We'll see who they play later on. But here we go. I do believe we're almost ready to rock on stage. We have an interview at the ready. Lando, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles. Yes, indeed, I am here with Clayster from the Las Vegas Legion, buddy. I'll be honest, man, that series felt like a movie. As time went on, did you guys start to feel more like the villain in that scenario?
Oh, 100%. I mean, that was probably the longest 4-map series I've ever played. First and foremost, I don't know what happened with Alec. RC's, I hope he's okay. I hope everything's all right with him and whatnot. It kind of stinks. It kind of stinks. They played with 3 different teammates that series. Marky B beat me on a map in 2023. And honestly, Marky B's the GOAT, man. It was good to battle against him again, but we had hope the whole time.
Absolutely. We could be having Marky maybe joining us here in a few moments. Regardless of that, though, I mean, like, what's kind of going on in your mind as a player when you're constantly seeing, obviously, Arsties go to the back of the stage, you got Marky coming in, then we've got Spart showing up on the stage. How do you adapt to that as a player?
It's pretty difficult. I mean, they originally told us Neptune was subbing in, and then they're like, no, Marky B is subbing in, and then like, no, Spart's subbing in. So we're trying to like readjust our break-offs, our play style over and over, and eventually we're like, it doesn't matter who's over there, let's just play our game.
Absolutely. Well, one thing that we talked about, the desk was touching on it, the casters were talking about it, it's your 90th tournament. Like, to put that in perspective, 90th LAN tournament, absurd stuff. What will make this one memorable for you?
What would make it memorable? I mean, the easy answer is a first, right? But honestly, I just want to see a good team effort from us this weekend. We've been putting in a lot of time and work, and a lot of people keep counting us out. I don't want to say champs is chalk just yet. You know, I want some points. I want to make a little run, and honestly, I'll just be happy with a little run.
Absolutely, man. Well, I want to ask you, right, what does the rest of the day look like for you guys? Because after a match like that, I imagine it's a little bit difficult to go back, watch the VOD, really kind of go over a bunch of stuff. Maybe the Fortress Control, I'll be honest. But other than that, how do you prepare for what is the unbeknownst series in between Thieves and Minnesota?
Yeah, we got the classic first and last match schedule, which is, I still don't know why they do it. There's an opportunity for us to play like third match and stuff, but it's absolutely ridiculous. We're going to have to wait probably 7 hours. So honestly, we're probably going to go back to the hotel, chill for a little bit, regain, chill for a while, and then come back and win our match tonight against Thieves or Røkkr.
Absolutely, man. Well, we're kind of doing this on the fly. Now, I don't know about you guys out there. I was told that Marky B was supposed to be coming up on the stage. Do we have any confirmation on that, production? Is Marky B coming? Can we get some chants for Marky B? There he is. There he is. Mark, you became a legend today, brother. If you weren't already one, this crowd was absolutely behind you. How did you feel getting the call?
Honestly, I felt really bad for Alex's situation. Obviously, I wasn't anticipating coming in today, but I mean, it was fun. At the end of the day, like, we lost, so I'm disappointed. We come in here to obviously try and secure like a top 6 placement at the very minimum. We're trying to get into those champ spots, but I came in and I done what I could, but unfortunately that S&D was really slow because I came in looking a little bit stiff, but at the end of the day, you know, we won a map. We'll take that.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, you turned up in the Fortress Control. Like, you guys managed to win an offensive Fortress. You guys won 3-1. Is there a chance this could be a career reinvigoration, possibly?
I don't think so. Unfortunately not. Honestly, like, it was fun to play with the guys and all that, but I don't think I'm going to be coming back to play anytime soon. But appreciate all the support. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, Mark, before I let you go, final thoughts, I guess, kind of on this weekend for you guys, things you want to work on moving into Major 4.
Yeah, I mean, the Seattle series for us was really tough. I think that we had opportunities to win that game 5 and obviously push ourselves into that top 6 and continue on the bracket. And then coming in today, we had to, unfortunately, obviously sub Alec out. But for us, I mean, we just got to keep going, keep believing that we can qualify for champs.
Absolutely. Well, folks, this has been a very interesting, fun series to kick off the day here at day number 2 of the Texas Major. Clay, Vegas, they take it away, but boy, was it a fun one with Marky B and the LA Guerrillas. Desk, take it away, guys.
Hey, appreciate you, Landon. Good to hear from Marky B. You know, I used to cast over way back in the day. What a blast from the past, and I don't think he disappointed whatsoever. Spart also filling in, too, right after Marky B for that map number 4. One of the closest hard points we've actually seen from them this weekend. Overall, great performance, I think, for LAG, given the circumstances.
I mean, just a wonderful series, especially Marky B coming in. I mean, he has more map wins in this tournament than OpTic does.
Oh!
So, like, that is a W for my guy, Marky B.
You know where we're at, right? You can't be saying stuff like that.
It's just a good talking point going forward. But yeah, I mean, for LAG, that's super tough. I mean, I hope Alex okay, honestly.
Yeah, that's right.
I would have loved to see him come in there and try to make a run, especially versus Vegas. But either way, hopefully he bounces back strong, and Vegas got a tournament.
That's right. They got a tournament. They're moving forward. Obviously, they have that late matchup. Clayster was very passionate about that one, but it is what it is. You just got to compete. We got some highlights. Let's take a look at them because there were a lot of highlight moments. Talking about Legion, though, Ali Tip had a standout map number 1. He goes 31-15, and the ARs, and in general, Legion was looking locked in.
I mean, yeah, they looked incredible on that opening map number 1. They were just ahead of the curve, I feel like, the entire time against the LA Guerrillas. And then, of course, we move into that map number 2. I mean, I have it written in my notes, poor Marky B. They were just throwing him over to the B site and saying good luck with that. And the one time he doesn't go, it's a full push from the Vegas Legion. But, you know, I'd like to say maybe it's the Legion's S&D looking as on par as it did earlier, but again, it's not a good sample size to pull that away from. But shout out to that Fortress Control. That was hype.
Yeah, I think the only thing for me that I'm taking away from this series from Vegas Legion has to be Temp's performance in hardpoint, man. He had like a 2.0 KD with that AR in hand. He was doing it with the Baznet when it was needed as well. Donnie Temp was making it rain when it came down to whatever weapon he was running today. So if he's going to stay in that form, you're definitely going to need it in that matchup, either versus LA Thieves or Minnesota. He has to be like that again.
But to that point, I was a little bit worried in that map number 4 because it was a 40-point game. And
right.
Vegas was out slaying them. It was Temp and TJ that were just popping off. So a little worrisome moving forward for the Vegas Legion, having those early rotations, those early rolls, and it still being a 40-point game against the LA Guerrillas.
That's right. They got to be locked in, especially for their next matchup, depending on who they play. Maybe it's going to be LA Thieves. Not going to be an easy one. But let's get through our scuff play of the game, and this one's a special one. Let's talk about Marky B, who actually earns it himself. I think that is a job well done.
Absolutely. I mean, Alec goes down, man. Like I said, I hope he can bounce back. Marky B comes in, and listen, man, it ain't easy. Like, you got to come in. He didn't get much time to warm up, but once we got into that Fortress Control, my man was doing his job, picking up the first blood when it comes to the offense, which is massive. Staying alive, he was one off of a cruise. A hell of a game out of him, man. And then also, like, you know, talking about control, like, Fortress is a tough map, man. Right. And honestly, like, we're talking about how, like, yeah, you know, Vegas, they come in, they get the job done, but that's 5 straight control losses, and now you done lost to a coach when it comes to control, right? So there's some trouble in that game mode for Vegas. They got to figure it out. It ain't no excuse.
I think they'll be all right. They definitely got to come back. You know, like you said, Clayton's going to lock it in. They're going to go and take a little bit of a break. Well, hey, check it out. We got a lot of things to offer you here at the CDL. First off, we have those Upper Deck starter packs, 21 or 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. You can collect your favorite teams and players on upperdeckbpack.com or scan the QR code on the screen. And for all those gamers out there who love to have the best bundles, we also have the Shinobi bundle. Channel your inner ninja with the Shinobi Tracer pack. You'll get 2 Tracer blueprints tuned for speed and stealth, and the Shadowy Operator skin, which, hey, you can be blended in if you get that skin. I'm telling you right now. So make sure you pick that one up. But we had a lot of great or at least we had one great series. I know we have a lot more still to get through, and also a lot of watch parties that are pretty fantastic. But hey, more series to get through. We got an action-packed day. Coming up next, it's going to be LA Thieves versus Minnesota Røkkr. Don't go anywhere.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major number 3, the OpTic Texas Major live at Esports Stadium, Arlington. You see that line, man. It hasn't died down. That just means everybody's pumped up to be here. Checking out all the cool merch, and it is cool. Hoping to get my hands on some of it a little bit later once I get a bit of a break. We're going in to our second series of the day. We got LA Thieves versus Minnesota Røkkr. This time around, we got Chance coming off the cast. Well done. A pretty interesting one, to say the least. Now we're going into another great series.
Yeah, I mean, no, a little bit disappointing for LAG, obviously, but I think a lot of events like live and die by the crowd, and the crowd made that incredibly fun the entire time for the series. So I'm very appreciative of that, since I had to cast it, and I think they've set themselves up for a great day.
That's right. Well, great to have you on the desk this time around. Get to hear your insight. Ali, Nameless as well. Nameless, let's get into it. We got LA Thieves making a return, but this time around from winners into the elimination bracket. So it's do or die. Same situation for Major 2.
Yeah, same situation for Major 2, right? They got a pretty solid team, I guess, if you look at the last Major that they're going up against. But, you know, as of late, Minnesota has just been pretty terrible. So for LA Thieves, it's like bounce back from the loss to the Atlanta FaZe. Drazah had a tough series. This is a good one where he could take over, have himself a map, and get that confidence back. And like we said, player to watch, it's going to be Drazah. I hope he can pop off in this one, because they sure do need it.
Drazah, Ali, what can we expect from him?
I mean, this is a player that once he's going, he's one of those players that like it's very difficult to shut him down. He's very cocky as well, right? A very outspoken player, maybe a little bit of an older Scrappy vibes, and he will stand up on the other side of that stage. So I think LA Thieves, this will be a really good confidence match for them right now, going up against the Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, we have to talk about it. They're 0-5 right now when it comes to Major 3 qualifiers. They don't look like they did at the beginning of the season against an LA Thieves team who typically gets better on LAN, is a championship caliber team across the board, and they need this first W to try and replicate that run that they made at Major 2.
Confidence boost, that's what they need. Yesterday they played against FaZe. They were 3-0'd in a pretty dominant fashion. That was one of the matches I thought to close out the day. I thought it was going game 5. We didn't get anything close to that. Granted, the hard point was close. Search, control, absolutely not at all. So this time around for Minnesota Røkkr, will they be able to put up a decent fight, kind of like FaZe? Then we'll find out. Minnesota Røkkr, though, Chance, they've definitely had their struggles. They're 5-0 coming into the Major and already in the Elam bracket.
This is the team that I think the only thing I'd be saying to like my teammates or the coaching staff is like, hey man, it was just online. Like, we're back in our environment.
Yeah, all right.
We had so much. Look, they had the success in stage 2. It was on LAN. These guys come out and get top 4. You had the SMGs that looked incredible. And I'm just saying, you need to have that sort of conversation to build confidence, because the 0-5 is obviously completely demoralizing.
Yeah, the thing when I look at this team, I'm like, they have to be fundamentally sound in the respawn, strategically on another level in these matches in Search and Destroy, and they haven't been. They were living and dying off the performance of Bance and Afro at the last Major, and our player to watch this series is Bance. Like, he was the hero for them the entire time. He's a playmaker. He's a very cerebral player, and he can do it, but it's a tall task. We've never really seen Bance have like a season that he was just playing on another level individually, right? So I'm just not sure if he could do it again.
Well, you don't need to be a star-studded player when you're with a star-studded lineup. You just need to basically fill in the role that you have. And I think for Bance, this is the Major to do it. I hope so. Look, 0-5, everybody's already counting you out. So that takes the pressure off, okay? At this point, you just come in, you play your game, and maybe do a better job. You know, I'm an attached fan, all right? I always have been. We go way back in the day going to those local lands, so I wish them the best success. I think they'll be okay. But let's dive a little bit deeper. Maps and modes, okay? Let's take a look at our maps. Ali, I'm going to have you hit this first.
I mean, already we're hitting back into a HyDra hard point that when these two teams matched up last, that was the opening hard point in that series. LA Thieves take it 250 to 205. So, I mean, they were able to keep it close, but it's the same first opening matches. LA Thieves win that 6-3 at S&D Hotel. That's going to be our map number 2, and Hotel Control once again. LA Thieves won that in a 3-1 fashion. I think for Minnesota, maps don't really even matter at this point. It's just one of those things where, like, they're last in every category right now in Search and Destroy.
Right.
All of their KDs are under a 1-0 overall. Like, they just had a seriously bad stage, and I'm just hoping maybe it was just online, maybe it was just a bad month, and hopefully they can get back to the way they were at Major 2.
Hope so, and it was also to the point you're watching them and they would win a round and it looked like they were just relieved to finally get a W. But you know what, like I said, you got nothing to lose. Let's get into our predictions where we have everything to lose. This time around, I'm going LA Thieves. I went with them yesterday. I'm confident they're going to get this one and cruise their way through Elam bracket. Chance, what about you?
At no surprise here, picking LA Thieves.
There you go. Alec?
Yeah, no surprise here. They're LA Thieves. You know, I don't want to be all negative on Minnesota Røkkr, but the numbers speak for themselves.
Okay, nameless. I mean, Minnesota Røkkr have been terrible. This might be a 30-minute series. I just have to be honest. I think LA Thieves take it pretty easy.
Nameless, always honest as always. You love to see that. Hey, Maven, let's get this series going.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? I wore my sexy shirt, if you can't tell. We've got an amazing match ahead of us. We've got Thieves, we've got Røkkr. Let's get right into it. First team we're gonna take a look at, Minnesota Røkkr.
How will I know?
Minnesota Røkkr take the stage. We've got Bance, Afro, Attach, and Cammy.
They've been telling us a story all season with their intros, and no better storyline than the one of being the team on the back end 0-5 during Major 3 qualifiers to come out here swinging against the LA Thieves. The Minnesota Røkkr, we've seen them do it once. Let's see if they can do it again. Let's bring out the other team, Clint.
Well, Thieves looking to bounce back from getting absolutely bopped yesterday. It was a fast 3-0. They're looking to rebound here on land. Let's take a look at the Los Angeles Thieves.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
And Dylan Adams has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Boy, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the breath. I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Huke runs into trouble. Oh my God. Kenny on the flank, Kenny on the flank, Kenny!
And let's meet your Los Angeles Thieves. Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane.
Name a better duo. These guys faced off against the Minnesota Røkkr exactly 6 days ago. On these same 3 maps, they hit them with the hot 3-0. They're looking to start their losers bracket run with the same win. Let's start this match.
Here we go. It's time to get it started. A big battle here on the main stage. Let's get it back to the casters. Over to Tunney and Bryce.
All right, thank you very much, Maven. Yes, we are ready for this game. And realistically, coming into this one, it is not a pretty picture for either team.
It's really not. Look, for the side of Thieves, you lose to a really good FaZe side, but you do get smoked. Clinton is right, they got bopped. But for the Minnesota Røkkr, it has been that way the entire stage. Everybody has been smoking them after what was a pretty good performance in Boston, but they haven't won a game since we were in Boston, somehow, some way. When you look at this roster, you would expect them to be able to bring something different when it does come down to land, and that has to be their only hope.
Yeah, it's kind of a confusing one, realistically.
Yeah,
obviously, Thieves yesterday kind of got destroyed by FaZe. But coming into this tournament, they were one of the favorites. They have looked pretty good. Was that just a blip on the radar? For Røkkr, the numbers alone do not talk well. They are now on a 7-game losing streak. The team that took them out of Major 2 is sitting across from them on the stage. It's one of the worst performances we've seen in a recent CDL history, but Thieves on the other side of it are looking for revenge today. They want to make a statement. Yesterday was embarrassing for them. Today is redemption.
I mean, they've lost 6 maps in a row against them. I mean, it does tell the story. It's a really hard one to sell, to say that Minnesota Røkkr could get anything going here, but
one thing could be said is that they look significantly better on LAN last time around in Boston until they didn't against the LA Thieves. So speaking of Thieves yesterday, okay, look, it wasn't a great performance. Map number 1 was pretty close, though. Then we heard from backstage that, you know, things were maybe a little choked mentally, I want to say. The team were a little bit of a bad place, Kenny controller issues, etc., etc., etc. But those last 2 maps were really not good. I know you're good against FaZe, but you expect a lot more out of the LA Thieves. But looking at the stats overall, looking great in hardpoint, fantastic in control. S&D has been an issue, but overall, very solid all round.
Yeah, I mean, just take what Dash said, for instance. I mean, Nameless comes in, he thinks it's going to be a 30-minute series. Going forward, I don't know. The truth here for both teams is obviously for Thieves, this will be a devastating defeat, right? They were one of the favourites coming in after that performance yesterday against Atlanta FaZe. I have to take it with a pinch of salt, simply because it's Atlanta FaZe. And they are really, really good here at the moment. But LA Thieves, in my mind, are a better team than what we have seen so far at the major. The hardpoint was close, the S&D was FaZe, the control shouldn't have gone the way it did.
And on the other hand, you would say that Minnesota Røkkr are a significantly better team than what the results are showing. But of course, you know, the facts speak for themselves. This is the last time that these guys did play up against each other on the online stage. Envoy dropped a 2.52 in the hardpoint and 2 in the Surge as well in week 3 of the online stage, a 3-0. But look at that, hardpoint relatively close. Search and destroy, 6-3, comfortable, you would say. Control, nice and easy for Thieves. It's not a game they look back at and think stressful by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not an easy game, although it is 3-0.
It's weird, I'm trying to sit here and give you all the context for it, but realistically, Røkkr are in a dark place, and a lot of people have been asking what happens after this tournament if this goes the way we think it's going to go. It's possibly the worst draw from them from that winners bracket down in the losers, but hey, they put themselves in this position, 0-5 in the qualifiers. The benefit is, as it always is in Call of Duty, is that when we come to a major, all past sins are forgiven. You can find glory here on the day, you can take a win, and both teams won it. Both teams need it. Let's find out who has it in them. We go on a HyDra hardpoint.
And I mean, those stats kind of tell the story. We do have a drop, unfortunately. We'll be loading back into the game. Sorry to everybody in the venue and at home, but a 1-5 record for Minnesota, 5-3 from Thieves. And one thing I want to speak about specifically on this one, we talk about Thieves and how well they play hardpoint in general. Their breaking is really, though, where they find a lot of their success. But when it comes down to HyDra, we know how influential rotations are and how hard breaks are to find. The worst team in the world at rotating on this map is the LA Thieves. So if you are Minnesota on this map specifically, you want to be making sure you find those early rotations and try and keep it tight. That's what you have to do. But still, for Thieves, the breaking percentages are there. They're very well up there as well, sitting at 3rd overall in the CDL.
So now, these two teams, they go head-to-head though. We'll have an awful lot to contend with. They have played each other before. Bear in mind, this was losers finals last major. Thieves took that. Let's see if there is a revenge though. This is the matchup we're going to highlight for you. Cammy versus Drazah. Cammy actually having a little bit of a better stage, but Røkkr having a much worse one.
Yeah, and I think a big catalyst for when they were playing well in Boston was the SMG duo of Bance and Afro, whereas Cammy has now stepped things up just a little bit. Is that because Bance and Afro have fallen off a little bit from the competition that they had been showing up, whereas Cammy really stepped things up to a decent level? That's some good stats. It's what you kind of want to see from those AR players in these two teams, of course. Relatively average hill time. Decent numbers being put up. But I will say one thing, Drazah did not have a good series yesterday. I think he dropped 28 kills across all 3 maps. He will want to answer back here as quickly as he can.
This map feels a bit weird. It's weird. The entire setup for this is weird. Røkkr,
I mean, this
great just a month ago.
As you said, this was a losers final. This could be a huge game. But we're finding ourselves here in losers round 1.
So for many of you watching at home, this game is about to get underway. And I'm wondering what the community is thinking. Our desk are all saying Røkkr don't have a hope. But I choose to believe in magic. I choose to believe in the fairy tale that this will be a competitive game at the very least. Elimination is on the cards here at Major 3. Top 12. It's what beckons one team into the abyss. But only one will fall and another will rise. It is time for Minnesota Røkkr and the LA Thieves to go to work on HyDra hardpoint.
I just hope it's better than our last series. To be honest with you, it was pretty much just smoking from FaZe. Thieves were involved. Are they going to be involved on the other side of things? It will be Atlanta FaZe, who beat Thieves, of course, but Thieves are the ones starting on the better side, heading into P2. Octane will be looking to lock down that dome as much as he can. Minnesota Røkkr, you need to find a route through, try and find a break somehow.
Cammy finding two at the same time. You can already see the positioning for both of these two teams on the minimap. It is about a little bit of a fight here at P1, but also the fight going through as Afro finds two from the water. And Røkkr have found the flip.
Yeah, there's the flip. Good start. Minnesota Røkkr now going to soak up some time, push them back towards Tin as best as you can. Afro on the point is something that's very difficult to deal with for any teams in the CDL. But for your LA Thieves here, you've got to be looking to try and find that break back. Drazah already in the middle of the map. He's going to be wanting to concentrate on. Afro soaking up some time. They will get taken down. Drazah does find a kill on the flip here. Does that actually spawn the side of Røkkr out? No, still here, but it is going to be a split. Kills are needed.
Bance trying to play his life here as well. LA Thieves though pushing the tempo. They've already got players in the dome and moving through into P2. It's going to be a fight. The trades will matter around this P2. Both teams waiting for it to kick off as well. Drazah does find the first here. Røkkr are hedging their bets.
And they're waiting for the rest of the team to try and find a way through, but they haven't been able to do so. So the boys at the back are going to have to get the job done. Kenny is there to find one. Here comes the flank. Bance will get shut down. And it's the kills on transition as the hill is just popping to P2. That hurts Røkkr so much there. They go for another look. Afro trying to swim his way out of trouble. The shots in from Attach are not going to find anything here. 30 seconds to go on P2. Looking like it's all going to go over towards the side of Thieves.
Yeah, there's nothing much here for Røkkr after that. It didn't work out for them, and Thieves will quite happily just get this one done. The rotation to P3 is what's the matter. Already you can see Røkkr putting a little bit more pressure on the map. They do not want to allow Thieves an easy progression over to that next hill.
Have to be careful of the spawns towards the back when they do find those kills. That should be a spawn towards the back of P2 for the Thieves player. It is. Envoy now going on a swim to try and find a break, but it's a really nice break from Thieves. Of course, they found the kills on the transition over towards P2, pick up nearly every single second, and Envoy putting the pressure on over towards P3. Thieves in a good spot to find the break.
And they are just bullying their way through it as well. Cammy managed to take down Envoy before he can do any more damage. But Minnesota Røkkr, they got the spawn, and now they are being forced back into it. They have to find a way into this hill that they rotated for. Attach and Bance will combine eventually. LA Thieves will have to start again.
Good hold. On the side of Minnesota, no spawns towards the back, nothing getting too freaky back there at all. Good stuff from Minnesota, nice hold so far to get themselves back into the game. Kenny will find two though over towards the backside. The pitch starting to come through, Bance will deal with him. It's looking like the scrap time, probably going to go over towards the side of Røkkr, and Octane has got something to say about that, make it 3, not quite. Cammy and Afro walking away weak, but walking away with the scrap time. Importantly, rotation there for the side of Thieves. They struggle with this typically, but they're here now over towards P4.
And while Thieves won't be that far ahead, this rotation will matter. You can already see the players from Røkkr trying to find their way forward, hoping to get a gap in the defense. I think it's going to be Afro, who may be their key player. Already finds the first here. They're now looking for him. He's trying to stay alive. He's just aquatic. He's underground. They're fighting. They're fishing. They're not going to get it entirely. Afro will get one, but it's still not going to be enough. Minnesota Røkkr are not making the kills on the minimap that they need.
They haven't been able to get over in time, but now the kills start to flow through. For the side of Thieves, they will still continue to spawn at the back. Bance could be the important one, but he gets taken down. It's going to be Cammy through the front door alongside of Attach. The kills are traded. Well, works up for Thieves, who are spawning here. Kenny momentarily left all alone, but the rest of the team, the reinforcements, are very much en route. 25 seconds left to go. And it really has been. As soon as a team has got a hold of a hill, for the most part, they have locked in nearly every single second, but it's a late break coming in from Røkkr. Rotation, not too bad for them either. Big gunfight win by Cammy, though, as we head over towards the next hill.
And now this is where it gets a little bit tense. Cammy knows they're coming for him as well. Holds it.
Good hold.
Managed to find that first kill as well. He knows more players are pouring their way towards his position. Cammy versus Kenny, and Cammy will find another. We've been talking about Cammy in this last stage playing better, but Røkkr not finding the results. Can this happen for them on land?
Oh, and Afro could win that. Cuts off the transition through mid-map, but now with the position that Cammy has brought up, he will be locking down that backside. The spawns are probably going to come in towards the back now, though, as he does go down. Thieves starting to force the issue through the front of the map here. Can they find a breakthrough? Bance and Attach, though, locking it down. It's only Octane towards the back. It's a 4-man wipe for Røkkr. They're going to take the lead for the first time.
Røkkr finally finding form in this game. There's still pressure coming through. A split, a pinch here for LA Thieves. Bance has to shoot every single direction. It's no good. Thieves will take this one back away from them. For Røkkr, it's back to P1 and P2, hoping to lock it down.
Big kill coming in from Attach. Kenny was looking for the flip over towards P2, trying to get some dome control for the side of Thieves. Røkkr will keep a hold of that. Bance setting up with the AR now just to kick things off over towards this hill. You need to lock down this left-hand side of the map. Prime objective for the side of Røkkr. But don't let too much time go over towards Thieves, who have plenty of time to try and break this down. Drazah on the beach will get dealt with. Bance first kill on the board as we head into the second rotation.
And this for Thieves. They do want to contest P1. They are looking to get into P2 as well. You can see on the mini-map here, they're going to wait on their teammates to get it. The rest of the team are looking for P2 as well. Bance already to flex once. There's another player going to be in Ruins looking for him. Octane versus Bance, but that is a huge amount of kills going through for Thieves. Attach is now under pressure from every direction. Falling by Dome as Røkkr will spawn out. That lead they have is fleeting.
And as soon as Octane finds that kill towards the back, it just spells trouble for the side of Røkkr. And they let Bance all alone there, and the rest of them die in P1 at the same time. It's worst case, worst scenario. For the side of Minnesota Røkkr, you can already see Afro trying to find a route through with 13 seconds left to go. Thieves trying to keep Røkkr back over towards the tin side. But keep an eye on Afro. Kills starting to come in through the mid-map for Røkkr as well.
Now, at the moment, LA Thieves are figuring out their spawns, and if
Spawn
anybody
out,
hits towards the back, that's exactly what they now know. Afro is behind. The rest of Røkkr need to find some kills to help him out. He cannot do this by himself. He finds the first, though, will eventually fall to Drazah. Røkkr have got bodies here as well, but Thieves will have the spawn.
Still here now, if you're Røkkr, you've got to be aware which way are they coming from. That's the information gained as Drazah starts firing shots up from the back of the spawn. Attach will take a couple as well. But still, it was Røkkr in control of the point. Envoy finds a way through. Now Attach is going to commit as the spawns towards the back now for Røkkr. This one's a little bit messy, but it's looking like Minnesota coming out on top. 30 seconds left to go here at P2. It's good time on the board.
And they've got a few kills here for Thieves. They're going for this one again. They are not laying down and taking it. Kenny flying in against it. He has to find the player out towards the back. He's getting time himself. Nades coming through at the same time. They will eventually challenge him, but nothing's happening as Thieves are here in numbers. Eventually, Røkkr put bodies in the point, but it has been earned in blood, and Drazah ends up getting in as well. This game is still incredibly tight as we head towards P3.
And the reason that Thieves do that, they start to challenge because they know Røkkr is still going to spawn at the back. They send one player over towards P3, they lock down those spawns, and they keep Røkkr where they are. That's a really good sign now for the side of Thieves to disrupt what Røkkr were doing. And now Røkkr are going to run the gauntlet through the middle of the map. It's a good start from Afro. He will find one. Here comes the push from Røkkr. The game is pretty much even. A good contest so far. Røkkr now going to try and find a break over towards P3.
Well, the pressure is all on Thieves. Let's see how they handle it. For the listening, the LA Thieves.
Top right, watch out, top right, pipes.
Pipes.
Top right.
Hey, I can't tell.
Top right, laying on the plat. Top right, laying on the plat.
Here.
Afro.
Don't get me
Huge time here. Huge time here.
Afro.
I spawned the
Back door. There's two.
Afro. Back door. Guys, good job.
Plat. He's still plat. Top plat. Jump there. Pull the time.
All right.
That's good. Maybe low door.
Came.
Alright, they're playing dude.
I'm going right. Hold
Take
on.
our time, bro. Do something together.
I'm going to go top
I'll
right.
put through front.
I'm going to go top right.
I don't see anything front right now. I think they're playing back. Not the top ruins either that I see.
We're going to be hiding like bridgehead.
Yeah, it was low dome. Low dome left corner.
I got P2.
I cut mid, bro.
One is in P2.
I hit him.
I'm trying to get angles on this count time.
You got it.
I don't think I got it. Nice.
I'll see Nero.
One was P2, boys.
Yo, got it. Where's the time? Got it on you. Short.
He's already through close right.
I cannot do.
Watch out.
Spawn the back.
Run
Trying to play this guy P2.
Top left. Let's watch over here.
Push back. Jump down.
And low left.
Short absolute.
Hey, I spawn up.
Give me got rock. I got one short. One's
outer.
Hey, player kills.
I think.
Yeah, player kills.
I'm saying
Yo, what's this one on you?
Under me. Get scout time. 20 seconds. Yeah, lay down press.
P2.
They should be spawning out. They can go P1 right now. They have time to P1.
That might be
Because
both.
I got time. I'll play near.
Yeah,
I'm
go gas.
Somebody has backup gas, yeah.
I'm top.
That's fine. I threw it over. Hey, I'm trying.
I'm living down. Oh, I'm sorry.
What could be low right?
I have low right.
I'm top right now.
I'm caution only, bro. I have all back guys. I can time.
Well, the comms from Thieves keep them in the game. This has been unbelievable back and forth from these two. I really don't know which way it's going to go towards the end, Ton.
And really good work there from the side of Thieves. They managed to hold on to the spawns when they need to. And then as soon as they spawn out, they try to transition away from them to spawn Røkkr out, which is why we've already seen pretty much 15 seconds uncontested. But the breaks from Røkkr have been so good. Attach and Afro having a game so far. It's a four-man wipe. It's only Drazah towards the back who can find one. And he will keep the pressure in the spawns here from Thieves. Røkkr now about to break 200. 30 seconds left to go here over towards P5.
Kenny got a perfect spawn out as well, and it's going to cost Attach his life. The pitch is coming through. They're trying to hold it down. Bance and Cammy in the hill are currently holding off the Thieves. Only Drazah going to be left. He's wondering where his teammates went. There's a big dive into the water, but Røkkr holds. But it is not the end of this hill that matters. It is P1, it is P2, as it so often is on HyDra, and Thieves are here first.
Stun in the water to check for Afro. He's on a 4 spree. Now, what would a cruise missile do towards the end of this game? He's not far away. looking for a kill to help his team on this transition over towards P1. Oh, you sneaky little fish, Afro. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can. There's number 5. The rest of Røkkr now on the way. We're in limbo just a little bit. As you can see, Cammy looking for the rotation over towards P2. The rest of Røkkr are there as well. Big fights going on this rotation over towards P2, which are going to be won by Thieves. They break 235 left to go on P1, and they're looking at P2 to be theirs as well.
You can still see the fights going down. Røkkr have been rebuffed from P2. They now need to get the time on the P1. They can no longer win it on P1. This will come down to P2 at the very least. Afro trying to find his way forward, but it has been read by Thieves.
Oh, wow.
As they fill the kill feed. The spawns have gone towards the back. Cammy is here. They are into P2, but just the rest of Røkkr are spawning up where they need to. They have got a little bit chaotic. And now Thieves and Røkkr are poised. They are ready for this battle to the end.
Oh, they get them both at the back as well. They overcommit for it. Here come the rest of Røkkr and the transition. It's 3 dead for the side of Thieves. Røkkr find a way somehow, some way. The COD gods on their side. And now, can they lock down Dome? Can they lock down P2 and find a win in match number 1?
Here come the Thieves, attached to the back, trying to hold it down. Octane's already found him. Bance at the front. Drazah's going to be there as well. Octane for reinforcing. Drazah finds another. Bance waiting for Octane. He flies through. Kenny and Envoy. They've got the kills. They've got the spawn out. They can win it onto this one. Røkkr had everything in their hand, but it slipped.
Afro needs to try and find something here, as do the rest of Røkkr. It is slowly but surely slipping out of their hands. Kenny will find the kills in the mid-map of Røkkr. You really have to go now.
And only one hope remains. And down he falls. Cammy has gone. Røkkr are not there. Thieves have broken them once again. And the loss streak for Røkkr continues as Thieves find their first map of the major. And it was hard fought through blood, sweat, tears. But they got going. The P2 break. Røkkr crumbled.
The best breaking team on the game get it done when it matters. It was a close game number 1 against FaZe yesterday. Lightning has not struck twice. LA Thieves will find a map number 1 against the Minnesota Røkkr, and it was a tight one at that as well. And Røkkr, they found a little bit of luck with the spawns towards the back. They get the transition, they find those kills as Thieves are trying to find a flank all the way back over towards those back spawns. As we will have another look in just a second to how that game ended. But you gotta lock it down if you're Røkkr. There was a couple of big opportunities for them to do so. P2 breaks too often for the side of Thieves to find those points.
It certainly was. Well, let's look at our scuff play of the game. It is going to be the ending of this one. The spawns for Røkkr, the wipe for Røkkr.
Perfect.
And Thieves are spawning out. They had to hold them. They lost a little bit of time not getting in the hill straight away, and then they just started losing kills. Only attached Fallon's one towards the back here. The rest of the players basically find nothing.
That's got to be tough, right? Bance is just sitting in the hill, just needs his teammates to find something in there. Because with Afro hitting that mid-cut, can't help towards the back. Attach is left to do anything. And then at this stage, it is running the gauntlet if you're Røkkr. You're in such a difficult spot, but the thing is you can't take your time. You can't set it, you can't just choke it up and go to P3. You have to challenge, you have to try something. And Kenny just holds down the mid-map so well. Because he knows they're going to be floundering, right? They have to be there quickly. He's just picking them up as they find their way around. And Kenny finds 5 to close out the game for the side of the LA Thieves. And what a game number 1 it was. The next 2 maps, or 3, 4, 5, whatever, can be as good as that. We're in for a series, but it will be a map 1 win for the side of LA Thieves. Big clutch-up moment towards the end.
Yeah, and that final hold is going to haunt Røkkr if they found a little bit better trades. If they had kept it chaotic, if they had made everybody go back to respawn a couple more times, they would have had the win here in map number 1. But when Røkkr can't hold, Thieves show them how it's done.
And Thieves, you know, we spoke about it at the top of the game in terms of rotation. Not very good. We've seen them be broken a couple of times themselves, but even when they didn't have those rotations, breaking on this map is so difficult, and yet Thieves still find a way to do so. It is how they typically do play hardpoint. It works out for them on the map where it is hardest to break hills as well. Just got that special formula when they need it on occasion there. Brycian came to town. In that occasion, LA Thieves 1-0 to the good. And for Røkkr, hardpoint is typically their strongest mode. S&D control has been looking pretty slow. And for Thieves to take map number 1, that is a dagger to the side of the Minnesota Røkkr.
It is very, very close, pretty much across the statistics. The outslade wasn't huge. Octane, obviously the star performer, a 1.4 for him, but that game balanced both ways so many times. It was tight the entire time. And just one spawn out, just one perfect break from the Thieves makes a difference.
Something we've come to expect from this side when it does come down to hardpoint, but let's have a look at how things are going to break down over the rest of this series. We may well be having a 3-night stay in hotel. It probably will be 2 based on how Røkkr are being playing, but can they show us something different when it does come down to search and destroy and control? Map number 1 was close. Maps 2 and 3 will be difficult for the team on the left-hand side of the stage in purple. It's a tough ask, isn't it? We were talking. Well, I was tweeting about it before the match. It's the fact that they're in the losers bracket and they get to play the loser of Thieves against FaZe. I mean, it's not a nice position to be in the bracket whatsoever. But they're a team, if you look at them on paper, the caliber of players that we have on this roster for the Minnesota Røkkr should be doing better than this.
The key thing here for me now is for Thieves, we figured they may be the better team in hardpoint. But for Røkkr, after the history they've had, after the losing streak, they have had a 10-game losing streak on S&D. They needed that hardpoint win just for the mental gain. They didn't get it. And while we talk about FaZe on a winning record, Røkkr have taken the other side of the coin. Like something out of Space Jam, all the powers have gone into a basketball and been transferred over to the little monsters.
And if they lose this, it's an all-time CDL record. 11 spree of losses in Search and Destroy. Can they do something here? Well, it's a first blood for Afro. He can be influential for this squad. Typically does put up good numbers when it does come down to Hotel. Has struggled against Thieves. Not struggling here, though. Some decent control for the defensive side. But the bomb's going to the other side. But Cammy says, yeah, well, no problem. I'm in kitchen, I'm cooking, and there's 2.
And Thieves thought they got away with it. They're like, all right, we'll take B control then completely. Cammy finds 2 against them. And Octane, after a donut yesterday, we're looking to do much better here today, but Røkkr get their first round in the S&D.
And Afro putting the pressure on over towards that A side is crucial, but Cammy finding 2 in kitchen, very, very important. And Afro is something I wanted to talk about, and I mentioned it there. Typically on this map, he drops big, big numbers. 1.38 on average in Search and Destroy on Hotel for the man that is Afro. Up against Thieves, though, he's struggling to even push a 0.9. He has very much not been able to bring that form. He typically does so when he's going up against the boys here from LA.
And now it has switched. It will be Røkkr on the attack this time around. Buoyed by their first round win in this S&D. They'll be looking to get it to 2-0. The Thieves are already set up. They are waiting for this push. Octane going to find it. Afro evaporated. Didn't even really see him die.
Absolutely incinerated him. Shout out the headshot multiplier. Bomb going down here for the side of Minnesota Røkkr. Can they back down? Can they get out? Looking that way, so it's going to have to be a retake for Thieves. Bance in a dangerous position. Is he going to be able to get away? The answer is no. 4v2.
The upset attach was able to kill it as well, and now just Cammy left alive. A 1 versus 4 bomb down. But surely there's no way through for him. Gonna find Kenny, finds the first, still alive somehow. Second play comes to Chow. Cammy gets it as well. Oh, and Envoy is there. They do not make the mistake. They do not allow him to get out of it. And LA Thieves will get that one on the board. There was a glimmer of potential in the air.
He gets out of reception. Now you're talking of something that's very, very doable in a 1 versus 4 for Cammy. When you're playing around the bomb like that, you just need to play time. You don't need to wipe all 4 of them out. Finds 2. If he can get away in that situation, it is more than achievable. Good job from Thieves to eventually clean up what got a little bit messy. Works out, though, for the side of Røkkr to get the bomb down, but the number's not quite there. Bance with a lack of, I want to say, support to get him out of that position, and Thieves well-positioned themselves to deal with him. Now, what's the play from here from Røkkr? My goodness, look at this aggression.
Boy, having to get out of it. Kenny, though, with the first blood. Afro will get that back to a 3 versus 3. Envoy again just destroys Afro. And now Røkkr with the numerical disadvantage, trying to figure out how to play it. Drazah already in a great position himself.
Got to hear him, right? If you're on the side of Bance, Drazah backing down, so the information will be gained here for the side of Minnesota Røkkr. You got to hunt him out because Drazah now holding the flank down. Attach is being tagged up as well. Big gunfight going over towards the other side. It will be Drazah to find it. And now 1 versus 3 for Attach.
Yeah, Taj is not close to that bomb site either. That's going to start taking his options away. Not only does he have to check every single corner, they have to get the defuse as well. He's not even going to win the gunfight. It's not even a conversation. LA Thieves 2-1.
Nicely done from Thieves. They soak up the pressure that Røkkr bring in. It was a 4-man hit over towards the middle of the map. Couldn't find what they wanted, then you get kind of stuck, don't you? You've made that conviction play into the mid-map. You made the bold play. It doesn't work out. You get stuck. You don't find the kills. Thieves pick them apart. 2-1 to the good now for the side of the LA Thieves. Røkkr need to bring something different here. We have seen a couple of close rounds. The last two, well, maybe haven't necessarily been too good for the side of Minnesota.
Well, they get another chance. Let's see what they do onto this one. Looking like a similar break for them. Already going through it as well. Octane ready with a sniper. Oh! That player just got their shoulder whisked by. Octane looking for another one. Again, same plan by Røkkr. Get this bomb down. Look for something more. 4v4 still on the cards.
Thieves yet to find any information. Røkkr have got a couple of players in some good positions, but nobody currently watching the mid-map. Here comes the break now for the side of Thieves. Can they manage to find the first kill and then a few more?
They've already known where Bance is going to be. They fly out the challenge as well, but nothing is going their way. The setup from Røkkr just cuts them to bits. They threw a trap down and Thieves ran straight into it. Positioned all around the bomb site. 2-2 now for them. Actually a really clean round from Røkkr.
Oh, super clean. As soon as they get that control of the site, the bomb goes down, you push Bance forward, and he's in that position he wanted to get in that very first round where we've seen Røkkr get themselves into that position. They had the bomb down. He wants to push forward. It's very similar to when we play control, of course. All you guys are ranked player, you'll be hearing us talk about bedroom control. Same applies towards that A bomb site. If that bomb is down, you're the attacking team. Get somebody in there, you can play your life so well. Two-piece, good search and destroy so far. Clean rounds for both two teams, it has to be said.
Attached with the sniper this time around. No information, no views, just been tagged up and trying to stay alive. Drazah will find the first blood. Afro gets it back on the Kenny. A 3v3. The players are all stacked around the site. And Octane's going to take a hit mark and Drazah finds a kill as well. Nothing going for Røkkr. Bance will get it back to 2 vs 2, but runs into Envoy. Attached now looking for him as well. It's chaos in the bedroom. But LA Thieves are on top.
Attached now, what can he get done? Nothing there, the chaotic bedroom play. And now looking up to the side of Røkkr. Crowd, you dirty people, that's disgusting. It's not what he meant.
Well, this all went down to it, and this may have been the part of it.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, it's just clipped. It's just clipped the railing. That's unbelievable. Horrifying for Røkkr. If Octane had been taken out there, it could have been different, but Thieves keep moving forward. That's another round for them.
It's close, though. Very, very close so far. I would say that's felt like the round that could have went either way. The other ones have really been one-sided on either side of the coin. Now for Røkkr, it's a bit of a curveball. You're throwing something different out here, Thieves. Are you ready for it? Oh, that grenade's going to start tag out for a big time. Yeah, big play from Envoy to allow those first couple of bullets. It always feels like Røkkr are on the back foot. It's 4 first bloods to 2 so far for Thieves. They're making them count.
And for Røkkr, it's a readjust. Thieves now hold the cards in this round. Benjamin Bance taking some interesting angles, just waiting to see if a mistake is made, but Thieves still holding.
Good
Will
shots.
get it. It will actually be Cammy that manages to get that kill away from him. Down to a 3 vs 3. A little bit of breathing room.
The transition from Røkkr is already happening. Drazah, you need to stay alive if you can. The fact that he can stay alive gives the information over towards the side of Røkkr, who've managed to get aggressive themselves. Bance has just ran at him, bombed it down. Envoy will find one towards the back. It's now a 2 vs 2. Make that a 1 vs 2.
And they have to wait for Benjamin Bance. Can he bring this tide back here as well, but caught with the knife out. They figured it out themselves. They read him. And that'll be a defuse, and LA Thieves will get their 4th round in this S&D.
And that felt like a winnable one for the side of Røkkr, going down at the wrong times. And Bance gets caught out. The deadie had already been popped. He was lingering around bedroom. Knife in hand, cannot get that transition quick enough. And as mentioned, 4 bloods to 2 for the side of the LA Thieves. 4 rounds to 2 for the side of the LA Thieves. Those first bloods have been very, very influential so far.
And for LA Thieves, they're feeling good about it. Obviously, if you cast your mind back to yesterday, the S&D did not go well for them. Today, already much better. Røkkr, we're looking to bring this back now because 4-3 and 5-2 are a much different scoreline, but the first blood will go towards them. The
Drazah
through!
Oh my God!
Finds the third! Røkkr were hoping for a miracle, but they found a Drazah instead, and Cammy outnumbered. Is he outgunned? He is! It's 5-2 now for Thieves.
And again, Røkkr try the strat. It's a 4-man into mid, and Thieves read it perfectly. You see 2 stuns come out of reception over towards the cut next to carpets, and all of a sudden, it is aimed down sight for the side of Thieves. Fish in a barrel if you're Røkkr. Drazah will find 3. The second one is what made it. The third is just pretty much presumptuous that it's going to follow. Røkkr just caught in a horrible spot, and that has not worked in the 2 rounds that Røkkr have tried it. I doubt we see it again. I mean, the way that Røkkr, things have been going, I doubt we see you again this major if things continue this way. Thieves in the ascendancy now, 1 round away.
Envoy 8-2 on a 5 streak. Could find a cruise this one if it goes to another round. Gonna go try and chow this one already, gets a lot of bullets down, but he is gonna be weak. He is gonna get away as well. But Røkkr have less control of that bomb site. They have so much work to do if they want to get this bomb down in the next minute.
And Thieves know they have the control over towards A here, so they know what Røkkr have to do. If you're Envoy, you've got a tall task on your hands. Can find one. We'll find the stone. Will get out as well. Here come the reinforcements. Cammy will find one on transition. It's 3 versus 3.
Thieves stacking the point here now as well. Envoy again, the double chow coming in from Røkkr, and he's only going to find one. It goes back down towards him, but Kenny will get that now. And Afro, the last player for Røkkr, has to clutch up to keep them in this S&D, or they will set a new CDL record for the longest losing streak.
22 seconds to go. Can he find the 1 versus 2? Here they come. Octane on his way! And that's another map for the side of Thieves. Putting the rest of the demons of yesterday to 6-2 victory against Røkkr is convincing as you like. The first floods make their difference, and the woes for Røkkr continue. Record breakers, but not in the good way.
And in the last few matchups, actually, just in the last month alone, LA Thieves and Røkkr, it is 8-0. Could be 9-0, could be a 3-0 in just terms of actual games played. We do have more of this series to go, but it is not easy to be a Røkkr fan right now. A little bit easier to be a Thieves fan.
And for Thieves, this is the perfect game for them. You know, you come off a really, really hard loss against FaZe. You come in against the least informed team, the team who are looking like the worst in the CDL right now, which is crazy to say when you look at this Røkkr roster, but they are not getting things done at this moment in time. Things are not flowing correctly, whereas the LA Thieves are coming back with a vengeance. They want to make sure they put to bed what happened yesterday, a 2-0 lead. They've got to be feeling good about their chances of advancing through to losers round 2. Yeah.
They certainly do. Everything stacked in their favor. For Røkkr, is there redemption, a return, a reverse sweep, a regain? Is there anything? We'll have to find out in map number 3. Join us right after this for more Call of Duty League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here in beautiful Texas at the OpTic Major inside the Esports Stadium Arlington. There is a boat, there is OpTic Fest, there is beef jerky, there are multiple stages for watch parties, there are your favorite players, we've got great fans, we've got great talent, and we've got great stories, because there is always a potential, there is always a chance for an underdog. And right now that dog is Røkkr. They need prayers, thoughts, and fairy dust. They are down 2-0 against LA Thieves. But Thieves yesterday, hotel control did not go well for them.
It didn't, it really didn't. 3-0 for the side of Atlanta FaZe. It was a dominant performance. And for Røkkr, you're clutching at straws here. How can we suddenly get back into this game? That may well be your route. Thieves did not look good yesterday. Can Røkkr count on that being the case here again to try and get them back into the series? You look at the caliber of player that is there again. Things are not clicking right now. They have experience, they have talent in there. If it does click, we've seen what can happen. We've seen what happened in Boston. But when they ran into Thieves, there is where their event stopped, and that may well be the case here again. The record looks pretty good for the side of the LA Thieves. They beat the side of Røkkr last time around when these two teams played this map as well. It's a 3-1 victory. If you're looking for something along the similar lines, the defensive win percentage is something to keep an eye out for, for the side of Thieves, sorry. Yeah, well, and them as well. Yeah, they're pretty good as well.
All right. Well, let's find out. Is it the last map of the Major for Minnesota? Or the beginning of something beautiful? We will see. LA Thieves looking just to put this one to bed. Attack coming into B straight off the rip. An usual break for them. Bance will find the first blood onto it. Afro's going forward as well, and Guns Drazah out of his socks. And they're already on a B.
There you go. Couple of stack coming in now. Afro will start pushing the issue towards that side. For the side of Røkkr, you do not have any control over towards bedroom. So the best you can kind of hope for here is a couple of ticks potentially. Kenny will find a way through. Envoy will clean things up. Afro will keep a little bit of pressure on. I almost wouldn't have minded maybe a bit of a drop back from Røkkr towards bedroom to clear that out, but Afro's still trying to cause issue, trying to keep that pressure on. Bance is now over here as well as the A stack starting to come through, or is it? Røkkr still having a look at B, yeah.
Now, forward again, Bance with another turn. You are right. At this point, I think Thieves expecting a little bit more pressure over towards A. Fortunately, Thieves do have Envoy up top bedroom. They're waiting for him as well. They know he's going to be here.
Oh, B's gone.
Røkkr, that second tick is flying in. They are going to actually get this as well. Very, very early on. It's a huge win for Røkkr. LA Thieves now have to do the business today.
Could that put the wind in their sails potentially? Røkkr, just give us a series. Now the push over towards the backside. They can start transitioning over towards A here. But last time around when we've seen Thieves go up against FaZe, they struggled to find a break over towards this side. Can they do the same thing? Can they lock it down as well?
Benjamin Bance is desperate to get Octane out of there as well. Only a few Thieves players waiting around at A, but Afro found the kill. It's all going to be on Kenny. He is the player holding this down for them. This is a very fast round from Røkkr if they can find it. Thieves are stacking. They are getting towards this point, but they are going to have to execute. At the moment, Røkkr is still holding the doors. Kenny finds the first, Envoy gets the second, well, Afro will find one, but down he goes. It's a perfect retake from Thieves.
And for the side of Røkkr, you've got Cammy inside of Jules, so you know where they're coming from. Cammy seems to know where they are now as well. 2 kills for him. Keeps that pressure on for Røkkr. Still a lot of potential for this round to go in their favor. Thieves trying to lock it down as best as they possibly can. Bance with one towards the back. The reinforcements are there for Thieves. But that capture zone going up now for the side of Afro. Snaking in towards the restaurant. Here come Thieves, one more break opportunity.
They're in a good position, they're going to be behind. Drazah's going to find out Bance will get that one back as well. And Bance finds 2 more for them. That's a full wipe. That's going to be the round. It's a stack from Røkkr. The lives 18-6, the tick 6-0. But Røkkr find the offense.
Really good round from Røkkr. And what I really liked about it, to be honest with you, was the initial to B was great. We see teams find that. You don't have trophies if you're the defensive side. Things can happen like that. But they kept that pressure on. How often have you seen teams, if you head over towards B, yeah, okay, a little bit of luck, you maybe get 1 or 2 ticks. Let's just go to A. At that time, Røkkr say absolutely not. Find kills mid-map, force the issue, and get a hold of B. Sometimes it can be a formality over towards A. Thieves did slow it down for just a little while, but not long enough. Good start for Røkkr. The comeback is on, maybe?
We will see. I think Thieves are going to have something to say about it. And they're putting pressure on themselves this time. Kenny gunning the first player around, trying to get into a cover, finds attached, but attached is ready. The headshot bangs. And now the pressure is off B ever so slightly, but you can see Thieves are going to do the same thing Røkkr did. Keep that pressure up. Hit on the back foot. Envoy gets stunned, and that's going to cost him as Cammy will turn and burn.
It's a tough one for Envoy. Cammy just presuming there is a player from Thieves this way, and they'll presume that a stack over towards A now is coming. As Restaurant is getting locked down by the side of Thieves. Røkkr will probably have one little look at this. Maybe if they can find the first kill, they may just go for a big push into it. Bance will find one, but look at this flank coming on through. It's going to be Afro to find a push through. Kitchen can't find any more. Envoy with one, Envoy with two. And that should be A going over towards the side of the LA Thieves. That's going to be locked in a minute added on momentarily. And the pressure on over towards B as well. Keep an eye on attached though, pushing towards that bedroom side. You will be the get out of jail free card for the side of Thieves who are flowing through the mid-map.
And now Røkkr have to hold for 2 full minutes. We've seen this come down to the wire on this point over and over again. It is not a continuous thing. It is one break that matters. And Thieves are stacking for it. They are looking to find the kills in bedroom. They are looking to find the kills on the flank. Envoy finds the first. Octane moving here as well. Kenny finds another. Røkkr are now in trouble. They are spawning out.
And a player dealt with over towards the bedroom side. The stack's starting to come through, but Afro will find two towards the desk, so that will just slow this down as the mid-map pressure now comes in from Røkkr. Afro doing huge work for the side. Can't get it done though. Yeah, Envoy back inside, attached with the grenades, but it's not quite a conviction hold from the side of Thieves that it once was. Røkkr still have a chance to bring this back.
Second tick slowly going through. Attack's going for the Chow. He finds the first. Octane will get the trade as well. The second tick now in for Thieves. And they get it. At the moment, they've locked it through. Did that second tick come through? It did not. LA thinks only Drazah going to be left alive here as Røkkr managed to pull that one out of the fire.
And now Afro inside the bedroom. He was the one that made the flank all the way through the mid-map. And that's where the transition came. He can find a couple of kills from there. It shuts down the push from the side of Thieves. But it is one decent break. And Thieves will be able to get this one underneath their belts. But the kills coming through for Røkkr. They just about slow Thieves down. But still the pressure towards the back spawn. But the pressure for Røkkr in the right places as well. Kenny with a kill towards the back.
Huge kill for Kenny. Cammy posted up as well. Sees him, waits for him. He needs to stay alive here. Gonna find the first one on a Kenny. An easy kill for him as well. Røkkr find it. Only 6 lives left for LA.
And Thieves actually spawned up towards the bedroom side, so maybe Afro pushed over towards the other side of the map just a little bit too much. 5 spree for him is once again going to be the get out of jail free card over towards the bedroom side, but here comes the stun check. It doesn't even hit him. Kenny doesn't know he's there. The rest of the squad on the way. Afro trying to stay alive. Drazah will deal with him. Here comes the pressure from Thieves. 20 seconds to go.
They're back onto it as well, and I'll tell you something, Røkkr never actually cleared off this B tick completely. That second one's going to be through. It's a trade both sides as well. There are no lives remaining here for LA, but they might not need him. Afro has to stay alive, and he falls. There's no one around. Røkkr have thrown this one away, and now they will have dreamt that they would have cleaned it earlier on, just to give them the time. I told you, it's one push, it's one opportunity. And they get it with nothing left in the bank.
It's got to be one that stinks for Røkkr. But they never truly had control of B at any stage, did they? Thieves always had somebody there. Spawn's coming towards bedroom. Afro had a friend over towards the bedroom side. Not too sure who it was, but they go down. And then he's just about surviving. When the stun check that came through from Kenny doesn't hit him, you think he may well be able to survive. They get rid of him. They push the issue. And because of the damage done previously, it's an easy tick gain for Thieves. Both teams getting an attack underneath their belt. Can anyone find a defense? Well, it's a good start for the side of Thieves. 3 kills to their name. The pressure now going to be on for Røkkr. Can you find a way through?
And Envoy is holding this influential player for LA Thieves in these scenarios. And right now, Røkkr,
this is slaughter,
are being put into a bottle. It's not quite fortress control, but it could be. They are eventually going to find a few kills going through, and those kills are all in the right position. They're back towards B.
Yeah, it's a spawn into bottom bedroom because Thieves find a push over towards kitchen. You find the kills in bedroom, you get control at B. Thieves fumbling this one just a little bit. Control was all but theirs. And now all of a sudden Octane's the only one really in a good position to do something about this, but you can see Envoy towards the bedroom side, and behind you boys, here's another one following up. Afro's the only one who can answer what Envoy is doing right now. 3 spree for him. They shut him down. It's a solid defense work so far.
Oh, and the Thieves are gunning. Røkkr thought they might have had something, but only 1 tick fell in their favor. Cammy finds 2 more as well. Eventually Røkkr find their way through, but Envoy isn't done. He's going to chow, he's going to look, he's going to try and find maybe something on the outset here, but this restaurant only serves snakes. Envoy does manage to cook one. But do LA commit any more to this push?
It's typically, if you can find a kill, you maybe make a push. From the outset, looking in for the side of Thieves. Can you find a way through? Afro will be the first one to find a kill onto Octane and then onto Drazah. And now all eyes will start turning over towards B. Kenny in this position will do nothing but slow them down or just die. Cammy will find him. And now the pressure coming in over towards B. There's going to be a big fight going on towards the bedroom side in just a second as Envoy will find a transition, but Afro towards the back will find 3 in a row. Looking for more with Octane, the next on the chopping block, can't find it. Røkkr is still here with some control.
They're flying through this one as well. Røkkr trying to turn this tempo to 11. They don't find the kills where they need though. LA Thieves, second to breathe. Looking for the players in the bedroom. And that's a huge kill for them as well. It's going to take time now for Minnesota to get back in a position to challenge B.
And they're trying to get through the mid-map here. Push over towards Cammy, he will be dealt with as well. Not having the best of times, neither is Drazah, but they are somehow, someway still controlling this round. There's 3 dead, there's 4 dead. Thieves now pushing the issue. 9 lives remaining for the side of Røkkr. Drazah guns Afro on the respawn. It's looking like a defensive hold for one of the teams who are best in the game at holding down this B site. LA Thieves not allowing a lot towards any of these teams, well, apart from FaZe. Now looking to lock this in. 25 seconds to go. 6 lives for Røkkr. It only took 4 left from Thieves.
The spawns for Røkkr mean this is the last opportunity. There is not time, there is not position for them. They have to try and win everything here. 15 seconds on the clock. Røkkr now going to be moving mad. The rest of Thieves are set up. Cammy will find the first blood as well. Envoy though, still alive, still gunning Røkkr and killing their dreams onto this map, but he will eventually fall. Octane up top bedroom. They know he's here as well. Drazah finds a kill on the Cammy. They've got to stop for 1.7 seconds and it's not going to be enough. Afro's alive at back desk, but Thieves hold the defense. And it's players like Envoy who continuously took matters into their own hand and said, not today, thank you. We've had enough of you. You are going out of this tournament soon.
Envoy really dominating this lobby right now. 22 and 16. It's 17 non-traded kills. The damage is insane, but looking at Afro, he's trying to help. 22 and 16 from him. Honestly, the kills are more in the favor of Røkkr because of what we've seen around number 1, which was domination from them. Can they now hold their defense themselves to send us to around number 5? Or can Thieves find the attack on? What's become an attack-heavy game mode in the control on Hotel?
Here we go. Oh my goodness, Drazah. And Thieves found an attack last time. One more attacking round for them will put them through. And Røkkr out of this tournament with not a map 1. Kenny is holding them. Røkkr are looking like they commit towards A, but they're going to find a problem. They have enough play here. Afro finding 2 more kills for him again. He has been playing lights out for them on this control, but isn't enough. Octane still here.
Towards the kitchen side, just trying to keep that pressure on. Drazah is here alongside of him as well. It's a big stack coming in from Thieves. It's looking like they're going to get away with this one as well. Cammy's the only one to answer back, but for the side of Røkkr, do you risk it? Do you find a push in here? It's not looking likely. As you can see, Røkkr now licking their wounds, moving back over towards a B site. Thieves now need one big push over towards the B side. This game will be over, but can Røkkr hold on and can they force a round number 5?
They're trying to find something already, a little bit of a clearance going down. But for Røkkr, you've got to keep doing it for 1:45 over and over again. Thieves will batter against this defense. Looking for it, and Kenny still finds the kill when stunned. Dead Silence is going to be popped. He has attack, he has a Vaznev, he has teammates. And Drazah's going to be here as well. They just need one gap, one chance. And already you can see Røkkr are going towards bedroom. They are putting their faith in it.
These 2 players towards the back are going to keep getting spawn killed if they're not careful. Octane is momentarily the only one left here for the side of Thieves. Can they deal with him on the back spawn? Gets a little bit of bad time, and as Afro will take him down and plenty of control. Over towards bedroom side, but the spawn's going to come in over towards bedroom. Bance is pushing that issue over towards kitchen, and that is now going to spawn Drazah in a position where he can do something. Afro locking down the back spawn, but Cammy needs to stay alive in bedroom here. Thieves putting the pressure on once again.
For Thieves, if they find the right kill, it could all be over. Envoy finds Bance, but it's the wrong side of the map. He'll spawn back up towards the back as well. The rest of Thieves getting in a position, looking for the pinch. Everything is going slow on this map. They find it. Envoy finds the first bonus. Got a little bit of a trade going through.
He's read it. He's read it. So well. Oh, Cammy nearly kills him, but Drazah will find the second. And now here comes the pressure from Thieves. They're starting to fly towards the B side. Envoy cannot find anything. The rest of Røkkr backs against the wall. One-dimensional push. You're going to find something, and it's not your teammates.
Well, Drazah, he's going to be the person that makes shut this one down. He does! And they're stacking, and B is rocketing forward, and Minnesota are not close. The trophies are banging, and everything is thrown at this point. And LA Thieves got Røkkr out of the major. 2 majors in a row, but this time it's top 12 for Minnesota, and glory for Thieves.
How to put a bad performance to bed. LA Thieves with a hot statement. On to Friday. The losers bracket run was solid in Boston, and it's a great way to start the one here over towards the Texas Major. But for Røkkr, a stage to forget.
And now for LA Thieves, the victory is sweet. Minnesota feet incredibly sour. They will not have a chance to do anything else in this major. And that does, unfortunately, make their 9th loss in a row.
There's not really much to say. I mean, they've lost a lot, Brycey.
Yeah,
they've
they
lost
have, yeah.
a lot. I don't know what the answer is for Røkkr. I think a lot of people will be asking questions of that, but the LA Thieves, nonetheless, a very, very solid win from them. A couple of scary moments here and there. It took a big break on map number 1 to get something done there. Map number 2 is pretty much comfortable, as we do often expect. The search and destroy for Røkkr has been subpar, to say the least. But the control was close on occasion, but ultimately, Thieves clutch up. A very comfortable, nice start to their Friday, which is not over yet. They will go up against Vegas Legion to close out the night. We've got a couple of more games to get through before that one, with an important one that I imagine the crowd are going to be getting excited for very, very shortly. But Røkkr, questions to be asked. Thieves, losers bracket run starts. Here we go.
It does. That is a big fish on that lower side of the bracket as well, and a lot of teams not looking forward to going up against the Thieves, even with what happened against FaZe. For Røkkr, they're going to have to figure this one out. But before we look at other teams, let's look at the main stage. Maven is up there with, I believe it's Octane.
Thank you guys. Oh, Sam, my best buddy. God, you're looking good today. Feeling good?
Feeling great. Feeling fantastic.
Well,
losers bracket where we're supposed to be.
right. Well, let's start yesterday, right? Like, not the matchup you probably wanted round 1, not the way you thought it was going to go, but you know, you had Slasher flipping you guys off across the stage. Did that like give a little bit of fire coming into today, or sort of just business as usual?
Unfortunately, it's business as usual being in loser bracket round 1. But I mean, Austin, he talked his shit deservedly, so we got absolutely curb stomped yesterday. So I can't fuck the guy. You know, we've got both of our teams going back and forth.
Yes,
they got the better of us, and you know what he said was kind of just.
Yeah, both sides have had their fair share of trash talk. All right, so you know you've said it multiple times. Losers bracket. Here we are again. Last event, you were able to make that run all the way to the final. What's it going to take to do that again?
We just got to get hot at the right time. Thankfully, Minnesota. Didn't really try that much. And
all right.
Listen, I'm sorry. We just got to catch fire, man. That's all losers bracket is.
Well, how important now coming into the series today? I know you handle business, but like that first map, you had to dig deep, kind of pull off a comeback. You needed a big break to get the W. Was that pretty crucial in kind of getting things reset today?
Yeah, just trying to get into the rhythm. Yesterday, the reps really didn't do anything for us. Like I said, the series is about 4 minutes long. So we didn't really get a chance to get into our own. So, yeah, thankfully, we started out map 1 with a nice break and took it from there.
All right, brother. Well, hey, good luck. Excited to watch you guys the rest of the way. We'll see if you can do it again.
Let's go. Thank you.
All right, LA Thieves, they get the job done from an 0-3 yesterday to a 3-0 today. It looks like their loser bracket run is going to be solid. At least it's starting off well. I actually like the comment out. They were like, you know, we're loser bracket where we belong.
Yeah. I mean, LA Thieves, again, we said it before the match, like, no better place than them and the losers bracket run, and they already started off in a 3-0 fashion. I'm assuming London Royal Ravens is taking the stage right now, considering the crowd has got a lot of boos going on behind me, but we still got to focus on the one red team that's got their 3-0 victory versus Minnesota Røkkr.
That's right.
Not that surprising.
Nameless, right? LA Thieves, not that surprising, you're right. I mean, I think Minnesota Røkkr, they've obviously had their struggles. They came in 0-5, Ali, we knew that, and that's just a tough break. Nameless for LA Thieves.
Yep.
Big 3-0, confident. How do you think they looked? I mean, they look fantastic. It's exactly what they needed. We saw the HyDra get a little bit murky towards the end. We saw Minnesota have the spawns, throw it away. Attach gets a couple kills. They're not able to reflip, and then LA Thieves get that win. And now I look at this series, and I'm like, this is when they can start their run, right? This is the LA Thieves squad that did it at the last major, once again poised to do it. And when we talk about that HyDra, they played it 3 times throughout this stage, and that's over 40% of the times that they played it. So that's huge that they're adding that to their map pool. It's now their second most dominant hardpoint map, which is going to be tough when you go up in the veto process against the Thieves. Just a clean and easy series.
Yeah, and honestly, I actually kind of want to point out the fact that Drazah had a little bit of a slow start in that map number 3. He started off like 5 and 15 at some point, ends up going 24 and 25. And I think, again, like Sam was saying in the interview, this is one of those confident matches where they just need to start that fire, right? They just need that first matchup under their belt. We prefaced it before the series started that that's what this is probably going to be for the LA Thieves. On the flip side, though, Minnesota Røkkr, you know, they had that good map 1. You thought maybe they're going to go up 1-0 in the series. They're a team that usually struggles in that first hard point to open it up, but the LA Thieves clutch up in the end with the P2. I mean, it was a 4-wipe. It's just, Minnesota Røkkr, it's kind of like, where do you go from here?
Yeah, it's tough, and then you saw the emotion from Bance afterwards. You gotta really, you know, it just feels it. I feel it in my heart, you know, because those guys are passionate and they wanted it, but unfortunately just wasn't working time in and time again. So Minnesota Røkkr, what their future holds, I don't know, but at least for now, we know that they are fortunately out of the tournament. Of course, LA Thieves will be moving forward. They look good, and I think moving forward, what do you think, Chance? Well, I mean, what do you think their run's going to look like?
I mean, no surprise if they make it all the way back to the grand finals. It depends on the matchups they end up getting on the run through the losers bracket, but they've done it once. I have no doubt that they can do it again. Still expecting them to be a top 2 team.
We haven't touched on it, but like Minnesota might need to make a change now. I know we were just talking about it before we were on air, and you're saying like maybe they should keep the team. I don't think so, man. 0-6.
Yeah,
it's a tough one. But like with the Minnesota team, they have great players on it. I know this is going to be the biggest talking point in the community when it comes to this Minnesota team. They can move some pieces, and like I see it, there's no better time to try to make trades in the CDL than now when you have talented players like that.
Essentially 0-6, right, for all of Major 3. Definitely not something that feels good, but hey, what does feel good is all of you out there can, in fact, earn your incentives. We got our Watch and Earn. If you're watching from home, link your Activision and Twitch account to earn rewards all weekend long. I see Chance actually eyeing a lot of the stuff on the screen, and hey, you know he's going to be earning his stuff. Watch Party, by the way, too, got a lot going on. Not only do we also have Scump, of course, we've got the flank, but we've got a lot to choose from. You pick your favorite creator, X-Pro, Pro, and hey, start watching them. Dandro's on there. I shouted him out yesterday. He's actually live this time, so it feels good to shout him out while he's live. Hey, we got a great matchup coming up next, though, and I know the home team, they're going to be taking the stage. It's going to be OpTic Texas going against London Royal Ravens. This one's going to be a banger. It's coming up after the break.
Hey guys, it's been a wonderful weekend so far, but it's about to get even better. On the other side of the venue, we've got the whole festival area. I mean, this is for everyone to stop by. We got an OpTic booth, the merchandise booth. We've got a viewing party. We also got these bobbleheads. You got to collect those for your shelf. That should be a lot of fun. We've got the Scuff booth, we've got the Corduroys booth, we got an OpTic studio area, so if you want to see some live shoots with some of your favorite OpTic creators, that can happen here. We got the Jack Link's boat, that's actually Hector's boat, so don't steal it if you're here. That would really suck. We got the whole Challengers area. If you want to watch some good Call of Duty, some more Call of Duty outside of the CDL, come here and watch your favorite amateur players play. Should be a lot of fun. We got some other games. We got cornhole here, and then my favorite part, the smooth competition area. We got soccer. We've got basketball. If you think you can outshoot Hector in some hoops, stop on by. But most importantly, my favorite part is soccer. Just pretend that was like upper 90. It was disgusting, but it's a fun area, fun venue. Come on down and have some fun. All right, thank you guys. Back to you.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major number 3. It's the OpTic Texas Major live at the Esports Stadium, Arlington, and we are about to have OpTic Texas once again take the stage, this time against London Royal Ravens. Man, oh man, hey yo, that basketball area over there, by the way, that Hitch just showed, it was the battlefield yesterday. Nameless, you can hoop. You can hoop, baby. You were taking it to me and Landon, dude.
You were wearing boots, though, so, I mean, it is what it is.
Whatever, dude. And you, I wasn't there. Yeah, you were. You were
Wait,
kicking a soccer
you
ball.
would have got
Oh,
fired.
no, you weren't there, dude. Oh, he was on a plane.
Have you ever shot a basketball, Tom?
No, but I'm also like a foot taller than you.
Doesn't matter, bro. I'm boxing you up in the post.
Dude, Nameless was like actually balling. I was genuinely
good
impressed.
guess.
Ali even got it. No, hey, dude, it is what it is. I got to give you respect. Respect is due. Let's talk about the matchup, right? We got OpTic Texas once again coming back into the mix, and London Royal Ravens. This is a team that everybody is saying that, or potentially could be a dark horse team. Let's break them down because I'm excited about them. I really am. This is a team I think could make a deep elimination bracket run. Nameless, what do you think?
I mean, by all means, London had a pretty decent split. They draw the short end of the stick and find themselves in losers bracket, but if you look at their losses, it's a Game 5 to Boston, who've looked incredible. They lost 3-0 to Atlanta FaZe, and they lost 3-1 to Seattle Surge. Those are two of our front runners to win this entire tournament. They have 2 big wins in Game 5s against Toronto and LAG. This is a team that has been struggling at the bottom of our rankings, but they made a meta change in their roster. They switched Nastie over to the AR, and they put Paulix on the SMG. It has done wonders for their respawn, alley.
And it's a trap game, right? Because this is London Royal Ravens who rounded out their Stage 3 qualifiers with a victory over the Toronto Ultra, and it was winning those games 2 and 5. Now, the last time these two teams matched up in OpTic Texas versus the London Royal Ravens, it was last year in December. It was a little bit of a different roster on the side of OpTic Texas, but it was a Game 5, and it was because London lost those games 2 and 5 to Search and Destroy. So the new team, the new roles, Nastie and Scrapz looking really good, rounding out at the end of Stage 3. This is a proper trap game for the OpTic Texas.
Hey, Nastie's been on the come up, and like you said, London Royal Ravens, they finished strong with a 3-2 victory over Ultra. That was massive for them and showcases, at least to me, what they can bring to the table here. You can't take them lightly. But let's talk about the other team, the home team here, OpTic Texas, coming back in once again. They took a 0-3 beating yesterday. I think it was relatively close. I know you all have been kind of critical about their series, and rightly so, right? A lot of lessons learned. Ton, what can we learn from that series yesterday?
I mean, look, Boston looked like a great team, and I think in the same instance here for OpTic Texas, themselves and the fans cannot underestimate the opposition. I feel like that was a certain level of expectation for them up against Boston. There will be a certain level of expectation here up against London, but neither one of these two teams are bad at all. We've seen that from Boston yesterday, but the London Royal Ravens have made some vast improvements. I think I'm going to have to be at their best, yeah.
Listen, this looks like a series, right, where OpTic comes in, bounces back, and hits them with a hot 3-0. But I will say, though, the last time these guys matched up, it seemed like a series OpTic would come in and hit London with the hot 3-0. It was different rosters. You know, they still had Scump on the team. It was the OG OpTic team. But they went to a Game 5. Okay. OpTic able to take it in that Game 5. And this looks like a new and improved London. So like Ali said, this is absolutely a trap game. I think the most important thing, and we've been saying it over and over when it comes to OpTic, is discipline in these clutch moments. We've seen so many tense situations like the round 11 where they have the bad call. You got the whole crowd. You got the green wall behind you. You cannot go out this early in the losers bracket. You got to make it to Saturday.
I'm saying, dude, they got to make it through. They really do. And they got to continue to push up because, the audience, they came here to see them. They want to see OpTic go as far as they can possibly go. And this is the time, right, where you just come in and you make it happen. But again, London Royal Ravens are a team not to scoff at. People are saying Dark Horse, maybe that's going to be the case. I've been impressed with them. I think they're a great team. OpTic Texas, are they going to respect that? I think they will, but this is the time to show up, and not to mention Ghosty, right? Still, first major. Now he's in the elim bracket after a 0-3. He's got to recover, Ali.
It's one of those situations where the pressure was already high day number 1, right? It was already high for this OpTic Texas team. They kind of slipped their way into that winner's bracket. They've kind of been up and down when it comes to stage number 3. They put Dan Ghosty into the roster, and they come up and get that opening 3-0. Not what we expected. A series we wanted to go to the distance, and it was a lot of fundamental mistakes. You can go back and watch that series and point out things that OpTic did wrong at.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the maps here, and it's going to be super interesting because OpTic are the higher seed, right? So they get to pick Team A or Team B. They give Team B to London, which allows them to pick the control. Now looking at the series, we got Fortress again. All right?
Yeah.
So chat, crowd, get ready for a Fortress. This is where London is 1-1 on Fortress, so by all means, they've been solid. They're OpTic. We've seen their struggles there. Can they get to round 5 defense once again? Man, it's just going to be stressful. I'd love to see them just try to play Silo.
Well, let's see it. Well,
London's a great Silo team.
You mentioned maps and modes. Let's see if maps and modes are ready to go, because I want to take a look and start breaking them down. And speaking of which, Ali, it looks like you're ready to go for them.
I mean, why are we banning Silo? That's kind of my biggest question. It's pretty obvious at this point if we leave Fortress up for grabs, and the other team's going to pick it, and OpTic is actually one of the teams that's been struggling the most when it comes to Fortress control, having some of the most unfortunate series. So that's a little weird for me. Also, that HyDra hardpoint, Texas has not played it during stage 3 qualifiers. To throw it into the series, testing your map pool, I'm not a big fan.
Well, the reason they haven't played is because everybody vetoes it against them, right? So it might be one of those things where OpTic is just demonic on that map in scrims. So we're going to finally get to see this OpTic roster play on HyDra. But when you look at London, solid HyDra team at 3-2. And by all means, they're not a great hardpoint squad in general, so it could get very interesting.
All right, well, it's time to do predictions once again. And this time around, I've got to go OpTic Texas. I bet against them yesterday. I went with Boston Breach. It paid off, but this time around, I think it's going to pay off for me. OpTic, they're my team. Ton, what about you?
As a London boy, I will go for OpTic Texas. I know, what a shill, what a complete shill. No, look, I think, honestly, OpTic in this scenario, they know they cannot lose. London have improved. I don't know if they've improved enough to win here on this stage.
Okay, all right. Ali, what about you?
Come close to me.
Uh-oh.
Come here.
Uh-oh.
Listen, I know you know. I'm picking the London Royal Ravens.
Going London Royal Ravens.
If you know, you know.
No,
guys. The Alley Cat curse is in
No, why are you telling them? If
no. The curse is a real thing. The curse is a real thing. Nameless?
I mean, this just feels like a series where OpTic's going to come out and hit them with a hot 3-0. We've seen it a couple of times, so I'm going to go with OpTic Texas. I think they come in here and they beat London.
Okay.
But hey, listen, if they don't, that would be pathetic. So they better come in here.
All right, well, the stage has been set. It's OpTic Texas, London Royal Ravens. Bryce, let's start bringing them out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is the time you have been waiting for. An elimination match here at Texas with the home crowd in attendance. And I hope you are all feeling good today because they are going to need every bit of support here on the main stage. Well, we have 2 teams ready to come out, and it's not going to be the home team first. Please welcome the London Royal Ravens. Please make some noise for the London Royal Ravens! Scrapz, Asim, Nastie, and Paul X, your London Royal Ravens!
All the odds are stacked against him. Scrapz back on that main stage. I know he feels good. We'll see if he can get through the green wall. This one should be interesting. Let's bring them out.
All right, thank you very much, Nameless. Well, I suspect there might be a little bit of a crowd reaction for this one. The hometown heroes are hosts of Major number 3, Texas. Please make some noise for OpTic Texas! Ghosty, Shotzzy, Dashy, and Huke. OpTic Texas!
As if the pressure wasn't high enough yesterday, it has doubled moving into today. The green wall here to cheer on OpTic Texas one more time. But you know what they say, pressure makes diamonds, Bryce, and they got to start it here in the first round of elimination.
They certainly do. It is standing room only in the crowd. They are all on their feet. They are all ready. So we are going to get this game underway. Let's throw it over to our captain for this game.
Appreciate it, Bryce. All right, time to get rocking, Joe. Yes, not the start you would have wanted. Hello, everybody. Hope we're ready to have an absolute effing blast. We'll see if OpTic can get it going. Yeah, the pressure's here after yesterday.
No doubt about it. And, you know, the desk sort of talked about it, right? I mean, this London team has been getting better and better. This is not going to be an easy matchup whatsoever. So I think it should be an exciting one. But OpTic has been known to bounce back, right? Even just a couple of weeks ago, or about a week ago, after that loss, then they smoked FaZe. Can they do it again? It's just, you want to win a winner's round one every now and then, right?
Yeah, I just wonder how it's going to go with like the home crowd, because this is a team that we think is going to be very just hot and cold at times. Just when they are flowing, they're going to be crying, right? But like with the crowd and with all the craziness, does it make you like more prone to mistakes, or is the crowd not really coming to play too much with that?
I think maybe the adrenaline, right? You can kind of, you know,
get a little antsy?
Get a little antsy, but that's just their play style. Honestly, this team is going to make mistakes. I'm just going to be honest. This is not a disciplined team. You don't have a coach. It's just kind of fly and fry, and if that's not working, then, well, you saw what happened yesterday.
So this London team's going to beat them. It's going to be more disciplined, right? I mean, that's got to be where it comes from.
Oh, no doubt about it. And, you know, starting off with HyDra hardpoint, right, that can kind of happen. But, you know, Nameless kind of talked about it. This is a map, I think, that a lot of teams do not want to play this OpTic team on. Shotzzy, Huke, both hitting those water routes. It can be difficult to keep up with them. But if they control those spawns, get their momentum going, London could win this.
Well, it is time to rock and roll as the place is already a madhouse. As the OpTic fans ripping it, rolling.
Oh, it's a battle!
Underwater. The pistol shots get hit. Asim getting his best Aquaman on as he's able to take that first gunfight down low. Now we get up top for the battles on land, and it's Ghosty with the gummy. Another for the young man.
Hey, no real response there from Scrapz. I mean, obviously, you know, red dots come into play, but he does not react to that as he's trying to get to a different position, but that's going to flip the spawns for P2. You're going to have Ghosty set up early time here for OpTic. You can already see Asim. He's already starting to hit the long route. The rest of the players from London thinking about getting to this second hill. So you're going to give up a lot of time, but can you get P2 spawns?
There's one pick for Nastie. Huke, the nuke, waiting to hit the shots, but it's going to go through everybody. Nastie's able to actually snap and get a second. Nastie crucial this transition. The mitts are out, and Ghosty able to win that, but it's going to be a third in a row, I believe, for Nastie. So we'll see if he can build towards any kind of streaks. But now to Shotzzy we go. Getting him a pop, swimming through on the long flight. Let's see if he can make a play.
And this is kind of, again, just maybe one of the reasons teams don't want to play this OpTic team on it, because a player like Shotzzy going on the flank, Daddy pop, he's going to find the first, going to find the second. He's going to get the spawns, going to find the third as well. Buys enough time. All four dead for London, and there is that break. You had a wonderful transition from London from P1 to P2 to get the spawns, but it is the water route, and this man starting to go off.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, you can expect that from any team, but with these types of players, you just got to be ready for it. It's so difficult in the madness, but you were highlighting it early, and you already saw the play. This big Brucey, though, with a double, 14-point advantage or so here for OpTic Texas, with the points rallying towards Ravens. There's a few seconds left in the hard point. You see that lock on the mini-map top left. That'll be next, and OpTic are in position to get some early time.
Yeah, I mean, 10 seconds there doesn't go the way of London, because, you know, you find that kill this Huke. One player does spawn all the way out, though. That's going to be Shotzzy, so he's got to work his way across the map to get to his team. He could help set up a pinch. That might be it. And there we go. He's going to find a couple of kills, but with that kill, you're going to see those close spawns come in for London.
And now they start to work the collapse. We'll see if they can mount the comeback. Who's going to be the first up to take the gunfight? First is there. Snap is on 2 for Huke. But now to Nastie's POV, we go inside, trying to finesse up top onto the balcony, and the timing is perfect. Able to catch Dashy as he is on the mantle up. Now for the front door, HP finally coming back. It's 4 in a row from Nastie, so still carrying that same streak. At 8 and 3, there's be number 5. Up to 9 in this one, getting close to streaks. The Scrapz we now go. Able to recenter pretty well, but can't take the fight.
Yeah, but this is actually exactly what you want. You're gonna get the cruise missile now. Is Nastie, my man, is in form right now. But the spawns with 10 seconds left. OpTic all the way across the map, setting up at P4 again. So for London, I mean, you're only down 11. Now you have the early setup. Things are looking good.
Considering like the break, right? Like you feel pretty good. You feel like it was a time for maybe OpTic Texas to run away with it, but you were still hanging around. Pollux through in the flank. The shots are on point. Teammate picking up 1 as well. Now looking for the cut. If they find 1 in water, and they'll be the trade. Huke did take down 2 before he dropped. But basically a tie game as of now. It's just a game of multi-kills right now. As Ghosty lights it up, that's all 4. 2 for Ghosty, 2 for Dashy. The nade takes down 1 for London. But you get a squad wipe there for Texas.
And I mean, you just saw the way that London was playing. They hopped off of that hill. They had to pick up all the different routes. They were worried about an individual play coming in. And I mean, there was some good reads, but the kills go the way of OpTic. You don't have to use the cruise, but still just so back and forth. Finally, maybe what, a 15-point lead getting the other way of OpTic. But over at P5, London inside now just waiting. I mean, slang-wise, you're right there with them as Nastie's going off.
I mean, you got, what, a minute and a half off the clock. It's been a lot of contested time or people not in the hard point. Hasn't been a ton of clean time. Very, very back and forth thus far. Who's going to be the first one to really lock down a money hill and maybe start to build upon a lead? In position right now is Ravens. First fight, though, it's a nice pick there from Dashy, putting Pollux on skates and able to win it. But Asim through on the flank, that's going to get picked up. It's Ghosty outside that's able to deal with it. Nastie still finding kills, though. He is finding them in flurries.
And there we go. They're able to find all 4. And I mean, honestly, just props to London because they're playing this a little bit differently where they're so worried about some of these routes, they're only leaving 1 player on the objective or sort of getting off of it. And then they're almost playing like a retake like you would see in Search, just so that you know where all of the players from OpTic are. So after our first, set at hard points, it's still an even game, very back and forth.
Any big adjustments you think needed on either side? Everyone just kind of feeling each other out for now.
I mean, I think it's just who's going to have that first hold. No one has really been able to lock it down.
Well, OpTic really wanting to get a map 1 victory here to get the tides turning and get the wheels in motion. Let's get to a listen in now with OpTic Texas.
Under bridge dead. One guy's on top.
He's somewhere close. Top. I was saying, he might be water hop or some shit.
Yeah,
he flanked me, guys. They're spawning on you guys. They're spawning on you guys. Or deep mid cut, deep mid cut.
You block when you spawn, Tyler?
Yeah, I'm spawning in the middle of me.
P3 dead.
I have your middle.
Yo, listen, one guy's
our bridge up.
You know where the other one is?
Our bridge up and on time.
Our bridge up and time.
Yeah, he's going hot.
I hit him with the nade.
Yeah,
I set him. I'm gonna go watch.
Dead.
One
guy was our bridge up.
Hold. You should hold here. You spawn out. Oh, you spawn out? Oh, shit. We gotta back up.
Cliff. We have to kill Cliff.
Wait, Asim's gonna spawn here.
Scrapz on top window. Top window P3.
Wait, you spawn here? Okay, we're good. Yo, one guy top dome.
They're gonna spawn.
You know about ocean or side hill?
Side hill dead. One more top dome.
Where are you spawning?
I spawn our P5 right now. I don't see shit.
I'm gonna push this out. Sit down.
I'm premium top dome. I don't see anything. Top dome right side.
I picked up low left. Nothing here. Wait, yo, one guy's outer on me. Deep outer.
I'm holding on.
I'm playing my life.
Yeah, we gotta play more passive on the left.
Right back to it. Still a very similar scoreline. Joe, what do you see throughout the listen in?
I mean, honestly, nice rotation, but even in the comms, right, you're not really hearing too much small talk from what we normally do here from an OpTic team. Not really calling out names, but we'll see Nastie now with the crew is going to go for it. He's going to find the kill. That is going to be 3 dead. That is going to be the spawns over to London. They used the streak to get onto the hill now, and now still only a 10-point lead for OpTic. That is being erased, and London now in control.
Yeah, you had about, 35, 40 seconds left on the hard point when the streak comes in. Let's see if they can turn this all into time on the top rope. It's going to be Asim. Can't quite win it as the bunny hop and the shot's not going to ring true. He will fall, and now over to Nastie we go. He's been the hot hand. He's at positive 10 right now, 23 already on the board for Nastie. You talked about his change to this position, how well he's been playing. A big part of why they're currently in the lead.
Yeah, now in the lead. Now finally, I think a chance for OpTic. Obviously, that streak is gone. You're going to get set up here at this third hill. And Ghosty's the key here. In this position, he's blocking those back hut spawns. But watching the pond hop is going to be Huke. Very close battle between him and Paul. Dashy near the front of the hill finding kills, but Paul just is right back in, able to find one. Almost finds the second, but Shotzzy with a kick to the face.
Yeah, I didn't even know how he survived the first fight. The fact he almost got two, almost unbelievable, but nobody in the point for now. OpTic now able to transition in. Nastie winning another fight on the outskirts side of it. He'll take down Dashy as well. Huke trying to go big. And now, we heard the comms from Texas. You said not a ton of small talk, not a lot of names. I want to hear how Ravens are trying to deal with it on their side. Let's go to a listen in with London Royal Ravens.
Yeah. Get this.
Yeah,
Good money. Simp, we're all spawning out. We're all spawning out. He's absolutely free. One shot. He's on the right. He's absolutely nice. They can spawn behind me. Actually,
you can go.
Nice spawn behind us. Matt, cut that. Nice, we spawned in. We're looking for one. Behind Clay, Shotzzy. Shotzzy behind Clay. Shotzzy behind Clay. He's laying down.
One's in gens.
Don't solo champ Paul.
I'm with you. Huke, sit mid.
Stack. I tried stunning him.
Run kill him. I'll spawn out gen and replay gen.
Let's go, headshot. Listen, play left of the back. One was broken door. One is going to be P2. Pull pen, turn around. I spawned out P1. Out of window. P2 on me. Play kills, guys.
P2 on me.
Play kills. That's one. That's three. Last one, Shotzzy.
Spawn out behind you. No, he's low left. Trust me on that, please.
I'm picking it up.
I'm ball playing runes. I'm all runes. That's it. He's low left. Trust me on that, bro. Trust me on that.
They're all going mid.
Dead on me, be done. Nice. I play my life. Let's go, bro. I'm winning out broken. He's mid alley. Nice, that's him. Look at me runes. I'll be close.
It's a big 25 still.
Yep, you're right saying that. Bomb broken. Nice. They're spawning out. Never mind. Actually, don't forget. They shoot the rest spawn out.
Yeah, get that scrap. Push them in.
Got the scrap.
Keep up, guys. I'll bump you. Go, Matt, go.
Remember,
Take our time on this break. Get a kill. Take our time. Listen, we're in the lead. Take our fucking time.
One thing I really liked her, and I think it was Nasty to Paul, it was just like, straight up, you're going to get pinched from P2, turn around. And you just saw him snap, get the kill, but the comms were great, and you dealt with that early pressure from Shotzzy. You know, he gets that first one-on-one, but you deal with it.
No, 100%. I really like that listening from London. Now they have around a 30-point lead. Now it's OpTic's turn with this hold at P5. But yeah, you know, you're calling out names, and let's listen. Listen, this map is chaotic as always, just with the spawns, with the water routes. So yes, there was some chaos in the comms, but very nice out of London. They still have a bit of a lead, but this has been a nice early P5 hold from OpTic.
And those gunfights at the railings, we know, are literally the worst, as both players try to deal with no aim assist. It's Huke that's hopefully able to take it, but then Asim will rally in. He is maybe trying to pick up attack, couldn't quite get it before he dropped. Now to Shotzzy, the finesse, the dance is on. His two will drop to him, 191 on the scoreboard. As we continue into the madness here on HyDra as Huke continues to roll.
Yeah, I mean, such a big hold, though, from OpTic. Right there, down 40. Now they have the lead. And over at P1, you have some split spawns that come on through. Scrapz just trying to stay alive top cliff, just waiting for his teammates. I think Shotzzy, maybe was he seen by Nastie? I'm not 100% sure, but it's going to be a big water flank. We're going to have a water flank. Shotzzy's under him with the pistol. The fans are loving it. I hate it, but it is what it is. On the hill, though, will be Paul. But he's going to get taken down.
I don't even think he saw him. He just swims right over him. Just getting into the depths on the adult side of the pool. Is Shotzzy. He was able to make the play, but focus on the action now at hand. Dashy able to snap out, wins it, tries to hit the pre-fire. Still at the box will be Scrapz. Nate'll reposition him. The fight continues, and finally Dashy with 8 HP able to do it. But Joe, what do you see on the mini-map?
I mean, that's great, but the spawns go the way of London for this P2, so now they are set up. The game is in their hands. You're going to rely here on a break for OpTic. Shotzzy, well, of course, he's going on the route. Might have one, and he does. This is what Shotzzy does in these moments. Almost finds the third. That's going to still give London spawns so they can take a breather for now.
The battle of land and sea continues. It's 5 in a row for Dashy, up to 6. Has a cruise earned. Now he's going to call it in. Will there be a trophy? Will the info help? Will it hit? Bang! Not going to connect. Asim's going to be able to stay up. Will the information be good enough for OpTic Texas to get in? It's a flurry of gunfights at the hard point. Ghosty doesn't even know what he's shooting at, but it's a nade from Nastie that's able to take out 2, and still in the hard point, it is Ravens, but it has been a massive battle for the time, and mostly it's on Shotzzy. It makes this a mess early on.
Yeah, but the Nastie off of spawn with the nades and on rotation, Paul, he takes down 2, but the spawns are here for OpTic at P3, so he's got to stay alive. He's got to stay alive. He's doing such a wonderful job for London. London didn't find the rest of the scrap time, only going to be around 4 seconds away from stealing this map number 1. Is the slaying is one-sided right now. Paul going off. Nastie up to 35 kills, 4 more seconds for London.
OpTic, they've got to be perfect. They have got to be perfect, and for now, they are inside. Only 4 seconds needed for Ravens. The team kill comes in. The opposite of what you need when it comes to perfection. Now into the point go Royal Ravens. Things are falling apart. It's 1 tick needed, and Ravens shut it down as Scrapz is roaring.
And Matty, he loves being back on that stage, but you could just see it. I mean, losing this map 1, not what you wanted here on day number 2. This London team continues to get better and better. They are showing it here. But I mean, even just going back to that listening, like there was just like moments of like silence, right? Like what's open, what are we watching? There was a lot of these things that weren't being communicated between them.
Yeah, and it's rare that like you go to a listen-in and things are perfect, right? Like especially a map like this, you kind of highlighted it can be very chaotic, but you just overall felt a little bit stronger on the London side, just from a pure comp standpoint. And we only hear a brief window of it, obviously, but just the window we heard, stronger.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, Ghosty 24 and 30, but he leads the way with Dashy in damage. On the other side, though, Nastie 37 and 25. Asim, a stellar game. Scrapz right there. But I mean, it was just I mean, that's the way HyDra can be, but a very odd game, just back and forth, kind of who is going to have that first hold. It was London, but then you had the P5 out of OpTic to get them right back in the game. But sort of that P2 flip that comes in.
When I was kind of, you know, a little focused on the gunfight, just watching Dashy take that fight, we're getting excited because he stays alive with 8 HP and takes a second. But during that moment, you said that's where the flip comes in. And yeah, Shotzzy almost kind of opens up. He does make it messy, but you're able to hold that side of the map. Who knows how it goes down?
Yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about right around here. You're going to see Asim all the way in the back P2. So Asim makes the play to make sure that they have spawns for second. That's just one of those unsung hero plays that Asim does.
Did he spawn there or did he take the route?
Yeah, I think it looked like he went all the way to the back to make sure they had spawns.
Well, he's been the route man. That's been him.
And then I think Paul, like, yeah, he gets taken down, but he just makes it chaotic. It doesn't allow OpTic to get pushed up middle of the map around P1 to give them more resistance through the front of the hill. And just a couple of multi-kills that come in, and there we go. You see the London fan just getting pumped up in the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be tough for us here. You know, it's
I think there was a London fan, and then there was a FaZe fan just getting fired up.
You saw one guy run, but you saw Scrapz. You know, he was absolutely fired up. You know, it's been an odd couple of years for him. One of the best personalities we've had in the league, and I'm sure he is loving this moment, living for it. And what a fun thing to see for him. But yeah, it ends up being a 26-point game. Nastie. I mean, he's the guy you highlighted coming into it. Like, he has been much better with an AR in his hand, and he puts up numbers. I think part of it, his non-traded kills was absolutely unbelievable too. So he was getting picks, setting up his team, and Asim with the routes.
Yeah, I mean, just overall a very solid game from London. I mean, even Paul we've seen him basically with this London team over the years use everything, right? He's always been the sort of, all right, where do you need me? What do you have?
Swiss Army knife, that guy.
Pretty much.
Is it now starting to become like a worry for OpTic in the sense of like they just need to get a map? Like you get like a map win, and you just need one. You got to, because you start thinking about the fact like it's got to get in your heads a little bit like, oh God, it's our home event. Like we're letting them down. We haven't won a map yet. Like it's got to start to enter the back of your mind. If they can just win this search, get one map, get fired up, get the crowd into it, because the crowd is huge and it's important. And they've been nuts when they can be, but when you don't have those moments to get that behind you, the teams are kind of silenced them. You take them out of the equation.
Yeah, you know, props to London, because there were a couple of those moments where the crowd was really getting into it, was getting fired up, but immediately there was a response, or sort of slowing down the game. Again, even in the listening, just sort of get off the hill, right? Let's find these players, take these fights, make sure we're locking down the areas of the map that we need to.
Well, it's in the crowd comes into play sometimes. I mean, I was talking to Marky, and listen, Marky has been on the main stage in ages, but I was like, how are you doing up there? And he's like, dude, you know, I was trying to play slow, play my spots, but then they'd start chanting Mark me, and I'd get antsy, and I'd start run around or something. He's like, it's been a while. So yeah, it can have its impact 100%. But the fans gonna need to rally now for OpTic as they are down 0-1, yet to take a map in this major. This search, it is big. And we know we're going to control on the same map for map 3 because they don't want to play a CeeLo. That's where they're going to be headed again. So it feels like this search so important. I believe one player did crash out of the lobby, so we're going to be getting a quick restart here. As soon as we're good to go, we'll get fire back into it. But a very important map for OpTic.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, when you focus really on the search and destroy side of it, I think, you know, with Illy in this lineup, right, he was sort of sniping through open and closed, you know, stopping some of those plants. But so now you're relying on Dashy, right, with the AR, or is he going to bring out the sniper? This could be a great map for him. As you can see, both of these players, such a great Major 3 qualifier, but you know, Dashy, this is what he does. It's Nastie now in that flex position, really stepping up for London.
And you can see, like, the stats aren't that far behind him. I know when you take a look at the KD, sure, but like of the opening duel win percentage, Nastie has the edge. He has been so comfortable in his position, and I'm sure, you know, it's been, if anything, usually for the sub player like Paul X, it's maybe a difficult transition, but
100%, yeah.
If it's making the team play better, I feel like as a sub sometimes you got to forget the numbers a little bit. Like if it's leading to some map wins, if we feel like we are improving,
that seems
to be the mix that works.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. And yeah, in a moment like this, down 0-1, losers bracket run, you're looking at this guy on the left in Dashy, right? This is his team now, right? He's made some of these bigger decisions.
Well,
this is that guy.
And that's what I'm wondering. Like, you know, we talk about maybe feeling the pressure on the OpTic side, like probably no one more than him. I would think, based on how everything went down with Rambo and just this entire like year of him off the team, on the team, like all the drama that went with that. Then you got Seth's line, you know, in his retirement thing where it's sort of like I'm falling so you can get up type thing. You've got to be feeling it. Now, can you put on your bread and butter when you first came in, maybe him and TJ for that OpTic team, like search and destroy is where he can take over and have those highlight positions. The time is now where you've got to step it up in a big way for this roster. We'll see if OpTic can do it, but thank you again for the patience. We're just waiting to get in. I've heard we just got game ready, so we should be back in momentarily, but hope everyone at home and everyone in attendance here is having a goddamn sexy time enjoying the broadcast.
Sexy time, sexy shirt, Maven Day.
Woo!
You're just fired up, dude.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit twisted. Having some fun with my buddy.
Yeah, but then when you look overall at this map for Fortress, I think Shotzzy again is the one you kind of circle because it feels like this guy just goes and does some things that are just unheard of, unspeakable of. He can just win them the round.
Well, I think in the search yesterday, it was just some odd moments, some odd plays, just a little over aggressive at times, just sort of those like turn off your brain and you hit something just when you shouldn't.
Sounds about right.
Can they clean that up? Yeah, can they clean that up?
It's going to happen with this team.
Yeah, no, it is. You're going to live and die by that type of stuff. 100%. But Dashy, who you want to get out to a good start, he'll be the opening first blood.
Yeah, and sort of what we've seen is now kind of this sort of default, you know, defense where you have a couple of players around, closed and open, him top maps. You can see the cross. So they're going to call that out. They know there's no trophies. It's early in round 1. That's going to connect. There we go. Nice nade with Shotzzy with the frags instead of the Semtex. The wall bangs come through, and now you have a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, love that. You said no trophies, little round 1 strat. Just pick off the player, playing it backstage, and that's exactly what will happen. Now you got to close out this round in the 4 versus 2, but still taking their time, you know, pushing through these double doors. You can get caught. Some tags to either. Pollux is going to push out, but the trade is there. That's a big one from Dashy because Pollux gets away with his life. Suddenly you're in a 2v3. Things can get interesting as doors are rendering in front of us. Nastie now from up top takes that first fight. 1v3 down to a 1v2.
As Deddy, do you want to invest it or just save it? It looks like he's just going to save it for now. Maybe if he finds another pick and go to that spot where Shotzzy is. And well, Shotzzy does what he does best. Plays his life, throws a little snake, a little shimmy, finds the kill.
Yeah, and he's repeaking that knowing the help is there for the trade.
I don't know, he repeat that pretty quick.
Yeah. I mean, Huke reacted right in front of him. But yeah, there's maybe a chance he drops there. He's able to get out, but doesn't matter when you finish the kill. You got something to feel good about right now in the crowd. You get the round 1 win, and it is comfortable. Not gonna be Riley, something behind that. Shotzzy's POV. Still be full stun inside. He's got Daddy to work with though. And they're starting to work their way up to this A site.
Yeah, bomb already going down. I mean, he saw nobody cross. Maybe you have a trophy to protect that player on the A bomb. Bomb down now, 4 versus 4 retake. This is where we're gonna see dead silences invested on both sides. Dashy's gonna find another first blood, but a quick trade.
Yeah, I thought that timing was abysmal for a second, but he at least got a pick, and now he gets Mixy. Side shout from Huke, some nice tags in. 2 versus 2.
This is just all about these timings. Diamonds with Denny, what a read. Huke, I'm pretty sure he has Denny there. Maybe it runs out. Nastie's gonna find Ghosty. There is the retake in round 2.
What was the big moment in that round for you where it started to maybe flip on its head? I know it got a little chaotic in the mid game, just gunfight after gunfight.
Yeah, I think right there is just Huke getting picked, right? He's kind of the guy buying time inside of Art. You usually have a player like Ghosty and AR in the backstory watching the bomb, making sure nobody's on the defuse. And maybe it's just a question of, does Huke go through top Art there? Maybe he jumps to the backside steps to find that kill when he had early shots in, but he decides to try to jump out the front and he gets caught.
Yeah, Scrap there with the read. I didn't see if he popped the Daddy before, if it was a great read or he's hurt him, I wasn't sure, but.
Well, he had it on. I don't think it reset, so it probably hurt him.
Yeah, yeah. That or a great read, but probably more the audio. Ooh, Shotzzy eyes on one, just trying to get out with his life and able to finesse away for now. That stun's gonna hit half the roster as they're posted up outside. A lot of utility being invested from either side. Bomb still has not yet been planted, just picking a trophy. Is Asim just getting the grunt work done?
Yeah, I mean, you saw early aggression, but they kind of get caught. It was very much a early Arts push, but Shotzzy goes right back to the window. The nade's able to connect. Asim challenges the second, but we're into a 3-on-3 as bombs planted. Another retake scenario.
I think he knows after he destroyed the trophy is nade hit a couple of players probably, so he is sending it, but set up in the back steps. It will be Scrap. It takes that fight. Ghosty last alive, and he will be picked. And I think Asim knows, taking out that trophy, getting the damage in, really kind of the opener there to start to peel apart the setup from OpTic.
Yeah, I mean, these last 2 rounds, really the difference for me is you're finding sort of the players who are trying to make plays. On one end, it's Shotzzy who jumps up top. On that round earlier, it was Huke in the 2-on-2 who's trying to find the route. So you're not allowing the sub players for OpTic to, well, go rogue and make those plays.
Yeah, it's like tough here to do it at times, but like once you get into your spots, like,
well, and if timings are going
oh
away,
yeah, it's just like you're
over.
chasing a ghost. They got Daddy. It's like, where are they? Well, the stun won't connect. As they were looking for maybe a pick out their mid-map, but see if Nastie's nade will hit, and it will. Connects, hits the shots. First blood is there. He is at 5-1. What a series so far for this young man. Pop off in the hard point. Excellent stuff so far here in the search. Another pick going to come through for London as Paulx able to find it onto Ghosty. Now you're in a 2v4 if you're OpTic. And this is one of those rounds, man. You go in a 3-1 hole, you feel you're starting to lose a grip on it. You'd love some kind of wild clutch here, maybe a chance for it. But now it gets a little bit tougher.
Yeah, 1v3 for Huke. He does have the AR and the sub to work with. Gonna check the bomb. Timing's gonna go. Oh, doesn't finish the kill.
There we go.
But still time to work with. 30 seconds left. And Huke is buying time. He knows he has to peek it once again. Gets on it, doesn't see anything. This is beautiful out of Huke right now. Paul is on the chase. But Huke, he is reading this so well. He's gotta go on to check the bomb. Daddy popped again. He gets off of it. He got off of it. He got off of it. Huke!
Oh, what is he finds it on time. He clutches it. He did it. He does it. What a clutch out of Huke.
And I don't know if they meant to hop off it or what. It was about halfway, right?
I don't know. I feel you gotta stick that. Check out that emotion from that guy on the left.
Oh, he's fired.
He is pumped.
I thought it was about halfway.
Well, and what did I say right before that round?
He had to have dropped it on accident. He picked it right back up. And
you didn't allow Shotzzy and Huke to make plays that round. Well, they leave the man, and they don't find the kill.
Dude, I was getting nervous because he never reloaded the tack, and there were like 6 bullets. And the one time I thought he was going to chow with it, I'm like, oh god.
Maybe a lifeline there for OpTic early in this round. They getting picked apart once again. Huke, thought he was going to have a freebie there, but it seemed with a nice snap.
Quickly.
That's one way to forget about that.
Yeah, quickly. Dashy 1v4. Just absolute beams out of the young man there to get 1 pick, but obviously lots more to do, but the beams
no, we're not
keep on hitting.
Are we? We're not doing this again, are we?
He's got ready to go. Big old Brucey, can he make the play?
The problem is he's got to center left, right? He's got to defuse a little bit of a different scenario.
He's just kind of have to go.
He's got to go. He's read this. He saw he spots it.
Ah,
oh my goodness.
He hit a hip fire bullet too, I think.
Snap comes in, but it's these early rounds at London. They are just running away with it. I mean, they're playing very patient. They're finding those early picks. You're shutting guys down like Shotzzy, who are sitting at 2 and 4, Ghosty 2 and 5. They know the way OpTic wants to play this map. They're not giving them those first bloods.
You get the wild round with Huke, which might have been a little blunder. Well, usually we lose that type of round. There's a blunder somewhere in for London, but like he gets the clutch. And yeah, I think you kind of said it. Like they just brush it off and get right back to business. Like, in fact, they got 2 instantly. Just get the attitude right back where you need it. Nastie continuing his dominance, 6 and 2. Asim now, Deddy to pop at 5 and 5. There's 2 in front, and like a little jackrabbit. Huke comes bouncing at him, able to drop a first blood to OpTic.
Yeah, him and Shotzzy just, roaming around art together. And they've been giving up this A plan. They're going to go for it right away. Ghosty on the stage. Not always the easiest fight, just goes back, plays his life. Dashy able to find another pick. Is Paul and Scrapz going to have to try to clutch this one out in a 2 versus 4?
Gives up stage for now. He's playing all the way deep on the steps. They get position here for now. Huke with the strafe and the Bance, able to win it. Knife out of the other end of it. Around to OpTic.
And I don't think you're going to see that again from Asim. That was probably the first round where someone from London on their defense tried to get a little cheeky, a little aggressive, and well, he gets caught. The way they've been playing is just giving up the A site.
Well, I think it's okay sometimes.
No, of course.
Just keep them guessing, right? Like make them think that's a threat. I know it doesn't work out, but he very easily could have got 1, maybe 2. It's like even if things are working, you got to keep the threat there, and we'll see what they get back to on the defensive side of things. But for now, offense up for Ravens, and just a cluster here around the double doors.
Yeah, nobody's really watching that full flank. You do have Asim working up top. The trophy gonna protect Huke, but Asim's going for it. He's going for it. Shotzzy is there. Some trades go down across the map as Scrapz was able to find Huke, but it's a 2-on-3. And there is that AR setup as Scrapz trying to find the angle on the Dashy, but he's not going to give him much.
He's able to get 1 pick.
No way!
Oh, Lord God, that cannot happen now. 1 versus 1. Dashy, Scrapz. Deddy out from Bruce.
And you have Deddy out for him. Nothing on Scrapz. It's going to be all timings. All timings.
Oh, round and around we go, and Dashy will spot him. He had Deddy in the moment. He's able to take the round. OpTic now up.
But that could just be tough for Scrapz, right? You're the trophy player in that scenario.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
But Dashy having himself a big map number 2 up to 8 and 5.
And I mean, you wanted.
It's a little scary. It gets a little scary in that round.
I mean,
Scrapz, man, with some heroics at stage.
Because was it a 4v2 in that spot or 3v2?
Yeah, 3v2. Yeah.
Stun check for any kind of pressure. Not going to hit.
I mean, I knew it. They were going to go right back to this, right? The bombs that they planted at A, they have retaken them, so they are not worried about giving this up. You can see all the white arrows starting to scramble a little bit, maybe how they want to work the flank. You see him just trying to get info, but there is the bomb working towards. that site over at A, and Dashy so good at finding those picks in a big one-on-one. We talked about those two players going into this map. He's able to win it out, and now Huke doing what he does best.
Oh, okay, I lied. He's trying to pop Daddy. For some reason, he got a speaker. He got a hit. By the time he gets his gun up, Scrapz has snapped, and what has this round turned into? Ghosty caught another retake, and things unravel. That looked ludicrous, and like that's just, you know, you're hoping the hipfire is, you're hoping you can get your gun up, but animation sometimes this game takes a little bit. And well, Scrapz just with the snapper.
Well, it's also just one of those scenarios. Bomb is planted, you're wasting time. You don't have to chow that, right? You do not have to chow out right there. You basically leave Ghosty in that position if you are Huke. If you have art control, maybe you can help out in one of those gunfights, but he goes for the quick trade. Yes, maybe that player is weak, but instead what happens is what we watched.
A bunch of hipfire bullets hitting nothing.
Yeah.
And then him putting the dirt. 4-4.
But these are the rounds we're talking about at times. We've already had a couple throughout this map for OpTic.
Peeking for info, nearly dead. 31 HP, Shotzzy gets out.
He's just trying to find something, anything, but
he's finding bullets.
They're making sure he has no openings. And now his Daddy is run out, but I think he spots that player up top, so he doesn't go for it. He doesn't go for it. He saw the player, you know. He doesn't miss those mantles very often.
But yeah, I mean, that's a good, I guess, image of what you're talking about, though. Like, the difficulty to find openings.
Well, London's just making sure that does not happen. They're trying to basically shut Shotzzy down out of the respect of his play style. Ghosty's gonna find the opener. They're just gonna fly on through stage.
Dashy did with another pick. And now you kind of back it up and play together. Love this. No reason to send it forward too much. That Shotzzy was just gonna fly and chow back steps, but gets out for now. Doesn't make it like an easy pick for Scrapz. You got 25 seconds left to go. Now the pressure on London to try and push forward. Not going to win that first fight. Scrapz able to tag one, but he will drop. 5th round on the board now for OpTic.
Similar to the hard point, just back and forth. Everyone adjusting. I think London have played this map pretty darn well besides that clutch round. Just shutting down early aggression, but OpTic, especially Dashy, continues to find picks as he is in the double digits into round number 10.
Can they close it out here? In round 10 we go.
It is developing so much quicker. They know they're giving up A. We're right into the retake.
Quick plant. Now the pressure on Ravens. Can he get it to around 11? Here comes the flood. Able to push forward behind it. And that's beautifully done. Back him up with the nade. And the AR shots allows Asim to go forward. Now Nastie with the kill. Over to Shotzzy's POV we go. Ghosty able to take one. Shotzzy in from behind, and now the Daddy pop. We're into a 2 versus 2.
Ghosty has to buy time. He has to buy time for Shotzzy to make the play.
Asim's going though. Asim sends it forward. Oh! And Ghosty just spits on him. 1v1. Scrapz versus Ghosty.
Oh, he spotted him. It's done. It's done. Ghosty done. Kill.
And that's gonna be one of those moments you love to be on the main stage if you are Ghosty. Round Warren making the play. And just one of those moments, maybe what you need to get something rolling now if you are OpTic.
Oh, especially for him individually. I think what a round for Ghosty. I mean, he destroys Asim. He doesn't panic. He spots Scrapz. He knows the time is on his side. That's exactly what you want to see from that young man.
I mean, when I saw the corner of the screen and see him pushing, I'm like, oh, it's free.
Yeah, you thought so.
And just a little drop shot to miss shots. He wins it, and what a search it was. But now we are tied up 1-1 and OpTic finally have a map on the board, a little bit of hype. And I think it's big that it's a moment for Ghosty too, just for that confidence, right? Like, it's been a tough month. Like,
and even that map, like he got left out to dry in 2 or 3 of those rounds. right? Like, he's the last alive on the retakes. They know where he is, right?
Yeah.
In those backlogs, he's gonna get just flooded, and that's what happened. But this time through, he was able to clutch on up in that 2 versus 4, him and Shotzzy. Well, it was a big one.
Yeah, no, it was a wild map, and you're now tied up 1-1. This crowd has started to become alive. It is electric in here after that victory. Now can you take the control? Can you go up 2-1 for the hometown team if you are OpTic? But London have been battling. Quick break. Be right back, everybody.
Hello and welcome back. We keep it rocking live from Texas. It is the home major for OpTic. And they're up against it right now, tied up 1-1, but people having a blast in Vinny. We got hoops. We got some football. As Hitch, I think, put that one over the crossbar. But it's been great to see. Just a fantastic atmosphere. Various rooms. I got Dippin' Dots yesterday, like in the back of the venue.
Get some more today.
It's the
Maybe after this.
ice cream of the future, Joe.
Yeah, I've been saying that for like 30 years.
Yeah,
for a very long time. But this man on your screen really stepped up in the last couple of rounds for OpTic to close out that map number 2. But all tied up at 1 apiece, right? London were able to clutch up that hard point.
Yeah, and I know we were like hyping up, a big moment like that, and it could be a big confidence booster. And it differs by player, right? Like you saw Beans come out on the main stage for the first time, and well, you saw Beans.
Not supposed to
I'm
talk
sorry,
about
but like
that
it's different.
now.
Like he just like owned it, right? Was like dominant. Then you have Ghosty, who like maybe is struggling at times. I'm sorry if I get booed. About Beans.
It's because I think.
Oh, okay, you're booing Fortress Control. No, I get that. Yeah, keep booing. No, I understand it. Yeah.
Well, you get it, but like.
OpTic did pick it.
Yeah, well, OpTic didn't pick it, but they could veto it. They could veto it.
Veto it, CeeLo, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, just tell me you're better than CeeLo. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I agree with you, but like.
Yeah.
They could just get better at the other map.
You're not wrong, Joe.
Well, all right. Let's do it.
Listen, it's fun because you usually always get to round 5, right?
Yeah, sure.
Ghosty connecting on the first, nearly a nice little snap onto the second. 3 kills through though for Ravens for now. Let's see if Asim can find an opening as he starts to talk himself away. Hiding behind knights and boats and other delightful treasures in here. Oh, I think he thought he had the first one and looked to snap to the second.
Well, there was a chair on the ground that blocked the first 4 bullets of his.
Those damn chairs.
That's a good job finding Asim, knowing he was the last player alive in his location, not allowing him to make any play. But now you can see London, they got to deal with, getting out of this trap. Asim with that first pick, but Ghosty, Dashy, the ARs of OpTic, able to find a couple of picks, slow things down. You have no ticks on the board right now with 30 seconds left.
Ghosty 5 in a row. You see it there, 6-1. Looking for that cruise. KleanX may be the victim, just strafing right outside his doorway. Starting to come on forward. Can he win the fight? Will it happen? There's the jump on forward, but he won't get the kill. It's actually Shotzzy. It's able to line it up, but yeah, so far, stalwart defense, they have found nothing to work. Just locking them up. His brilliant shots there. Ghosty does get another one, so that should be the 6th in a row. 7-1 on the round. I've seen the last player to clear out here, and that should do it. Good round 1 defense, and you got a streak behind you as well.
See, it's not all bad, right?
Now they're clapping.
Yeah, they're clapping. Yeah, a great defense. Yeah, they're all for it now. But as you said, I mean, Dashy and Ghosty really locked it down with those ARs. Probably has the crews to work with now. And well, Tix, I mean, yeah, you had 0. Paul didn't find a kill throughout that round number 1, and it can be difficult, especially when you're playing against the best players in the world.
Yeah, with the sub at times, like
just gotta
you've
get
got
out.
no control. It's just like you're running into pre-aim attacks over and over and over again. Fun. Now let's see what OpTic can do on offense, though. Riding the high of that defensive hold. Paul's get damage into several. At least able to walk away with 1, so he'll get his first kill on the board within this map. Oh, the mantle there. Not sure. Just trying to get to the truck quickly, but not going to happen with Nastie locking it down. Shotzzy takes 1 before he goes. Now right inside will go KleanX. You got 1 above, 2 outside, just holding the top railing and able to drop him onto the point, though. Go OpTic. At least stopping the point for now.
Yeah, and you can tell it's just the way Shotzzy's playing, with the way their breakoff is. They're just trying to get a tick. They want the objective advantage for round number 5. Huke doesn't even have his gun out. He had knife out. Dashy and Ghosty now, they're up next to try and get this tick on this point. As Big Brucey, baby, going big as he finds a multi-kill. That should be a tick. No, doesn't find it.
Oh my God, it's
so close.
It's so close.
But London, hold on for now.
Can you just get that tick to at least get the advantage? Paul starting to heat up. He had, what, 0 in the first? He's got 4 already within this round on defense, so obviously a little easier to find your kills here defensively set up.
And Paul's kind of watching the off push. They're still funneling towards A. They're running into Nastie, who is set up in pre-in, and Nastie is putting them down. He gets 2 before he drops, and that's going to slow the pressure for now. Now you've got 25 seconds left. Most of the zone has been cleared, but looks so good early for OpTic has been thwarted.
Yeah, as I said, maybe the one good thing is that they haven't cleared the zone. If you get out, maybe you can find that tick, but for right now, it's Asim, it's Nastie, it's Scrapz, the entire London team finding kills, slowing this round down for OpTic, and it looks like we're going to be all tied up going into round number 3.
Yeah, they were just they were a centimeter away from getting that. You'd feel pretty good. That'd be a success on the offensive side of things, but couldn't quite finish it off. So we're at a standstill so far.
And I think you saw just sort of the objective mindset that they kind of had from the get-go. You had Shotzzy get out at the truck, and I think there was some opportunity maybe for him to get pushed forward, up to side steps or into ARP, but he was going for the tick.
Why did it look like Huke was running so slow in that one moment too? Like he had his knife out, and it just like looked like slow motion.
Maybe like a stun hit him? It might have maybe a stun
maybe
hit
it
him.
was,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
It looks so funny because he's just flying to get to the point, but yeah, it just looks so awkward. We'll watch Ghosty's POV of the defense towards this A site early on. Trophies out for either side of it. Now we're trying to tickle some toes. The stun makes it a little bit more difficult, but he's got Huke there to back him up. Now looking for the wall bangs inside the truck. Nothing to write home about, but Huke is the ones getting the kills through on the cross before he drops. It might be these 2 players left. It was. It's Pollux that's able to get 2 before he falls. So you're on to it now. You've already got 1 bit of objective. They get done what OpTic could not early. They strike, they get that first bit of progress.
I mean, this is just incredible finesse by Paul. You had the trophies, you had Scrapz looking over him, but when it came down to a couple of one-on-ones, he was able to win it. There's 2 ticks in for London over at A. So already some very good progress. Well, yeah, a lot more than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's like, you know, if you're OpTic, you're still feeling okay in the sense, you know, getting 2 ticks, getting 1 point, definitely not impossible, but with the amount of time remaining and lives the way they look, you've still got a chance to do some damage here if you're able. Like, can you get this? Can you maybe get any kind of work into the B objective as well? What kind of slowed down for now is that's what 3 straight kills in for OpTic. Really is Paul X here doing his dance.
Yeah, he's just in a private match right now, just trying to find some wall bang spots, really just trying to find anything that he can, but really he's just trying to play his life. So his team has this position.
Nice shots.
Nice snap on the Huke. That's gonna be 2 dead for OpTic. Maybe some map progression for the rest of London as Shotzzy's the last player alive, and they're gonna go over towards B.
And now you gotta make a choice. You gotta pressure this towards B, but also, you know, any kind of quick transition or quick deaths and pops onto A, they only need 1 bit of progress. They almost get 1 done. He didn't finish. No, it did not. Oh my God. I thought the bar was through, but you don't get to tick onto B. That was very, very, very close.
It's not done yet though. A teammate comes in. That's gonna be 2 dead. You're gonna allow Asim and Paul to get onto A. Maybe you find the time extension here.
I know.
Asim finds the kill. I think that's gonna be the 8-point done. Or it pretty much should be as the kill comes in. Now this is a scary round for OpTic. Lives are tied, 13 versus 13, 1 minute left. And Scrapz is finding kills over towards B. Hello? Oh no!
Okay. I thought he had the freebie, but not gonna be the case. Able to get through, but it's Dashy that was up to 5 in a row. What are we watching within this series? Shotzzy just trying to get in top window, not quite able to do it. A string of kills now for Nastie. Dashy still on the 5. There is the 6. There is the cruise, but won't get to 7.
This round is not done yet, though. They have not really gotten them in that trap. They do not have maps control. You've had 1 player just kind of lurking, finding kills. As it seems, it's Paul this time. Gonna allow Scrapz to get out, and Nastie, he's just gonna stop the clock for now.
Exactly. Any time stop, like you've got enough time to play this down to lives. But you know things are gonna start to slow down and slow down in a hurry. We're at 6 versus 6 now currently. Because Dashy is trying to hold the crosses at the back truck. Deddy now going to be popped for Huke. Can he make a play? Sitting at 8-14, looking for some life in this moment.
It's really not falling a team for London. What can they find? That's going to be 5. Or sorry, no respawns remaining. Asim finds 2.
Whoa.
3 versus 4. Scrapz gets another. A cruise is in for Dashy. So it's a 2-on-4. Ghosty and Dashy have to clutch up again. He gets 2 with the missile. 1-on-2 for Asim. What is this? 1-on-1. Oh my God!
And for the London side, it's a what the hell just happened, mate?
The Cruise gets 2. It was a 4v2 for London. Then suddenly it's Asim by himself.
I mean, he almost clutches that as well. Asim up to 21 and 13. When it was a 4-on-4, he got 3 of the kills to put them in that position, but you had the Cruise, and I guess no better timing than right there for Dashy to clutch on up. But now the pressure on OpTic, they have to get some objective progress done.
Well, yeah, you'd love to not to come down to that on your defense, right? But the fact is, you needed the round victory, and you got it in dramatic fashion.
Dashy just trying to stay alive, but right off the break, it's all London Royal Ravens.
So that'll be the clearance today quickly. Shotzzy, so let's tuck away Staples, stun over the top. I'll hit on the Paul, and nice shots at range. The headshot multiplier on the sub, he's able to drop in there. Not able to get out though with his life. Where's the opening gonna come for OpTic? It's behind Huke's double.
Yeah, listen, Dashy's gonna win another one. Huke trying to get in arm, Ghosty as well, but Asim, sometimes this man feels like it goes into a different mode. He's got the engine. Well, it is starting to heat on up. 26 and 14 for Asim. He's gonna play with so much emotion as he is locked in right now.
Yeah, he knows that last one got away from him. Chance to be an absolute hero. His teammates followed around him, but now just taking control of this one. 5 in a row, 6 there on the steps, but can't quite finish it. Huke, that's tagged up, and it's Paul that's there with the trade. Now 24 seconds left to work with, and so much work to do for OpTic, or you're going to be offense in round 5.
Shotzzy trying to do what he can, but there is the trade. He almost had to take over at B, but does that allow them to work out? It looks like you're going to have a player on A, but Scrapz finding 2 kills. Going to give them a lot of map position to work with. You see Shotzzy, Ghosty just trying to cross that bench. Dashy able to get off. Off of that point, find 3. Somehow he finds 3, so this round not done yet. Dashy continues to go off. You saw it in the search and destroy, now doing it here in the control.
Okay, second bid done. Can you do it? You're down 3 lives, but still a prayer to close it out here. 4, looking for 5 in a row. Teammate can be able to pick it up. The kills continue for OpTic, and there's the added minute. 1 more spot to go through, basically even in lives now. Who's gonna be the hero?
They have so much, to work with now. You have a minute, it's 11 versus 11. You have all the map position that you want. You have your players inside of Art. Shotzzy now doing what Shotzzy does, starting to work on through. Dashy gonna work over towards B to see what he could find. But maybe that allows them to get defense around number 5. Maybe that was the play that they needed.
Because we're tied in segments, right? This is gonna be a lives battle now, but look at it for Ravens. Just 3 straight kills. They take the life edge again at 9 versus 6. Things slow down for a moment. You still have 40 seconds on the clock. The spot in from Shotzzy can't quite finish the kill. The nade and the stun not gonna hit.
And they're gonna have to do the math here to try and figure out what they need, but I think they might need some kills. So Shotzzy might know this, maybe trying to go for it. He's gonna find that. There's gonna be a freebie. Now he has to play his life. That's gonna be the call. And well,
oh my God, imagine that nade's the difference.
I think London might have the advantage based on the kills I'm looking at. That's not my strong suit, but both teams, they're just gonna let it ride.
Let's see where we go for round 5. Fist bumps out. Boys locked. I think it should be Ravens, but we'll see. The way OpTic were slowing down there for a moment, I thought maybe they thought they had the edge, but we'll find out as we get into round 5.
All right, yep, London is going to have defense, so here we go. Either somebody counted wrong, or I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, they had to go for that round. Can they do it again? Can they find that A capture? Can they win an offensive round?
So difficult to do, but you know, in round 5, round 11 in Surge, sometimes throw out the rule book, the notebook. Anything is able to happen. There's a wild flurry of trades over towards A. No major advantage, yeah, but it's gonna get OpTic Texas back to the starting block, and maybe Asim getting in that position. Really the advantage you get from London early on.
working out towards top B. You've got 3 players there, 1 watching the cross. If you are Ravens, and they are shutting it down. Nastie, Paul, Asim, all through on the feed. Back to step 1, now getting set up to lock them in is Royal Ravens. And now you're in the blender right now if you're OpTic, already down 8 lives and just getting churned to butter.
I mean, look at Asim right now, 36 in 19, having himself a map with the sub, with the Vaznev on this map. And yeah, 30 seconds left, you're down 10 lives, and it's looking like London's gonna go up 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, they just have such a massive advantage here. What sort of heroic effort would it take? They are just soaring on forward, but getting chopped down by London player over and over again. Nice little movement snap there from Nastie. He's up to 30 and 4 in a row before he drops. Belly flopping onto the pointer, attempting to is Ghosty, but the gunfight will not go his way. It is a quick and decisive round 5. London go up 2-1.
Yeah, and I guess you just look at that round 4, right? When it just kind of comes to a halt. Maybe you could have won that offensive round, but does not go their way.
That or like the round 3 and all the success you had for London that round, the fact you forced out the streak. I mean, the fact you had to clutch up and that wild of manner on defense for OpTic. I mean, maybe the streak doesn't make a massive difference here, but if you have it in round 5, could have certainly been influential, but they were just, I mean, it was a miracle they pulled that one out. I mean, that could have very easily been a 3-1, but you get 2 with the streak and Dashy wins that final fight, but yeah, it shouldn't really go to that when you're on defense.
Yeah, a couple of 30 bombs there out of London, 37 for Asim, 4,000 damage. Nastie continues his incredible series on the stage. Now they're 1 map away from eliminating this OpTic team.
Well, we'll take a look at some highlights as we get ready for our map 4 hardpoint. We'll see if London can close this out, silence the crowd, and see what kind of Cinderella run maybe they're able to make throughout the course of this tournament, or if OpTic can push this the distance to a search and destroy. And will this type of win be enough to propel them? But some frustrating moments. And they're up against it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I think, you know, we kind of asked it, like, who needs to be that player to step up? And I think Dashy was huge in the search. He had his moment here, you know, in the control. Now it's kind of, you know, who else? And I think it's got to be the sub duo to me. They have not had the impact that you would expect in this matchup. Shotzzy and Huke need to be playing better, especially in these respawns.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the kind of groove you can get into. Like, both weapons are very powerful. When you get to your spots, you can take over. And really, for the most part, throughout that, it was just a scene that was kind of his wonderland, hitting that flow state, just finessing and frying. You didn't really have it on the other side very often. And if you can't get a sub in that position, it's going to be hard to find openings on the points. You're not going to keep the team second guessing, wondering where people are. Asim was just everywhere, man. Like, he felt like multiple players at times.
There you can see the 104 to 88. Obviously, a big chunk of that jumps into that round number 5. London able to take it away. I know we were talking about Asim, but in Nastie, he continues to just.
No, he's had a hell of a series.
Yeah,
he really has.
He just plays so well.
Even in the games we lost, like he had a hell of a map. But this is where we stand for now in our best of 5. We're going to Mercado. We're staying on Mercado. Could end in the map 4 with a London win. Can go the distance if OpTic are able to take this hard point. If you missed the first map, I mean, it was a thriller. It was a wild back and forth affair there on HyDra. Plenty of heroic moments for either side, but it was London that was just able to squeak it out at the end of the day. OpTic now in loser's bracket at their home major. All pressure on, put up or shut up. It is now time. You've got to get a map W.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you're looking at this Mercado hard point. Recently, you've found a lot of success on it, right? I mean, had some crazy maps, some crazy moments, but able to beat FaZe on and online. Can you carry that momentum here into this series? But yeah, they know the pressure is on.
And we're just waiting to get the call. We are game ready. We'll get into it, as I know the tension is building inside the building and at home. Sure, there are a ton of you thrilled and watching for this one. As the green wall chants start, London so far have been able to brush off any kind of crowd noise and take an edge in this series. But right now, this is the only map that matters for OpTic. Map 4, need a W.
I just got to take it one map at a time for right now. But there you can see 4-3 overall, 3-4, so not a bad map for London. And look at that break percentage, second for London. So we talked about the holds. There weren't a lot in map number 1, but on a map like Mercado, there needs to be, because if you chain 2 or 3 hard points in a row, this one's like done. You're down 150.
And when you think about like big breaks, you know, I think about somebody with somebody like Asim who just is coming off that monster map, or an opening pick from your AR, which is Nastie. And I think the 2 players that have a chance to really be influential in that type of moment, I think they're feeling good right now. The play has been crispy. It's on OpTic to shut them down. Here we go. Map number 4. Ravens up 2-1.
Well, pretty good start there for OpTic. You do have Paul, who works all the way around inside of green. He's trying to influence spawns for the second hill, but Dashy able to read it. Probably gets a calm, some nice early times. P2 spawns going the way of OpTic. This is exactly what you needed after that map number 3.
Just sees him jumping across, and Huke just out finessing, able to get up top. The trade is there, but Huke quick with it in that moment, and all the time on the board to Texas for now, but it's a triple from Asim. Saw the multi-kill pop up.
One more player here.
Trying to be the difference. They're trying to hunt him down, able to do it. Shotzzy finds Nastie, gets that one-on-one win, now wrapping out to back alley. It's Scrapz that is set up in position. He's going to drop a second one here, and the movement with the long jump. 4 in a row for Shotzzy.
And this is what you needed out of this guy. Get him going, but you are going to get taken down by Nastie. So spawn's going to be a little bit weird here for OpTic. They do not have the man advantage near the hill. Huke, he's going to have to play his life, wait for the reinforcements. They arrive, but Nastie deals with them. So it's a 2-on-2 on the hill. Ghosty able to find the first, but Asim gets the time. He's on the hill.
And now trying to hold all these reinforcements from top window will be Ghosty. He knows he's got a player down below him. Able to clip the hair off of one, but then Asim through with the double. Nastie will take him out with a nade, but Asim and Nastie combined for the entire kill feed. They're in for now. One player is here, and OpTic still maybe trying to make a play with these final 20 seconds left. They want to go for another hit.
I mean, we're going for this.
He's got 2 players to deal with, and Paul is going to shut them down. Now look at the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they're going for this. Asim is here. You have London set up here at 10. I don't know if that was the right play call. 10 can be such a money hill. You would have had numbers. Now you have given London a free setup. You at least have an 18-point lead through the first couple of hills, but you're relying on a break inside of 10, where we have seen so many plays behind that heady, behind that table. Not easy to deal with. London, I think you take this all day.
You got trophy out, you're set up in position. It's been nothing but Ravens kills for the last couple of moments. And it continues, kill feed. It's all white until Ghosty and Shotzzy now answer. Maybe an opening now for OpTic Texas to get in. Can they rally behind it? But first 30 seconds, all to Royal Ravens. It has been a thing of beauty for them on the opening setup. I know it's the break percentage where they are fantastic, but it's the hold percentage now. That was good. I mean, you got the 40 seconds. Now OpTic able to get in. All right, fine. Now we'll worry about the rotation.
Yeah, again, you take this all day. Yeah, took them 40 seconds. Free rotation over to Barbershop. This is exactly what you would take if you are London. They have a little bit of a lead. The rest of OpTic trying to work this back alley push, trying to find an opening to get in a Barber. You're going to have Nastie inside of the hill. Paul just trying to play his life. Here comes the pressure. Shotzzy, Dashy working in tandem, 2-on-2. Shotzzy, of course, he's got some crazy angle, but he's going to jump on through and not find anything as the submachine gun's locking it down for London.
Wow, that's a 4-man feed. They are dropped and spawning out. And it can't continue to be this game after the first hard point of 40-20, 40-20, 40-20, over and over again. It can't. You will get bodied in the hard point. That's going to be the case. At some point, you've got to flip this script on its head if you are OpTic. Because so far, Ravens, when they're dying, they're like, okay, fine. Yeah, we'll spawn out, we'll set up.
Yeah, now 8 kills in a row for the team, and then over to rotation. Who's the first team here again? It's going to be London Royal Ravens. Asim's going to find 3. The last player over here is Ghosty. but they're winning rotations. They're finding the scrap time. London are simply outplaying OpTic on Mercado right now.
You know what's worse than the 40-20 is if you don't even get the 20. That's one way it can be a little bit worse. A team kill is going to come through, still set up inside. Nastie is up top, and OpTic, you know, it feels like they are getting outplayed massively because they are, but the scoreline hasn't gotten too bad yet. Like, you're down 60, but you get the rest of these 40 seconds.
You need a break here. You need a break here. Huke is 1 in 12. 1 in 12 out of one of the great SMGs we have in this league, but they have just been gifting London free rotations, early setups. In London, they are going to take this all day. Now you have 6 in a row and a cruise missile for Scrapz to work with.
The discipline there for London. Not for Texas at the moment. If you're going to start this rally, though, it's got to come soon. It's been a frustrating opening 5 minutes for OpTic within this game. But now maybe, yeah, you lose a ton of time, but can you get set up here? The problem is now you've given
It's got to start here. It's got to start here at this P6. This is a big money hill. Asim, he's going for the raft. What can he find? He's able to find one, so that's going to be 2 dead. Here comes the rest of London. They're going to try to find this break. They're going to try to put them in the dirt while they can.
Yeah, you have a chance to just blow this one wide open. Shotzzy, though, wins a big one at the top of the steps. Another team kill going to come through on a nade, though, from Dashy. And now nobody in the point. You're not getting any time for now, so the job has been done behind the streak and the push. Another gunfight win, but an instant trade. They've kept it messy on this point. There will be no clean time right now for OpTic.
Yeah, 25 seconds left. You need this time, but you can see on the rotation, you have Asim who spawns on up. You're still fighting for this. You're still fighting for this. And well, London, they're going to win out on this, and they have position of parking lot. Up next is just Dashy all by his lonesome. He's going to find a freebie, but that's going to allow them to know that he's here. So all the focus is going to be on him, and there is the trade.
Shotzzy with some lovely shots. Nobody in the objective for now. The push around the edge is going to come through. The lead still sitting around 80 points, doubling up their opponents. Is London Royal Ravens, cars exploding, heads falling off, bullets everywhere. As they're fighting for their moment to get into this objective, but second by second, it's scarier. Another cruise is going to come in. This time, I believe it's going to be Scrapz.
Yeah, he's just going to try to find a pick to allow them to win this hill. But it looks like they do get on it for now. But the numbers go the way of London. Ghosty just trying to do what he can. He threw that trophy down. He's got Dashy watching over him. Here comes London. Trying to get on this hill, find the rest of the scrap time, and they will.
How about these Royal Ravens? The improvements have been there. They've been feeling more and more confident online in the league. They're doing their thing right now, but here you go. It's another team kill, but you do get several kills through that wave for OpTic Texas. As now we get back to mid-map.
So what, you're down 70? It's not the worst on this map.
You're still in this.
But there's a lot to work through. Really, you're looking at these last couple of hills. Is Dashy starting to get heated up? You have P1 control. Can you win the P2? Huke on the flank is able to find one. The crowd starting to get behind these guys, trying to rally behind them. It was a big break near the end of P1 for London to get them on P2. Can OpTic hold on to these spawns?
Yeah, can you just be a bit more disciplined in this half? Now 5 in a row for Dashy. Huke through with a double. The 1 in 12 slow start, starting to become a distant memory now as he chains them together. 128 and climbing. Deficit down to 50. Dashy still picking pockets, and Huke is on 5 in a row. Suddenly you feel the shift on the map, in the building, as OpTic have come alive. Nastie, though, with a big gunfight win.
They got to be careful here, though. They have to be careful. That is not when you want to die. 2 players are going to spawn out. Sorry, only 1. Nastie with a gunfight win. The pressure is coming. Nastie starting to work on that pinch. She's able to find another one. On the hill, though, is Ghosty. The snakes, the form is on point. Trying to do what he can, but it's a London break behind Nastie's play.
Such a great break, team, and you're seeing why there. Ghosty stayed alive as long as he could, but now can you break on the other side of it? It's a chest bump in the doorway. It's 3 through for OpTic. Back into the point they go. 30 points separating these two teams. Daddy now out for Nastie, who is on 5 in a row. Can he find the streak to work with? Eyes on one outside. What are you seeing, Joe?
Yeah, there's going to be a big one-on-one on the next hill. It's going to be Huke versus Paul. Huke gets the kill versus Paul. So Huke's alive. He's going to have control at P3. At P2, they have the rest of the scrap time. Now OpTic only down 15 with 10 control. This is a big moment. Can London get in the hill? Cruise missile in for Nastie.
Gonna hit the roof, not gonna connect. Dashy now with his missile. It's raining missiles from the sky.
Huke goes big.
It's gonna be for Texas. Huke with 4 HP. Set him at the table. Lead change. Now to OpTic.
Couple of big rotation wins by Huke gives them control. Dashy going off. Ghosty locking it down as well. Asim, now the last player alive, has to wait for his teammates. And just like that, the lead is growing for OpTic.
To Huke we go. One gunfight win, but Scrapz able to spray through. Everyone eliminated from that area of the map right now for the Royal Ravens. They're going to continue to take fights. Shotzzy is still here. Shotzzy with some lovely shots to pick him out of the hard point. That's just about to pop. You got Ghosty who's going to be ready to rotate over from old. He's going to develop the pinch. The rest getting ready to hit through back alley, but it's a scene that's able to take it first. Another cruise. Streaks all over the place within this Mercado. 5 in a row now for Ghosty as Huke takes it to the sky.
There's only one player left on the hill. Paul, he gets taken down. 20 seconds now. Ghosty, his stun takes down his teammate, but Huke is in the back, able to find another one. The last player alive for London is Scrapz near the hill. Dashy wins the gunfight. They're locking it down. The comeback is in. OpTic 5 points away from a map number 5.
It isn't how you start, it's how you finish. I'll tell you what, it was bad early. They were getting out-rotated, they were getting outplayed, but that's this OpTic team. A switch is going to flip, another gear is going to be hit, and they get it done. I mean, Huke brings it back. He was 1-12 to start that map, and getting to 17-25 is absurd in its own right. Unbelievable.
Well, really, I mean, if you really look at the first set of rotations, it was awful from OpTic. So many bad decisions being made. They made the game harder on themselves. But that second P1 to P2, at P1 you had Dashy and Huke. That's where they earned their cruises. I think Huke found attack goes on a spree. He got going, he got comfortable. Then if you look at the P2, Ghosty had some key moments to play his life. And then the rotation to 10 on that third hill. It was a one-on-one. Huke spawns out. He's got to kill Paul. He does. They get inside of 10 first, and that was the moment that OpTic took the lead. The momentum shifted their way.
Yeah, it just felt like a lot of those times it was like Dashy by himself or Huke by himself, and it wasn't even a one-on-one. I mean, at times in those like big moments, I felt like it was like a 1-on-3. Like everybody was there for London, but when it came down to a 1v1, Huke was locked. He wins a key battle, and this is where we sit. It all comes down to a Mercado search and destroy. A reminder, it's the loser's bracket match. Loser is done. Winner continues in the gauntlet. But we're having fun. I mean,
I was a little nervous, man. I mean, listen, it was not looking good whatsoever.
No.
I think everybody in the room was feeling it, right? If you were an OpTic fan, London, they had the control, and they're probably kicking themselves because they know they let that one go.
Well, to Texas in the world, it is one more map that decides this series. We are headed to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. It all comes down to this map 5. What a ludicrous map 4 it was, filled with emotion in the big swing moments. But now it all is on this search and destroy. And I got no goddamn idea how this is going to go, Joe. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, throw anything you really expected coming into this series out the window, right?
Yeah.
You thought maybe OpTic was going to run away with it, but London, we talked about their improvements getting better and better. They've had a lot of game 5s. They've won a couple, they've lost a couple in Major 3 qualifiers, and they clutch up in another one. And for OpTic, what? It was a 173-80 run to close out that map number 4 to get us to this moment.
Yeah, it's like even when the mistakes were happening, like I think I said a couple times, like they're still close enough they can make a run, but it was getting real close to that scoreline where it's like, this is done. Yeah. It was getting real close, but then they make the rally, crowd comes alive, players start frying. You just felt the venue in that map change. But none of that matters anymore. We are tied 2-2. It's the game 5.
Yeah, both teams 0-1 throughout the qualifiers on this map. But was that the momentum that OpTic needed?
Hey, but like, how much does momentum matter going into the search? Like,
well, maybe I just think for confidence, probably a lot. I mean, Huke literally started off that map 1-12. True. If he doesn't have that 6-free, like I don't really know what he's going through. They probably don't win that map. But here we go into round number 1. Nade's going down on both sides, and if you have seen a Mercado, a lot of the times it's on this A-bomb site.
You don't say.
It's because they all love tacos.
Who doesn't,
At the cantina. As the bomb is being stretched by Paul. That's going to be the bomb down. So a nice little stretch spot right there. And I'll write that one down for ranked.
Yeah, he just standing up tall, right? He's making sure Huke doesn't have the angle unless he really pushes his way on board, which he is starting to do. Asim able to get the first pick, and he's just laying there. Hasn't moved a bit. Ghosty wins the nutty gunfight, but the trade happens. Oh, it's actually Shotzzy's POE we swapped to that was dropping inside. I thought Ghosty got traded out for a moment, but he's still going to be alive now in the 1 versus 3.
Just no time. Just no time to work with. Doesn't have Daddy. He's the trophy player on this map. Nice gunfight win. I think he's been playing really well this series. But London, they bounce back after that map number 4 and win the first round just with a nice little quick plant. And yeah, I think for Huke there, right, you're just kind of ADS'd, and it's right over that player who's prone.
Well, that's like sometimes what you call it like an offense, right? Like you don't get teed and back up and get to a head. He didn't play from like planner or the block or the bomb. Like he just sort of laid there. And yeah, you come around the corner, you don't check it, you're dead. Because the Vaznev is a shotgun.
At times.
Yeah. In the right hands. 1-0 Ravens.
Well, Nastie, maybe with the snipe, maybe able to find a kill, a pick. Asim, he's going to find 1, but there is a quick trade by Huke, so still into a 2 versus 3. And yeah, looks like Nastie, he's got a sniper in that back alley where he was able to find that kill in there. With that spot, it's going to be a retake, and we saw a lot of these scenarios in map number 2. And with the snipe, not always the easiest time retaking a bomb site. You're going to have to run into someone with that pistol, maybe bait for your team.
Huke basically pops Daddy and plants the bomb, so I don't think he's going to have anything left to really work with. Ghosty's going to get picked, and Huke's going to get dropped as well. He couldn't get anywhere. It's a quick and efficient retake, 2-0 edge Ravens.
Yeah, everybody at 100% Daddy or trophy, so they're just going to go ahead and defuse this. And yeah, I think it just starts with Nastie with the pick, with that first blood. Gives them the man advantage, and this is the way London has played defense, especially throughout this match versus this OpTic team. Sort of, we're going to sit back, allow you to make a mistake, we're going to find a pick, and then we'll work off of that.
Yeah, I mean, that should be the plan right now with the way they're playing. See Shotzzy and OpTic kind of talking through things. See how you maybe want to deal with this and maybe make it more difficult of a plant, or how you want to work the retake. Obviously different than the round 1. Seeing they now have Daddy and trophies more coming into play. Shotzzy was about to get caught, and I think he will. Nastie's able to soar out. He gets 1 and then 2. He actually is able to pick Huke and Shotzzy. So Shotzzy not able to react through on the trade, and they're quickly into a 2 versus 4. It is all Ravens thus far.
I mean, that's just one of those rounds, one of those angles where you're hoping a player's watching that bottom side window, that door, as he's trying to do that hop up. They had the trophy. They wanted to get aggressive over towards A. And now, just like that, it is down to this man, a Ghosty. You know, 1 versus 4. He was left in a 1-on-3. A nice little snap onto the first, but London quickly up 3-0.
Finally, someone able to put down Paul while he's on his belly. Someone's always rounding an edge, and he's just laying there.
See if you can find anything if you are OpTic. I mean, last offense, again, just this. Now, you know, Nastie might be sniping. See the London boys just kind of talking. What adjustments do they want to go through?
You hear like the crowd's like trying to get into it, but you're down 0-3. The rounds have been pretty. I mean, you've got 3 kills on Ghosty, 1 on Huke, and a goose egg right now for Shotzzy and Dashy. So you haven't really seen any bit of. But once again, just playing passive from Ravens.
This time too, it's gonna be a different look. So you don't have the sniper, but it's gonna be 2 players maybe working the flank. And what, Asim? But it's gonna be Scrapz this time with the sniper. So they're just taking turns. They are taking turns. But bomb planted, 35 seconds. Here comes the retake.
Just trying to get a glimpse of the head, but 2 players drop. And there comes the chow onto the sniper. It's just gonna be Asim, and he's gonna get traded out. Round to OpTic, they're on the board.
And finally, a first blood going their way. That's really the key. The first 3 rounds, they were down a man, but this time, Huke able to find that first blood. Dashy with 2 in the round to get him on the board. And Huke finds the last. They just play that retake, have the numbers. And by the way, we are 4 rounds in. Shotzzy right now, 0-4, 0 damage as well.
Well, that's actually the wild part. Like, usually you're in the blender a bit, you get some tags and 0 damage. See if Shotzzy can get a feel for it. There's the snipe pick. Dashy taking out Nastie.
flicking for more just behind the second player. Wants to take another gander.
And OpTic fans missed this.
Hello.
And with the snipe. 2 in the round for Big Bruce. So deadly with the snipe.
Just Scrapz is calling out, trying to back up. Maybe he's still a little weak, and Shotzzy puts him in the dirt. Shotzzy gets on the board, but he's got to feel good. And Paul, a nice recentering there, and I thought it got away from him. Is that a third snipe in from Bruce? I think it was.
No, that's a pistol shot. Yeah,
I saw like a snipe bullet come across.
Yeah, Huke able to find the final kill in the round. But there we go. Dashy with the first blood on offense. Dashy with the 2 snipes on defense to keep them alive. They were down 0-3.
Yeah, they're like, screw it. We're going to go in a hole, and then we're going to bring it back.
Yeah, just got to make some adjustments. That's all.
Trophy eaten away.
Look at this. You're playing very slow if you are OpTic here. You have 1 player watching the B pinch. You have 1 player all the way in the back of the spawn waiting for something to do in the middle tunnel. But London, they've been doing what they've been doing. But Dash is going to find another one. This man stepping up.
Oh my God, he's pre-aimed just above.
But it's a big one!
But there's Shotzzy finally making a statement on a 3 streak. Now give him another. Shotzzy's hungry for more.
He just waited on that flank, was just lurking beside, and with that first blood from Dashy, there we go. They had no idea this was coming. He times it well, the stun connects, he knows where this final player is, and they get 3 rounds of their own to tie it up.
From 0 damage to 4 and 4. And in the overall, Game 5, it is 3-3.
Wow, this is quick. They are just showing right down the middle, right down the middle. I don't know if London's going to be ready for this. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this, how fast this is. It's 2 players through. 2 players through. They're not ready. They're not ready. Shotzzy and Huke. They find 3. They find almost all 4.
He just trying to give him a kiss at the tail end of that.
He might have. But they just go right down the middle of the map, and Huke finds the 3rd in the round. What a read out of OpTic. They just gambled. 2 hit right down the middle.
And the gamble. Does it pay dividends? 4 straight rounds down for OpTic. So yeah, boys, yeah, I hit it.
Bro, I look like my rank play sometimes, dude. So I'm like, how are they behind us so fast?
Oh, they sprint them in map.
Right down the middle. Right back to it. Shotzi's going right through mid-tunnel. Had Ghosty looking over him with that snipe. Ghosty, he's going to maybe find 1. The timing's so close, but Asim able to dodge that. Now he's going to work the middle alley, but it looks like Dashy watching that for now.
There's waiting to go. He's going to challenge 2. Gets 1.
Asim gets out, though. Asim gets out. Dashy, I think he just gave it up. He just gave it up. That's going to be a...
Oh, my God. Almost a snap and a half.
Huke's in his zone right now, though. I will tell you what. Huke continues to find kills. He's got to get back with his teammate. Remember, Ghosty had the sniper. Huke puts the damage in. Nastie with the knife, be able to find that one.
The Demon Barber is out. Stabbing away. 1 versus 1. Snipe the flick. It ain't going to happen as the bunny hop across. It's Nastie. That'll take it.
I mean, it's the right read. Just hoping maybe he walks into that, but he had the deady popped. He goes for the jump. Well, it's exactly what he needed. What a crazy round. And what a timing Asim found.
Yeah.
4-4. Back into Mercado we go. Nastie able to clutch up. What's he got in the early moments of this round? It's Dashy once again with the snipe out, trying to find the angle. There's people jumping across, wall bangs everywhere. Can he get the angle to hit the shot? Yes, he can! Big Brucey hits again, the wall bangs on point. One player left, and it's KleanX crawling around, hands around his ankles and drop.
I'll tell you what, you want to know what's crazy? London didn't have anyone watch the flank. Nobody was middle. So that was a 4-on-4 at that site. OpTic was thinking someone's going to play mid-heady, someone's going to play the pinch. No, they probably weren't expecting that, but they clutch on up. Dashy with a beautiful snipe. The first blood's now in favor of OpTic, and now they are one round away for keeping their tournament alive.
It's offense for OpTic. Can they close it out here? It's been a battle of a series, but a chance to survive and continue on. Kill for Ghosty, kill for Asim. Shotzzy on the flank. Huke gets another. Shotzzy finds the pick. It's all on Nastie, and he can't get out for the trade. Shotzzy gets away, and Shotzzy puts him down. OpTic survive. From 0-3 and 0 damage, Shotzzy gets to 9-6. And just like most of that series, OpTic bounced from dead to alive in what feels a matter of seconds.
And I mean, listen, like, a props to OpTic, but there were no adjustments from London. He pitched on through 2 offensive rounds in a row. Nobody watching that, no one. Hex is fired up. The fans are fired up. They're still alive. It took a lot to take down this London team, but hey, you get to tomorrow.
Yeah, we saw Hector was over here hanging out near us for a lot of it, man.
Always stressed.
The roller coaster he was going through emotionally, but you get that win.
Just him. I mean, the whole freaking man.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. An absolute battle. I mean, props to London. You don't think they're going to put up that kind of fight maybe against OpTic, but you see the improvements. Yeah, they had their fair share of mistakes, but at times, looking like a well-oiled machine, it was fun to see them go toe-to-toe. It all comes down to that map 5, and you're down what? You're down 3-0. You then go 6-1 to get the W.
You know, we talk about it all the time. Sometimes it takes a match like that to get going, to build the confidence up. Maybe that's exactly what they needed.
And I mean, we've got Ghosty on the main stage. You think about like that moment in the control, right? Where Asim is pushing him out and he's able to get the kills with a spectacular moment for him. But can't wait to hear more from him. Let's get it right over to the main stage.
All right, thank you very much, Maven. Yes, I'm here on the main stage with Ghosty. Wow, what we have just seen was incredible. I've got to talk to you first of all. It is an incredible moment to debut as your first major event as a professional player in front of the green wall. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm ecstatic. The support is crazy. I hear y'all. I feel y'all. That shit goes crazy. Keep that shit up all weekend. We hear every single one of y'all, so we appreciate it. For real. Much love.
The green wall certainly is loud. All right, so there's a bunch of things to go through from that because that was just an incredible match every way through. Let's start. First of all, the S&D, your 1v2 to kind of get your team over the line. What were you thinking in those moments?
Honestly, I was just thinking that I had to clutch it. We all had the ice up at some point in that S&D to get the game win. But my teammates were calm and telling me what to do, so it was pretty easy.
Well, you made it look easy in the end. From easy to not so easy, I've got to ask, there was some criticism laid at the feet of OpTic for that control. The numbers obviously went a little bit wrong. What happened with the call there and the adjustments going forward?
I can't lie, I miscalculated the kills by 2, so that's on me.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, all's well that ends well, right? But speaking of which, we'll go into the hard point now. You were down, I believe it was 177 to 93. Yep. What adjustments were made? What call was made to make what I think was something along the lines of 160, 170 point comeback to 20? It was ridiculous. What happened?
Honestly, me and Brandon, we said reset in the comms. We all just started playing a little bit tighter, trusting each other, and I mean, we let the magic happen.
You certainly did let the magic happen as well. I kind of want to talk about your match just in general for that one, because that basically was a war all the way through. Going into the map 5, what was the team saying to each other? What were the comms like? What were the calls like?
The comms, honestly, was just very confident. We just wanted to keep banging out the A site just because, you know, we wanted to play with some confidence, get some grit going, and I'm glad we came out on top.
I like it. I like the adjustments as well, by the way. Like the fact you let Shotzzy a little bit loose and you started finding gaps with it. Was that a specific moment that came down to? Did somebody call, hey, we're going to have to adjust here?
I think it was the in-game moment situations right there.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much for kind of joining me here on the main stage.
Thank you so much.
It has been an incredible privilege to watch that game and everything going forward. And I know the green wall is ecstatic as well. So anything you want to say to your home crowd right now?
I just want to say thank y'all so much, and the love is felt for sure.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all so much, for real. The love is felt.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to throw it back to the desk to break down everything we just saw. Again, thank you, Ghosty.
Thank you.
OpTic Texas, they get it done. I cannot believe it. What a roller coaster ride that series was. I was up, I was down, but one thing is for certain, the crowd was bringing it every step of the way. That search nameless. 5 rounds in a row, clutch after clutch, flanking through mid on Mercado. It gave us everything.
Man, I took my headphones off. My eardrums are getting blown out. Seriously, man. It felt like they won champs in here, and they just beat London in the game 5. So for OpTic, just so many mistakes. Every series with OpTic, though, is just crazy, man. With this team, they get in situations that no other teams get in, and you know they're able to rally back and get the victory here. I will say, though, in that game 5, some of the calls that they had, tippable, man. That round 7 swing round where they sent 2 people right up mid, flanking through Barber, I thought that was a beautiful call, so kudos to whoever made that in the comms. And then also Shotzzy's turnaround, man. We know what he likes to do. He likes to play near that B-bomb site, and London made 0 adjustment to you know, try to pick him off or watch that flank. And they were able to come back and get this win. That's huge for momentum.
And not even that, I mean, Dashy and all of his first bloods as well, right? I mean, he got 3 in a row. They were down 0-3. He finds that first pick. Shotzzy hits that huge flank, almost picks up 3 London Royal Raven players in the back, and that was that momentum switch, right? And then we head to the next round. It's Dashy once again with that first blood, the momentum, the green wall, the crowd roaring, and the momentum behind them. And once again, to tie the game up, it is Dashy with the first pick and window, a kill that we didn't think he was going to get. I mean, just composure across the board from the green side of things.
And I think that kind of rang true throughout each and every single one of the search and destroy rounds. The ones that they won, clutched up. You think about the Huke 1v3, the Ghosty 1v2. London will look back at those search and destroys and say to themselves, we could have won these games. Yeah. We definitely could have won them. OpTic had to ice up to win.
That had to be the best, worst series of all time. like the most mistakes ever. The breakdown's going to have a lot to go through when it comes to that one.
That's right.
But there were some inexcusable things. You think about that control. Like, how do you not count the lives going back to Fortress? You think about London, no adjustments in that game 5 as well. Like, OpTic just got lucky.
You know, lucky or not, though, Ali, I'm sorry. Like, but the thing is, like, OpTic, they made it.
Yeah,
They're moving forward. They play another series, Ali.
I mean, look, I told you to trust me, okay? And you guys, you did not trust me, but I have to tip my hat almost more so to the green wall in this situation, because the talent is there for OpTic Texas. They just need the momentum to get themselves going. This series, to be honest, should not have been a game 5 against the London Royal Ravens. The OpTic Texas team, the talent, the players, the accolades, I expect a much stronger start out of them, but regardless, again, they got the win.
That's right.
They kept the composure, and we're seeing them in another day.
Look, there was a lot of great moments. I mean, we were breaking down a ton of them, but I think we only have to pick one. Even though it's hard to pick one for our scub play of the game. We're going to Dashy Mercado. He was on a Mercado hardpoint second half. He popped off nameless. What did we see from him?
I mean, Dashy was going crazy. He had a pretty solid series across the board. There was a lot of moments throughout this entire series where I'm like, can somebody just help Bruce? So you see him making some plays here on the Mercado and just a heroic comeback. Huke as well started off very bad, and there were a couple big rotations. They needed him most. He rotated early to 10, found a huge 2-piece that allowed him to get back into this one. There's also one other player we got to show some love to who stayed pretty strong throughout the series, Ghosty, the guy that we just reviewed. He did have himself a pretty solid series, and if it wasn't for that 1v2, they might have got 3-0'd in here. So hopefully you can continue that for the squad.
I love that. A rookie pulling up and going big, even given the interview. You got to appreciate, like, he feels at home. He really does. Love it. Hey, that OpTic energy was incredible. Well, we got a lot of things to offer you. And speaking of OpTic, right, if you're a fan, check out our CDL shop. Check out the CDL store for all the official CDL merch. We've got some new hoodies. We've got the full lineup of 2023 jerseys. Go to shop.callofduty.com and pick up your jerseys or merch. Of course, we also have those team packs. You look like the pros, you play like the pros, maybe make you a little bit better, all right? The new CDL team packs are available in-game. They've got it all for you. Check them out and make sure you're rocking maybe even that OpTic Texas after this point, man, because I'm pumped up. Like I said, that was incredible. I haven't felt that energy in a long time. It's been a while since I've been to, a COD LAN. That was like, it blew me away. Absolutely blew me away. Well, we got another great series. I think 2 more to go today. The next one coming up is going to be New York Subliners facing off against Florida Mutineers. One you don't want to miss out on. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3, coming to you live from Arlington here at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. We've got the flank catcher right there, calling all the action to flank, a beautiful thing. I know, Nameless, you've been on there a couple times. These boys, they're bringing the heat each and every time.
Yeah, the flank's great, man. The watch parties have been one of the best things for Call of Duty.
That's right.
And the flank boys are here. They've been at the last couple of events. It's been a good time. Zuma, Benjay, Asim, Aches, Parasite, always doing good stuff for Call of Duty.
Great things indeed. The conversation's always good. Sometimes I laugh too. I can't even lie. They bring the entertainment. Good series, by the way. The good cast. Last one is insane, huh? OpTic pulling through.
Good casting series. I don't know if it was the best Call of Duty I've ever casted over, but you know, it's they survived. Yeah, but London looked better.
That's right. Well, let's talk about our bracket, right? Because there are some implications to OpTic winning that now. Obviously, they'll move forward. Still in the elimination bracket. Scary things for sure. Later, coming up, we will have Vegas Legion versus the Los Angeles Thieves. That's going to be a crazy matchup. We know LA Thieves and their loser bracket run kind of go hand in hand. They make it happen. On the top side, though, we did see those matches take place yesterday. Boston Breach, Toronto Ultra face off tomorrow. Seattle Surge and Atlanta FaZe. But OpTic Texas awaiting New York Subliners, Florida Mutineers. Just to go a little bit more in depth, Allie, what do we like about the bracket?
I mean, I like that OpTic's still making it into day number 3. I think, you know, the matchup that we have coming up is another one of those testament matches where it could be a trap game, you know, New York Subliners versus the Florida Mutineers, and the way that New York's been looking at the start of our event. And Florida Mutineers haven't had the strongest Major 3 qualifiers, but they've been slowly getting better. Again, this is a team that made almost 3 roster changes in the middle of qualifiers to try and chase those games 1 and 4. So I'm ready to get started.
Yeah, 3 roster changes is pretty extreme, to say the least. But let's talk about New York Subliners to start off, right? A team that last major, they ended up losing their round 1 winners bracket matchup. They fell down to elimination. They're now in the same spot. Nameless, how do you think that affects them?
Yeah, you know, for New York, I still think they're a very solid team. They just had a tough round 1 draw. They went up against the Toronto Ultra, and, you know, Toronto Ultra were better on that given day. We saw New York, they had a couple mistakes. I've talked about them a few times now. I think they can come back stronger and fix that. The name of the game for New York has been figuring out their search and destroy. Okay, we look at Major 2, that's where the shortcomings were. They come into this split, and they're way better at that game mode, right? 4-1, they look good. HyDra is crazy stats, like most kills per round, just making plays in the search and destroy. And you also got a guy like KiSMET, who, you know, he was our Major 1 MVP. This guy knows how to put it on you. So this is a team that's extremely dangerous, and coming into this matchup, they just played them like 2 weeks ago. 3-0 smoke show. So New York coming in fully confident.
Yeah, that 3-0, it hurt for sure, at least for Florida Mutineers. I'm sure they're going to be looking at that VOD and saying, okay, we know what we need to improve, what we know what we need to fix. Florida Mutineers have had a lot of struggles, though, and Merck, I actually want to ask you, for Florida Mutineers, what's going on with them?
I mean, it's similar to London, where you're just trying to find your 4, right? Where you're trying to be competitive. And it's just a question of, like, you have to do it sooner or later, because we're talking about making it to champs. You have to be top 8. This is Major 3. You only have 2 stages after that. You're hoping that this is your 4, where you can be competitive against the best teams. I think London are getting there. I think the question is Florida here yet? I think Havoc has had some really good moments, but there's still something a little bit missing here for the Florida Mutineers, or maybe they'll show it right here on this main stage.
I completely agree with you. Or, you know, I might get this put on a t-shirt. One of my favorite things I like to say about teams is they have safety net game modes, and the Florida Mutineers had a safety net game mode in that search and destroy with their original roster, but that wasn't enough for them. They were sick and tired of going to those game 5s, sometimes clutching up, sometimes not, so they make this huge change, and now they don't have any game modes. They don't have search and destroy, they don't have hardpoint, they don't have control, and they're like flicking a switch when it comes to these series. Sometimes they play it close, sometimes they get smoked. Last time they went up against New York, they got smoked.
They got smoked 3-0, right? And you actually brought up a great point, Nameless. I'll throw it to you. Champs, we're at the halfway point. This is Major number 3. Florida Mutineers, we set it up in the pre-show. They're on the risk of potentially not qualifying for champs. This is a matchup they pretty much need to win if they even want a chance.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at their split right now, and it's like they drew Major 1 and 2 winners off the bat, and they have Boston where they got the big win, and then also Seattle. So by all means, they had a very tough split. I just think Florida's like in the middle of that process right now. Like Ali touched on, they were good at search and destroy. However, it wasn't getting them enough series wins. They were by far the worst hardpoint team we had in the league. Coming into qualifying 3, they were 5 and 22 in hardpoint. that is abysmal. It's one of the worst of all time, right? So coming into this stage, 3-5 in hardpoint, they did get some bigger hardpoint wins. So, I mean, namely one over Seattle. So it has been working on that front. It's not getting you series wins, but I think this organization, the coach staff is looking at them like, yo, we have players like Havoc, like Brack, who have been good at search and destroy. We can figure that out at some point. Let's just keep working on our craft. So we'll see sort of the product of that this last week and a half, what they've been able to go over in the series versus New York.
Fair enough. And Ali, let's move our conversation to Priestahh, right? New York Subliners, a guy that needs to step up. What can he do better?
I mean, to be honest, I think this might have just been one of those situations where New York came out slow and everybody had a slow series. Priestahh is one of those players that, you know, at the beginning of the season, I personally was one of the hardest on him of like, what can you add to this team, right? Are you going to be a superstar? Are you going to be that dirty work player? What is Priestahh going to do? Because he was a player that was a superstar at one point and we were waiting to see what he was capable of. And when he joined this New York Subliners team, that's what I saw. I saw a superstar when it came to Priestahh. Last time these two teams matched up, it was him dropping a 1.25 overall. It was him dropping a 1.64 in control. So I'm expecting that same performance here today.
I think for me too, when you look at Priestahh, like if you look at their search stats going in the Major 3 qualifiers, it's KiSMET and HyDra who have like a 1.3, 1.4, but the ARs in search are really struggling, and you just saw yesterday he had a 0.67 versus Ultra. So I don't know what needs to be done, if he needs to play in different positions for him to be comfortable. But as an AR, you should be able to find some picks, win some of those key gunfights. So hopefully in this search, he's looking better.
Maybe he will be, maybe he won't be, but one thing is for certain, New York Subliners, again, taking that L yesterday, Toronto Ultra, much different opponent than Florida Mutineers. So I think at this point it's fair to say Florida Mutineers is the team that needs to step up and truly show what they're made of. It's the same situation we go back with Minnesota Røkkr. They've got nothing to lose, right? They're towards the bottom. Right now, champs, you can lose that, right? They're still in contention to meet that goal, but they've got nothing to lose. So they should be coming in with that mindset. Give it your all. Let's see what they're made of.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Florida will come in with that mindset. And they also have guys like Capsule and Fellow who are now getting to play on the big stage again for the first time in a very long time. And Fellow and Capsule are really the guys that are getting them over the hump when we look at the hard point. And also when you look at the maps in this series, Florida Mutineers have some pretty solid maps, right? They have 2 of them in the series that they've been undefeated on with the new roster. So it could get a little interesting. And, you know, to Joe's point about New York search and destroy, like that's an opportunity for Florida, right? I'm looking at the series right now. There's a Fortress S&D in this one. Brack has a 4.17 across the 3 times he's played that.
4.17.
He's been absolutely disgusting. Shout out Tim, our stats guys. So there's opportunity here. Wow. Florida has caused some crazier upsets in the past, especially in front of the green wall. So maybe they have a chance.
Fortress 4.17. It's actually nutty to think of. Let's pull up our maps and see what we're working with, Ali. I'm going to throw it to you. Obviously, we covered Fortress. What do you like it?
Honestly, I like that they're squaring up on Hotel Hardpoint to kind of open it up. That's a situation where we're going to have to see Havoc really get loose, as well as, I mean, we know what we're going to get from HyDra, but we're going to have to see that kind of matching going on. I am a little bit nervous about the Fortress control. Again, Florida, not a very strong respawn team, and if they have any opportunity here, it has to be in one of those hard points.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this map pool, I mean, this is a good one for New York, right? New York 7-1 on Fortress, 10-7 on Hotel, but Florida also 2-0 with the new team on Hotel. I just gave you that stat about the Fortress S&D, and then game 3, 1-0 with the new squad. So if they can get it going early, right, shake those nerves, have Capsule have a big game, they can get some maps in this series, potentially take it.
You know, maybe they can, maybe they can't. But hey, at the end of the day, if you're supporting them, make sure you send your energy in chat. Also here in the crowd, make sure you're getting loud for the team that you want to move forward. I think for New York Subliners and Florida Mutineers, we talked about, you know, obviously the history that they had, that 3-0 New York Subliners was able to give over to Florida Mutineers. Let's take a deeper dive, though. Look at that actual series itself and what kind of went down, because a 3-0, man, that's a tough break for Florida Mutineers. Here it is before you, and, you know, hardpoint, relatively close. I mean, 252-28, but that's just HyDra, right? Yeah, but then 6-2 and 3-0 nameless. That's where things get dicey.
I mean, listen, HyDra's already lost a series here. His family's here for the first time. I don't think he's coming in here and losing. I mean, look at what he did against Florida the last time, right? Like, we got to put some respect on New York's name. This is a team that won Major 1. If HyDra comes out and just has a HyDra performance, like, they can just steamroll them. So you could see last time they matched up, it was just absolute obliteration.
Well, I think the worrisome thing is you do see Hotel in there, so we will see some Hotel at least at the very end. That was 6-2. So if this does go to map 5, which, you know, very well could, Florida Mutineers now are going to be in a position where they're going to have to play a map that they lost 6-2 on. So that's something, not an easy thing that they're going to have to deal with, but it is what it is. Look, we do have a little bit of a small tech issue. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, this series will be underway, and it's going to be a good one.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate. Give me the smoke. Smoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello! How are we doing? That was a big series before this one, but the energy seems to have not dissipated in the slightest. You're going to need it. So not only do we have a great series for you now, but we have another right after it. Should we get this on the road? Should we just get it going? They said yes. Let's rock and roll. First team to the stage, the Beasts from the East Coast, the winners of the first major, ladies and gentlemen, the new York Subliners! HyDra, Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh.
There's so much talent on that stage. They do not need to be in a loser situation, but they find themselves here. They're going up against the Florida Mutineers, who they beat a couple of weeks ago. They'll have to start their lower bracket run with another W. Let's bring out the Mutineers, Miles.
Thank you very much, Nameless. Yes, they're going up against the Florida Mutineers, a team that now we get to see for the first time here on LAN. Ready to rock and roll. Their opponents, time to fear the deep. Ladies and gentlemen, the Florida Mutineers! Fellow, Brack, Havoc, and Capsidal.
That new intro video got me hyped. Maybe top 3 of the league that we have right now, but they need some stats, some points, and some games to back it up. We haven't seen some of these players on LAN on the main stage in a hot minute, and it's time to see if New York can handle the Florida Heat. Let's get this series started, Miles.
Thank you, Ali. Yes, we haven't seen some of these players on the stage in a hot minute, but we can guarantee that this series will take more than a minute. It's going to go to a game 5, because that's because your casters, Orlando and Study.
Thank you so much, Browns. Yes,
indeed. I hate to tell you, crowd, whether you guys think it's going to be a 3-0 or 3-1. Jay, this is going 5 regardless.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Let's just be real about
That's just what we do, man. Every time we step into the booth, we're going to a game 5. We're a little dipped. We're probably the time torches, but it's all good. I like this job.
I do indeed. You know what? On LAN, I love myself a good old game 5. But we got to talk about it, right? Historically, we talk about these two teams matching up. It has been anything but a game 5. New York 3-0 on the season versus Florida, let alone a most recent victory in our Major 3 qualifier. That was a smack show.
Oh, yeah, it was. Everything besides that map number 1. That was the closest map. It was that HyDra hardpoint. It ended 250 to 228. Obviously, that one's not going to be in this series, but every other map after that, the Hotel Search and Destroy 6-2, the Control clean 3-0. So obviously, New York are coming into this series very, very confident. Florida Mutineers, we obviously haven't been able to see them all weekend long.
Right.
We just have to find out what they are about, man. You make that roster change, you get weaker in one of your stronger modes in Search and Destroy because you were trying to improve in the respawns, and at least throughout the stage, they were winning a couple hard points versus some of the topper echelon teams.
Yeah, I love what the Des touched on when it came down to the Florida Mutineers. It's like, you know what? Let's wake up. It's Major 3. We're in the middle of the season, and right now for the Mutineers, not in a great spot. When we talk about champs, victories like this is what has really made this Florida team famous throughout our past few seasons. We know what they were able to do in Vanguard. Now they need to do it here in MW2. And Jay, I know we're getting ready to fly in for Hotel Hardpoint, but stress the importance of what is our maps and modes for this series. Why is the opener, these first few, so crucial for the Mutineers?
Oh, this opening map is massive for the Florida Mutineers. You see their record overall 4-7 last in rotations, but with this new squad, they're actually 2-0. They were able to take down some titans like Seattle Surge, like the Boston Breach. Winning both of those maps is going to give you a lot of confidence. So you have to do the same exact thing that you did versus those squads, and you have to be able to take this map number 1, because when you talk about from maps 3 to 5, Fortress Control, that's New York's best map. Mercado, Hardpoint, they have yet to find a win, and even on the Hotel in that game 5, New York already got the better of them there. So this map number 1 is everything for the Mutineers.
Yes, indeedy. Subliners v Mutineers. Can we be treated with a another game 5 potentially? We just had a wild series. It's going to be difficult to top that last one. Texas versus Ravens was absurd. But we jump in here toward P1, and so far, great job for the Mutineers. They eventually get cleared on out, and now it is time for New York to jump inside of the hardpoint.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, New York are able to find the break. You just got to be able to locate this player in Fellow, who sneaks his way right on by you, take care of him. You find both the players on the side of Florida who are trying to flip those spawns, and you're maintaining the better side of the map. So final 15 seconds should be able to go in favor of the Florida Mutineers, but now you have to try to execute a break. What's the plan? They're going to try to pursue Shandy's side. They get cut down by Priestahh.
Yep, Cap still walked away with the final few moments at P1. Big gunfight. Priestahh eventually goes down, but HyDra able to stop that push, Jay. I mean, it just feels like when we talk about a series, anytime that the Subliners are involved in it, you almost want to pick New York just because they have a HyDra. This guy has unbelievable explosive potential as they all begin to line up now for New York. That's 5 in a row as a team.
Oh, but that might be a mistake right there from New York. When they find all 4 of those kills, you get a little bit aggressive on the map, and now the spawns are going to flip. As now with HyDra pushed out the way that he is, he's going to pick up all that information. No one's attacking from the front, but Florida, they have the bodies. They find 3 kills. Last player in the point is going to be Skyz. Just got to get out with your life, wait for your teammates to get back into play.
You can tell, man, for New York, like KiSMET, everybody spawned up for Florida that were getting ready to make their attack felt, and they just had no idea. Currently beat off the rotation. First player here is going to be player number 6. That's Havoc. He eventually drops. Trade after trade we go. New York currently with the numbers, and they need to walk away with these early fights, considering some of the interesting spawns that we just saw toward the end of P2. They handle business. First wave cleared, and now it could be the chance for the Subliners to get back in this game, and who knows, Jay, maybe take the lead.
Yeah, New York now fully set up. You know all of where Florida are going to try to attack from. As the trades are bound through the middle of the map. You have one player in KiSMET trying to set up that pinch. He eventually does get taken down, so now Florida have the numbers. You just have to find the trades.
Do indeed, Priestahh. Oh, gets cut down. Great gunfight victory there for Big Cap. Fellow ends up eating the nade, and with that, the Subliners very much still fighting for this time. Big 30 seconds still to fight for. This time it's KiSMET who's able to win in Florida. They've given it everything that they've got. But Subliners continue to shut the door in their face.
Now we got to cut the losses. You have to make sure you're rotating because already Skyz is going to put himself in a position to be there early for New York. HyDra with the pinch, he's able to cut down the last 2. And now with all of Florida coming off spawn, going to be coming from that bedroom side.
Capsule has a big one-on-one versus Priestahh. He's able to take him down, but that's going to be New York winning that rotation. There's only 2 bodies here. Florida, they can find the break instantly.
Yeah, it could be somebody maybe like Capsule to help lead the charge. Mutineers, they do rifle their way just through this middle side, and from that, they've got the early seconds. I know, Jay, we talked a lot right about this Mutineers roster change, you know, trying to stay solid in Search and Destroy. Now when it comes down to Hardpoint, we're hoping that they would see improvements there. And well, it's been, you know, okay. You and I talked about it. It feels like maybe Capsule's the guy to circle for Florida to hopefully make this team more well-rounded.
Oh yeah, without question, especially going up against like a team like New York. You have to make sure your SMGs are performing, and so far Capsule has answered the call. But New York are able to find the break in the final moments of this P4 hardpoint with only 25 seconds left. Florida are getting those bedrooms on, so they're still going to put pressure on it. Getting those close points, you just have to win a couple of these gunfights. They cannot do so. They cannot win the trades. New York come out on top once again.
They do indeed, and really with that, they've also got rotations set up toward restaurants. So hey, if you're Florida, throw some bodies at it. Not a big deal. Why? Because you're going to spot up at that next HP. I know we've been talking a lot about Capsule, but you got to take a look at the entire lineup here for the Mutineers. Big Cap coming in from the top rope. Another one is trying to come away, as that's going to be 2 in a row for him. Nearly makes it a third. However, HyDra able to laugh his way to a trade in the end. Subliners prepare for the break. Can they find it early? It's the SMG duo of the Subliners who are trying to set up something special. Nearly elite change coming through. New York walking right forward.
And HyDra just hits such a perfect route right there. He's going to block that kitchen spawn to not make it easier for Florida. Just tunnel vision right in towards the diner. They find all 4 kills. Eventually they find the break, which was a beautiful pitch coming in from HyDra. So final 20 seconds, Florida, you got to hold down kitchen control. This is the angle you need to hold so the spawns don't flip. They're not giving up on the pressure, though, as Havoc and Fellow, they combine for 2, but they're just going to cut their losses. They're going to rotate, set up properly for the next hill.
I don't know about you, man, but I just feel like our first set of rotations so far have just been, you got the hardpoint rotation, big deal. It's really been about the breaks. 132 to 96 as we go toward parking lot. As we said, should be an opportunity where the Mutineers were able to get a decent amount of seconds, but New York could have something up their sleeve. More specifically, HyDra made his way behind enemy lines. He eventually does get found out. A nice 3 in defeat here for Florida. As we said, trying to get back in this game, maybe take the lead. They've been so close at a number of different opportunities. Priestahh makes his presence felt, and from there, New York strike.
That's good work right there from New York, and more specifically on Priestahh. He was the only player towards kitchen side. He finds 2 kills, so eventually find the break and now flip the spawns. Florida all spawning out towards double deaths. Have to try to break it from the front end. Only 20 seconds remaining on towards top flat. New York are fully set up with all the crossfires. A nade comes in from Fellow, but it's not going to connect. The trophy is down. Can't find the kill onto Skyz. So the final 15 is going to go in favor of the Subliners. Now it's time to hit that rotation. And the second rotation of hardpoints. Back to the P1 we go.
I think for New York, man, you're pretty happy with the scoreline that you have after the first set of rotations, most specifically because, I'll tell you what, Jay, like, every time it feels like that New York have been playing Hotel Hardpoint lately, it's gone down to, like, the last hill. It's specifically over at the diner. Oftentimes, they've been on the bitter end of some of those close games.
Definitely have, man. I'm pretty sure 3 out of the last 4 times they have played this map, they have lost it between the margin of 50 points. They clutch up in that last series versus Toronto Ultra, but so far, New York are in control of this game. They just have to do a better job this time around at this P2 hardpoint. You can't be super aggressive when you find all the kills and basically give Florida those free spawns.
Right now, player 7 and Brack trying to make a play toward the back. The comms here for New York are going to be crucial, so let's go ahead and step aside and go to a listening with the Subliners.
Yeah, I'm just holding. I'm just in chop.
I'm hold.
I'm pretty sure one's.
I'm hold. I'm watching our pins. His couches on me. Can you help?
Couches, I can get him if he peeks.
He's on hold. Nice, good job.
I'm holding P4.
Yeah, I'm gonna dive across the engine here.
Ready? I'll P4?
Yeah, I can help you.
Yeah, I'm in P4.
Yo, he's back car on me. One guy's coming down there. Yo, secret wall. Secret wall. He's not weak on the right.
Be secret on me. Yo, P4 lobby. Lobby, one shot.
Lobby and secret wall.
Yeah, Capsule on the lobby heading me.
You're good.
Lobby, lobby. Secret wall, one shot.
Okay, one
secret wall, one shot.
He's pushing out of bro. He's only 2 on engine. 2 time, 1 engine.
I go for it. One, give me that cheers. One,
secret wall.
Really big secret wall. He's laying down. Need him. I got the trophy. Nice, P2 cheers. Probably hole. He went to hill. Secret pillar.
He's weak on time. Close right.
Probably hole. Spawn engine. Yeah, I got your hole, okay?
Yo, P4, there might be secret. Help him secret, low-key.
Yeah, I need your lobby.
I'm gonna roll.
Somebody just said nice.
Yo, in new,
okay?
In new week.
I'll your lobby.
I'm going to storage.
Can you go above me?
Hold on,
I'm going right.
Look at the wood cross. One's already in new, right?
Okay.
I had the back wood cross unless they're already there.
I have storage. I'm in storage.
I'm leaving this.
All right, well, a nice check-in there with New York. You can tell they were trying to set up a number of different plays over toward the lobby. Not sure if we heard Paco a whole lot so far throughout this game, but Jay's 22 and 16. The man is frying.
Yeah, you don't really got to talk when you put it up the numbers that he usually does, but New York, they were able to find the break with about 35 seconds over towards that P2, and that's why the lead is looking like the way that it is. Now winning that rotation over towards Kitchen. They can potentially close out this game here. Florida, they're set up all around the map, coming from every single angle. The break might be in.
Yeah, it absolutely has to, and I'll tell you what, man, that 30 seconds would definitely make the scoreline look a lot better. It's going to need to be a solid hold toward the end of the Kitchen. No contest time. You cannot afford to allow for New York to get a break, even really too much of a contest. Some team shots come forward that will definitely help a little bit here for the Mutineers. Can it be a last-second break now for the Subliners? KiSMET falls. Priestahh does too. A nice double there for Big Cat, but it's really going to be about this rotation. Scrap points awarded, but you need another big team fight win.
And right now, New York, they find themselves in a perfect scenario. You have Skyz that's already pushed out towards bedroom, so he's going to cause problems for all the players on the Florida Mutineers, trying to locate where he is as he finds another kill on towards Havoc. Look at those spawns for Florida all the way towards Kitchen. They have to try to break through single arch, have to try to break through mid couches, as New York are just rallying up that time, 25 seconds until they take map 1.
Fellow just went a lovely little headshot there on Priestahh. We'll see if that can make enough of a difference. 50 points is currently the scoreline. 35 still left over at the bar. Fellow trying to lead this team back. Very much so the veteran when it comes down to this roster. However, he gets filled with lead. Skyz on the other side. Now at 5 in a row. He eventually drops. Mutineers still contesting, still fighting.
Doing a great job of just winning the trade battle. Havoc finds 2, Brack eventually flies in for the 3rd, so the final 15 should go in favor of Florida. Now you just have to win your rotations, but you do have KiSMET who spawns out towards back. So the break is going to come in the final 10 seconds, but you cut your losses if you are Florida. Now you have to get a flawless hold in towards the diner to get yourself back into this one.
Right now for Subliners, we've talked about it consistently. So many games have come down to the wire. Finally, can it begin to favor them? Mutineers early, they need to go for the team wipe. Capsule doing his job, Havoc as well. The same thing can be said, but have New York found their lane? Can Priestahh open things up? HyDra drops. Wave 1 clear, but here comes the next one. You could tell Subliners, they're trying to work out something, Jay, but they keep losing members.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what angle they want to attack from. They're going to try to go from Kitchen. Havoc cuts down one, but Skyz is there for the trade. So far, Florida Mutineers, they have turned up to a whole different level. Only down by 20 points. They cannot win the game here. So you see New York, they should do a great job of taking control of that Kitchen side. They're cutting their losses. They know that it's going to make it over towards the platform. You just have to win this next set of fights.
Oh my God, Havoc. A big gunfight victory for him. As long as he stays stationary, the rest of the Mutineers can begin to make their way forward. Fellow does eventually drop, but here comes the pressure. Player 5, player 6, those are the guys right now to look out for here for the Mutineers. A big fight that they're going to need to take, and can it be Capsule's opportunity? Yes, he's able to grab it. New York, however, drop him, and now they've got the time. It's going to be another break from the front. Mutineers, they've got to get it done.
Only 5 seconds for both of these squads. Florida, they find the nade kill. They can close it out right now. They are going at New York. Come out doing what they need to do in the map number 1, but do not have the ice in those final moments. Florida, take their time. Brack was the only guy staying alive towards back Kitchen. And then eventually they set up the pinch from the front end. What a big nade kill comes in from Fellow. Relieves that pressure. The stack comes in from Florida Mutineers. And they take map 1.
It's another situation, Jay.
Oh my, man.
It's another hotel hardpoint that is within now 6 points. This is what happened yesterday versus Toronto. Another close hotel hardpoint loss that has got to sting. If you are the Subliners, we were bringing up the stats, we were bringing up the statistics. But for the Subliners, I mean, it felt like they were in control pretty much throughout that game. Some dicey moments. Obviously, the Mutineers had a good situation here or there, but it started with Bar. From that point forward, they got the early rotation, big 1v1s that went their way. And then obviously we could talk about the parking lot all day, man, but that is a huge loss here for the Subliners. We'll go ahead and take a look at the highlights, Jay.
I just think New York just made a couple mistakes on this map. You're talking about their setup towards double deaths. They did a great job of finding their first set of kills, but they were controlling the spawns. You know where Florida are coming from. That's from the middle of the map. They have to push through single arch, but they didn't put themselves in the best positions to win those easy gunfights. Florida were finding break after break, and then when they needed to get a flawless hold over towards the diner, which is not an easy hill to hold. No. Like, you're usually getting those middle close spawns. That's what New York were getting. They just couldn't figure out the angle they wanted to take. It's either we're going to rat back through Shandy's side, one player drops in. And now you got to rotate over towards the kitchen side, and the trades are bound. Florida was just ready for the action over towards that diner point, and then at this point, it's a photo finish, man. New York, they had the back spawns, but with Brack staying alive in that position, he's spawning those players all the way across the map for New York to where it opens up that front push for Florida. Once they find that nade kill, just simply stay down, get the time, and close out the map number 1. That's a tough pill to swallow if you are New York.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like in that moment, right, where we're at parking lot, Mutineers, all 4 players, aware of what needs to be done, right? Fellow tosses out his nade, he stays alive. Brack's winning his fights on the other side of the map that could have made a crossfire happen to kill Fellow. Just wonderful coordination there toward the end. As the Mutineers, we talked about it, the big stress with this new roster is that they really don't have a specialty when it comes down to their game modes. Different modes have maybe not seen the improvement that we would have liked, but another hardpoint win. It's starting to get better, Jay.
And you just think about that ending scoreline, 244 to 250. New York, on the very first attempt to the hard points, gave up the P2 for free. Yeah. They got all 4 kills and was so aggressive on the map that they allowed Florida to get the free back spawns and then find the break and hold it for about 30 to 40 seconds. Those are little mistakes that you can't make at this level because every single team in the CDL are all professionals. Some of the best players that we have in the world, they will be able to capitalize on it, and Florida took advantage of that situation.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And, you know, you and I, we've chatted about it so far to kick off this series. We even talked about it before we, you know, put on the headsets, the lights turn on. Yeah, it's close enough, Jay. The headsets, lights, you know, it gets confusing. But we talked about it a lot, and it was a matter of like, hey, when it comes down to map vetoes, Florida, just do as much damage as you can at the start and just try to hold on. Job done in game 1. Fortress Search and Destroy, man, this is a wonderful map historically for the Mutineers, no matter what roster iteration we've got.
Yeah, that's the scary part, man, is that Florida are 4-1 compared to New York, who are 3-4 that just played this map yesterday versus Toronto Ultra. And the biggest thing that New York made mistakes on is their first bloods. They got 6 out of 9 first bloods, but they only converted 2 of those rounds. You see the scout reports all throughout Major 3. They were 3rd overall in the map records. Hardpoint, 3rd. S&D, 6th, and then Control, 2nd. Like, their respawns are on point. S&D is where they have to usually work on. Last time these 2 teams matched up, it was New York getting the better of them on a totally different map. But with Florida taking that map number 1, all momentum has to be on their side, and now they're going into their best search and destroy as an organization.
I forget what numbers Davis was bringing up earlier. Brack has like a 4 KD.
It's unreal, man.
On Fortress Search and Destroy. So I think if you're New York, you got to handle that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't allow for the guy to get a 5 KD. That's just not possible, Jay.
You can't allow him
There's
to go
no way.
off. And I'm pretty sure he usually does it on the defensive end. When Brack is on the lineup for the Florida Mutineers, when they're playing some Fortress Search and Destroy, he is 15-1 on the defensive side.
All right.
That's unbelievable. It's basically guaranteed. They are the best defensive team on Fortress Search and Destroy. And with him putting up the numbers that he is, you have to look at that guy to keep pace on this map to potentially put his team up 2-0. New York have to try to respond to him. Look at those numbers, man. Oh my God.
All right, well, his defensive KD is a 15. So we're just breaking all kinds of barriers right now. Throw the stats out the window. Brack, a different beast. So far throughout the season, by the way. It's not just one map. It's not just one stage. No, he's been doing this so far throughout the season. I know he was dropped for a little while, but you get the point. Nade's tossed out to round 1 we go. New York on attack, and well, there is a first blood.
That's a beautiful team nade coming in from Florida to find that first kill onto Priestahh. No trophies to work with, so you know they're not going to be aggressive over towards that A site. So now in the 3v4 situation, you have KiSMET holding down the double windows, making sure no one's going to hop up. But Havoc put himself in such a great position. He's going to be the guy that can make the play.
Very much so. Snuck through enemy lines, hanging out inside of bottom cannons. With that, first few shots are going to be revealed. Obviously, as we talked about, it was the nade over the top that ended up taking down Priestahh. But now Havoc, his opportunity to strike, does not spot player 3 in Skyz. So with that being the case, it now brings it into a 3v2. Florida with numbers. Problem being for Subliners is they've got to get that bomb. And right now, the only viewpoint, Jay, looks like maybe a B bomb site rotation, but Right now for Mutineers, they got all angles covered.
Yeah, right now New York, they're just trying to sniff out where Havoc is playing because he's causing them problems as he's able to take down his best friend in KiSMET. Those guys have a lot of history together, but now it's all on to Skyz in the 1v3. With only 20 seconds left, no dead silence to work with. Just gonna fly out, go for an ego chow. And Florida Mutineers take the round number 1, get that first blood with the nade. Then it was all on to Havoc, just putting himself in that position towards bottom arc, caused so many problems in the New York camp. Florida take round 1.
Yeah, it feels like that round 1 is a perfect example of why we expect the Mutineers to be at least better at Search Destroy. Now, I've had a few chats in the green room. I feel like this Florida team should be elite in Search Destroy. Regardless of all that, you get to lay witness to the talent this roster has. Nice little pre-nade coordination coming in from Fellow. As you talked about it, Jay, Havoc, nice and aggressive. Causes some issues early here for New York. Now it's Florida's chance at the attacking side. And as per usual here on Fortress, you know roughly where players are going. But now it could be HyDra's turn to cause a bit of issues. Nice long-range shots. Tries to go for the snap. He gets dealt with 3v3.
3v3 now. Take care of the aggressor on the side of New York. So you can potentially start working towards this bomb plant at A. They're trying to sniff out where the other player is. They're able to take down Priestahh. Now make it a 3v2, all left up to KiSMET and Skyz. And look at Skyz. He's just going to take some map control, put himself in a position to at least stop the bomb plant.
Able to win that one. Now brings it into a 2v2. Mutineers with the process of Skyz essentially leaving the bomb site. That's going to allow for a free plant. And Capsule will get out unscathed. So now it's going to be up to KiSMET and Skyz. Deddy popped there for the Bulldog. We'll see what information he can find as he looks to try and make a bit of a dent. Gain a bit of map positioning, a bit of map control. Capsule pops up, and the same thing can be said there for Brack. Lovely work for Florida in that tight 2v2. Plant the bomb, get out of Dodge, and make New York come to us.
That's just good work right there from Florida to take down HyDra, make it a 3v3, and not give up on the aggression coming in from the street side. They take down Priestahh, force it to a 3v2. Even though Skyz is able to take down one, no hesitation on that bomb plant. Put someone towards the back 18. The other player playing towards the tree as they set up that crossfire flawlessly and take round 2.
Another situation where New York, much like yesterday, find the first blood, not able to convert the round. That was a big issue yesterday versus Toronto. Want to see them be better in spots like that. A chance to improve, but as we said for New York, you've got to be solid. You brought it up earlier, Jay. Every single team right now in the CDL is going to put up a very solid fight. As utility is tossed, information is gained. 59 seconds now.
Yeah, this is where Florida just do their work. On the defensive end, no one's budging, no one's trying to make a heroic play. They're just watching the cross over towards the bomb. Once you see a couple players cross, this is where you invest those tacks. But now that they know, the bomb is now going to be planted. They're sending 3 players towards the flank. HyDra's going to have his hands full. He's able to take down one, but Havoc there for the instant trade.
Good work from Havoc. Now it's going to be on really to the Subliners' back defense. KiSMET, as much damage as he can do from the front would be wonderful. Skyz able to handle one. KiSMET not able to escape with his life. Havoc continuing to try to cause as many problems as possible. Fellow is going to be on that bomb. Havoc drops, but Fellow ends up hopping off of it, understandably so. New York are still here. The ARs, very much so, having a wonderful time in the back of the spawn, making Florida scramble. Havoc did all he could, but from there, New York grabbed their first round.
Yeah, Havoc was just trying to make the play, trying to keep his teammate alive in Fellow. So he was trying to hop that defuse, but once he drops, Fellow knows that they have 18 control. There's no way I can commit towards this defuse. And eventually, New York with the setup around the bomb once they get it down. You hold down that back 18, you throw a couple of snakes in, you're able to secure the round. New York finally get one on the board, now down 2-1.
This is going to be an aggressive round from HyDra. He has brought out that sniper. Oh, I thought he hit the shot, but it's KiSMET who ends up landing the nade. Capsule has some words as well. A Semtex and a frag so far have stamped themselves here in round number 4. We talk about it often, HyDra with that sniper in hand, historically, has been fun to watch, but it hasn't led to a whole lot of round success. He ends up falling. The same thing can be said for KiSMET. Fellow knocking him down. It looks like a shooting gallery. Skyz, last man up and position known.
All up to Skyz. He finds the first kill onto Fellow. Still 22 seconds to work with. He knows that at least one player is going to be in towards Art, but Capital does not give up on the fight. Florida Mutineers trade in the first bloods. Then are able to make it a 3v3, get that bomb down, and force New York to retake. They usually find a lot of success. We remember that series versus OpTic, right? 2v4s they were able to do, but not that time around. Florida just too strong in the setup once they get the post plant, and they're able to now go up 3-1.
I want to ask you quickly before we jump into this round, thoughts on HyDra using the sniper? I know he dies there by a nade, but are you okay seeing him rock that weapon from time to time? I mean, it just feels like the playmaking opportunity sometimes can cause some issues if he's not able to do HyDra things.
Oh yeah, it's very difficult when you have that sniper pistol in hand.
Oh, all right.
Like a player like HyDra, who usually just dominates with the submachine gun, but I would like to see him just put that away. We're down 1-3. We don't have to take any more risky plays. It's due to what your strength is. Keep that Baznev out as he is going to get first blooded on the round. Florida fully set up for the defensive push. Capsule finds another.
Great reaction there for Big Cap.
Oh no.
KiSMET and Skyz though on the other side end up finding a 2-for-1 trade. Now with that being the case, Brack is going to pop that dead silence and now allow for New York to have to make the play call, and it very well could be a B bomb site rotation. You did see dead silence pop from one member. Brack ends up getting the information, most important part, he stays alive, tags up Skyz in return. Florida no now, Jay.
Florida no. Now that the bomb is going to be getting planted over towards B, so 2v2 on the retake. Brack's going to take his sweet time, pushing his way through the stables. He's able to take down KiSMET. All up the Skyz, he gets cut down. And Florida Mutineers on the defensive end are the best team in the game. Even in a 2v2 situation, no panic. There's no pull-up bar here, but Havoc is still making it happen. That guy's always trying to get a workout in.
I don't know, Jay, that doesn't look like a whole lot, like a pull-up to me, but an interesting exercise. He's also getting some sprints in. I love that. He's very agile. His hair is just blowing in the wind right now, Jay, and he's giving some love to Brack. Maybe a kiss on the cheek. Good job, buddy. You got a good KD on Fortress.
Especially
Keep it
on
up.
defense.
Absolutely.
That was a defensive
Look
round.
at that. Wonderful transition, Jay.
That's just good work right there from Florida to play it super patient. I thought Brack was going to get some timing when he was trying to watch that cross.
Oh, thank goodness.
Back to Havoc. He's got the moves, man. He's got the moves.
I don't know if it's actually, if we're allowed to show a slow motion replay of that.
No, I don't think we want to. Totally fine.
Yeah, I'm good with it. A good moment there for Florida. Now, by the way, up 4-1 in this search and destroy. We got to talk about that, New York. You got to wake up.
Another one.
Another first blood HyDra. Oh my God, he nearly ended up getting picked for a second one. Capsule in return finds another. We're instantly in now to the 2v2. Havoc eager for info, has got it. But now it brings it into a 1v1 HyDra versus Brack. And I believe Brack has popped that dead silence, so HyDra is going to have no idea. A free kill for Mr. 4KD. Florida now find themselves up 5-1.
I was waiting for this Florida Mutineers roster for quite some time. Show their stellar performance in Search and Destroy, especially when you allow a map like Fortress to get in. They're one of the best teams that we have on this map, and they're showing why. They put themselves now at game point with only 3 first bloods on the map. They're just clutching up in a majority of these rounds in the man disadvantage. Now New York has to try to put something together, man. They have to try to fight back.
Gotta do something. Okay,
oh my God.
There you go. Havoc strikes early, dead silence initiated. He'll have that one for a little bit longer. Bomb planted, New York trying to make them come to them, and Florida says, absolutely, I would love to. Make it 3 to kick off this round. KiSMET, does he have an answer? He sees players, but right now, Fellow is on that bomb. Goodbye, KiSMET. And hello to a 2-0 start to this series. Their first match on land together, and they're feeling good. Fist bumps are out. And on the other side of the stage, Jay, New York has got to be a tad dazed after seeing that 6-1 scoreline pop up.
Oh yeah, without question, man. We talk about a close, very close map, #1, and then going into a Search and Destroy that you played yesterday versus Toronto. You saw the little mistakes that you needed to fix. When you're getting that first blood, you have to make sure that you're winning those trade fights. But Florida Mutineers, just way too strong on the defensive setup. You have playmakers like Havoc, who finds the timing every single time. We saw it early in round number 1. Puts himself in that position towards bottom art. He was just causing so many problems for the Subliners. Every time he found the first blood, it was usually onto HyDra, which is their playmaker on the opposite end. Florida just came out and played some flawless search and destroy, man. But what's going on with New York? This is a team who won Major 1, man. And they're down now 2-0 versus Florida Mutineers, who are 11th overall still in the standing.
The only thing that I know, Jay, is, for FaZe, don't play them on Embassy Search Destroy.
Yeah.
For Florida, don't play them on Fortress Search and Destroy. My God, now find themselves up 2-0. I mean, we were talking about how this very well could be, a situation where New York, they wake up a little bit late. It's going to be a fun series, sure. Maybe Florida can have a map here or there. They're up 2-0. We wanted them just to make a decent dent.
Yeah.
Now they're up 2-0. A fortress control where this team has technically yet to lose. They've only played it one time. Mutineers, you find yourself in a very good spot now for New York. Already, as Jay called it, our Major 1 winners left in a very difficult position. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep just to stay alive. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure to stick with us as Fortress Control is up right after the break.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scrapz, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Alrighty, friends, and welcome back to day 2 here of the OpTic Texas Major. It's been a wild day so far of elimination games, but I gotta take a look, Jay, at our last map, having a blast. And I'll tell you what, man, our stats team was hard at work. They were crunching the numbers. 3-0 this season when Havoc does pull-ups. That's wild.
That's insane, man. The guys, every time they get a W, it's usually this guy getting a nice little workout in, man. But they made that search for sure look easy. 6-1 dominant fashion. Like, Havoc's just, I don't know if he's as big as Doug Sensor, but that many pull-ups, brother. I mean, you got to be getting up there.
Anything is possible, I'll tell you that much. I think it's fair to say Havoc very well could be looking for different junction spots on every single Search Destroy map to keep that statistic rolling. But speaking of rolling, right now, Florida Mutineers absolutely are, right? For New York, we talked about it. Our Major 1 champions, we hold them to a very high standard, high regard. There's been conversations about, the flights when it came down to Major 2. Was that team really there or not? I mean, from a standings, point of view, you finish first, and then you finish top 8 and top 12. I gotta say, man, it's undeniable that a series loss here, whether it's 3-0, game 4, game 5, whatever it is, losing to Florida, it definitely knocks you down a peg or 2.
I know, but you forgot that we're casting it. So
that's true.
It's still 3 maps left to be played. New York Subliners going into some Fortress Control. They have a 7-1 record, and the reason why is because they are second on attack. They are also second on defense, and they also have the second best player on the attacking side when it comes to KD, and that's HyDra, 1.19. So New York are far from done in this series, but they now have to win their best control map. I think they have a good shot with HyDra on their swap.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and I think for the Subliners, it's time to get a little bit of frustration out here on the defensive side. Just get Mutineers pinned back in their spawn, at least if you can. Already for the Mutineers, they made themselves a very sizable dent quickly over at that A zone. A matter of moments before they can really get that first capture in. KiSMET dancing around, finds that one, and from there, work to be done here for the Mutineers, but a big victory there for Brack. Guarantees that segment. They'll take that for Florida.
Yeah, he's definitely taking that, because already 1 segment done. You didn't have any cohesives to work with at the beginning of this round, but job well done. To at least get 1 completed. Now with the minute and 15 on the clock. He's got some time to get out. Capsule finds himself already in art, causing all the players from New York a little bit of problems. But he's just trying to make an opening for his teammates to try to get out. They're going to turn around and go over towards B now.
Player 7, player 8, men to look out for. KiSMET goes low. And with that, fellow, we'll see the respawn screen. 1 segment is all the Florida Mutineers have. They've had a good, few opportunities. They've definitely had their chance to make it past that 50-yard line, but will there be another chance? Can they have a little bit of cohesion to make their way through the setup again, or is this where the spawn trap truly gets put in force? After winning a few of those fights, Jay, I would definitely say it's looking more like the spawn trap side of things, a 4 down. This is going to be potentially a very painful 33 seconds.
Yes, now if you are Florida, just don't get outslayed heavily in this round, just in case they're able to tie it up in segments. Take your time, try to find an opening, but New York is still cutting them all down. Currently on a 17 spree as Skyz and HyDra are trying to work towards earning that cruise missile. Florida just going to take their time. They said, we gave up too many lives. Let's just chalk this round up, and obviously the crowd's going to let you know about it.
I'll take that if I'm Cap. Skyz on a 5, Priestahh not able to find that, but at least for Caesar, you are going to have that streak moving forward into round number 2. So 1 tick on the board, pretty standard stuff when it comes on a Fortress on attack. I guess you'll take it if you're the Mutineers, but you'd have definitely loved, given a few of those opportunities, to have a little bit more to your name as the first round comes to a close. And like we said, man, for the Subliners, you got a streak moving in. You can definitely use that in this next round.
Yeah, this is what you want to do for this next round right here. You want to invest that cruise missile to at least earn yourself 1 segment complete. So that might be what Skyz is now thinking about. So he ends that round on a 6 spree. Can potentially try to extend that, but now with New York on the attacking side, they have trophy systems that are able to get out and make their way over towards B.
See what they could do with those trophies down. We talk so often about the early team fights here on Fortress Control, specifically for the attacking side teams. Early team fights are everything. Currently padded up. A few tags to the back there from HyDra. Paco's got it back on and up. From there, Røkkr eventually does drop him. That being the case, one last player's behind enemy lines. Røkkr, you gotta turn around. Okay, KiSMET takes down 2. Opportunity found. Can the Bulldogs make the play? That's gonna be another. KiSMET opening things up now for the rest of the roster. They've got 3 men now inside of the B zone.
Already 1 second complete. Florida know that they cannot give this one up for free. Fellow finds the first kill with the nade. Whole lot of pressure through the backstabs. Trades are bound. All falls onto the Bulldog, but he gets taken care of. He sets up HyDra to set up that flank. Find those 2 kills. Second segment already done. This has been a great round from New York, even if they lose this.
Yep, that's exactly right. They'll go ahead and take the lead when it comes down to segments. So for the next 40 seconds, you at least do have an advantage, but I am sure they want more than that. Skyz trying to go on a bit of a run. He now has an open lane to get into that B zone. Snaps on 1, not able to jump onto the second, runs out of ammo, but he'll quickly get that tack. Ready to go forward once more. A few missed jump spots, but can New York make another push at any of these zones? As they'll run right on forward. They've got a 2-man stack in it. This could be B zone captured.
Oh my.
And it will be. Texas go crazy. It's been captured. The B zone has been grabbed, and there could be more on top of it. A few go down, and now for the Subliners. They have stopped that time again.
Things can start to get dangerous if you're not ironing up right now for the Florida Mutineers. All the kills in the feed are going in favor of New York. 14-9 in lives remaining. Havoc finds 2 to at least relieve some of that pressure. It would look like not be an easy round for New York. They're able to complete that B point, extend time by a minute, and they're keeping up in the sling. You're going to invest that cruise. You're trying to close out this round now.
Fellow able to stay up. Information gain. Get T-Fellow stay alive. Pistol out. Not able to whip. They're on to HyDra.
Oh,
Paco able to find another one. Mutineers down to just 4 respawns. New York stacking the point, and this is going to be a round somehow, some way, either through live or through segments. Mutineers doing what they can. Skyz, oh my goodness, great work as they'll be able to cut away the Mutineers. Job done for New York as they have answered and then some here in this game 3.
Now, Florida, they just got to think about winning an attacking round because segments are going to be out of play. So they currently find themselves down by 5. As New York just do everything correct in those moments, finding all the kills in towards Art, pressure over towards B. I would have liked to see at least a Florida player wrap back towards the back steps, try to take somewhat stage control, but everyone was trying to play in towards Art. And New York holding down the map position eventually found that opening to take that attacking round. Now, Florida need a miracle. You have to try to win an attack.
That's exactly right. Miracle indeed. A 2-0 comeback on Fortress Control has happened, maybe, but at least it hasn't happened for a while, I would imagine. HyDra, aggressive. Okay, he just has to heat up. Life. Paco, just run, just fry. Have a good time, buddy. That is exactly what the comms, I'm sure, are sounding like right now for the Subliners. KiSMET trying to get aggressive. He falls. As we said, the slaying numbers so far for New York have been impeccable. Priestahh, he's been having a great time just sitting in the Jansport watching everybody fry. But it is a chance now for the Mutineers. They've got 3 players inside of that B zone. How long can they stay up?
First segment already in. HyDra's just going to throw this nade. Make sure he's able to clear out all these close corners as the contestant's going to come in from the back end. Havoc's able to take down KiSMET. As now New York is trying to set up for the pinch, but Florida, they're cutting them all down. Okay. That's a clean 4 dead. B's already done and dusted. Now you just have to make that transition over towards A.
This is already, I think, maybe the most interesting Fortress Control that we've seen in a while.
Unbelievable. So many segments.
I love seeing that B zone be captured, Jay. It's lovely. Minute 30 on the clock, some time to work with. Absolutely if you're Florida, but you can't get too ahead of yourself. I was going to say that mid-map positioning, sometimes it can be great, sometimes not so much. Back to the drawing board, back to the spawns, go Florida. Like we said, they've done a great job so far, but minute 20 on the clock, they found those 2 picks. What can they do with it? Fellow trying to lead the charge, lead the comms. As they're running forward into Blacksmith, it just feels like they continue to drop. When it comes down to their numbers, Fellow falls. And like we said for the Mutineers, just feels like they're starting to run out of steam.
Oh, but Florida, they're able to find 2 kills. HyDra at least takes down 1 in towards Capsule. So you can take a little bit of map controls. They're able to take down HyDra. Now your only focus is on where is KiSMET. He's been causing them problems all around maps. You eventually take care of him, but he does earn that cruise missile. So now with only 45 seconds left, 14 to 12 in lives remaining, KiSMET's gonna invest that cruise. He's gonna give all the information to his teammates and try to put them back in the trap.
Strict lands, damage done. HyDra, yep, he'll pick up right where the streak will leave off. 30 seconds to go, very well. What could be the final 30 seconds of this game number 3, New York. We talked about it, we discussed it. They've got to answer, they've got to wake up, and they absolutely have. Across the board, wonderful slaying numbers from KiSMET, Skyz, and HyDra. 3 lives left, the white flag is out. NYSL are gonna stay alive and keep this series afloat. 3-0 in game 3.
That was just too easy right there for New York. They started off on the defensive side. They only allowed Florida to take 1 segment, but when they go on that attack, just the pressure the ARs were putting on and also the SMGs with full-on arc control, they were just finding all the kills in the right moments and were able to take an attacking round and eventually close it out on defense. That's just textbook right there in New York. That's what they do on a map like Fortress, one of the best teams we have in the game. Clean 3-0. The ending score is now New York stay alive in this series.
Whew, able to stay up, and I don't know.
Tell you, brother, we're going.
It feels like we're on the journey to potentially a game 5. Regardless of it, though, got to give a lot of props, though, to the Subliners. We talked about it, right? They needed to wake up. They needed to have an answer. Fortress control, I mean, how often does it go to round 5? It feels like incredibly often. This time, though, for the Subliners, it felt like they just maybe had a little bit more of an oomph to them, right? It just felt like every time they were in a situation, whether it was KiSMET who was able to rifle away a few, they just had so many opportunities when it came down to that B zone. But round 2 really is the one to highlight. However, we'll take a look at every single highlight so far throughout this game. And, well, Jay, it's definitely going to be a lot of New York highlights.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Without question. Florida couldn't really find anything to do on this map besides completing that 1 segment over towards that A point. Did a great job of at least maintaining map control, but I think this was a game-changing play of the game. We saw KiSMET with great trigger discipline. He's able to find that 2 kills, which eventually allows his teammates to stack over towards B, close out that point, and then maintain the map control the way that New York did. They take the control, stay alive in this series, and now looking forward, we have a Mercado hardpoint where Florida Mutineers, even with their new roster, have yet to play it, but with their old roster, they were sitting on a fat donut, 0-6 on this map. So I'm telling you, man, I just have a feeling we're going to another game 5.
I know, Jay, but we got to talk about it. We got to, you know, there's still a game 4 to be played. We can't count out the Florida Mutineers. Can we? No, we definitely cannot. Right? They went up 2-0 in the series. It looked great to search, destroy. I mean, I'll be honest, it felt like in the opening hardpoint that we had on the hotel, that was New York's game to lose, and they lost it. They squandered it, but finally able to get a respawn under their belt. KiSMET dropping some big stats here. 25 and 11, just an all-out brawl. You see 83 to 50 in total kills. Does not get much better than that, but we talk about that Mercado hardpoint that's coming up next. We discussed it, right? Florida team yet to play it. Really, every iteration of this roster has not seen success. On the flip side for New York, a great map, but they haven't played it in a while.
Yeah, New York haven't played it since January 15th, but the last time they did play it, they found a victory. They have an overall record of 4-2. What makes them great at this map is that they are the #1 breaking team on a map like Mercado, where it's very difficult to break a majority of these hills. They are 3rd in overall rotation, and they are 2nd in holes. Going up against Florida, like I said, who's sitting on a donut, 0-6. They haven't played with the new squad, but with the old team, biggest thing that they struggled with was their breaks, which was dead last, their holds, which was about 10th, and also their rotations, was sitting around the middle of the pack. I just think that New York finally woke up in this series. If they do what they need to do correctly, if you're winning your rotations, even if you're not, if you're finding those breaks like you have been with the #1 breaking team in NYSL, they're going to be able to force that game 5. Fellow, he didn't have the best performance in that map number 3, but he's a guy with that veteran leadership who's going to be leading in the communication. You have to make sure you're staying a foot ahead when you're talking about Mercado hardpoint.
And Jay, from your standpoint, from your expert opinion, does it feel like for Florida, it has to be here? Like, does it have to be done in game 4, or do they have that game 5 they can still rely on?
I think I think Florida, even in this situation, if they fall short in this map number 4, just the way that we saw their S&D performance in that map number 2, this is also a game number 5 on Hotel S&D where they have previously matched up. So you know what New York like to do. Okay. I just think you have the homework in your favor. You just have to come out and probably try to close it out in this series. You don't want to force it all the way to the game 5 where all the nerves are on. You're probably thinking in the back of your mind, we can't get reverse swept. We need all these points. They're still trying to make it into champs. They only have a total of 60 CDL points, and taking down a team like New York would change the confidence for this young Florida roster. So they don't have to get it done in 4. I think they still have a chance if it goes to 5, but if you're Florida, control your own fate, try to close it out in 4.
Absolutely, man. We're going to take a look at the Florida Mutineers scouting report. As we said, a lot of eyes on this roster when it comes down to the recent roster change that they make. A lot of people were curious to see what this team was going to look like coming into the Major 3 qualifiers. Can they improve in their hard point? And obviously you can see the record doesn't necessarily show it, but they did walk away with that opening hotel hard point W. When you get to LAN, Jay, I mean, obviously you know it as a player, being in front of the crowd. You got some guys who really love being in front of a crowd like this, being on the main stage, maybe being on LAN, being in Texas is exactly what this Florida team needs.
Yeah, Florida, at least in that map number 1, completely turning the tides. When you talk about that dead last and hard point. This new squad, though, they have an overall record of 8-27. With the new team, they are 4-5 in hard points, so that's good. That's something you definitely are looking forward to. And now I really don't know what to expect because this team has yet to play Mercado hardpoint. We don't know if they're going to be one of those stellar teams off the rotation with great communication, cutting their losses early. So I'm super excited to see what this new squad is able to do.
Well, with the roster that they have, what do you think when it comes down to players to look out for? What guys can really make this team a stellar roster on Mercado hardpoint?
I think it's going to have to be in bracket fellow. Like those guys with the ARs have to put themselves in a power position. We're talking about money hills towards P2, bottom cantinas, even towards the P6, top cantinas. Everything on that side of the map, your ARs are able to hold down lanes by themselves. So I'm really looking at them just winning their rotations to a couple hard points, holding down the power positions, and opening up those lanes for their SMGs.
And I'll be honest, man, I am, if I'm Florida, I'm also a little concerned to see HyDra on Mercado hardpoint.
Oh, yeah.
Just, you know what the guy can do. We saw him do some damage when it came down to Fortress, another close quarter map. Got to be careful with it. But, Jay, we also got to talk about Place Them Right, by the way. I know that we're all here in Texas. We're having a wonderful time. But if you haven't already, make sure to load up, get in the game. And within probably, I don't know, Jay, 2 hours, you'll be a higher rank than me.
Yeah, that is despicable, my friend. I don't understand what you were doing. Why are we not grinding? I haven't been able to play Call of Duty with you for a long time.
Within like 48 hours, you were already top 250. I literally couldn't even play with you.
But we were in the green room casting the online stage. You were telling me you were getting turned on left and right, brother. That's unacceptable. We need to get better gunning.
Are you going to do that in front of these fans?
I'm sorry, man. I just got to tell the truth. I'm not a liar.
I thought we had something special.
We do have something special, but we gotta get better. We gotta be grinding.
All right, Jay, we gotta. Okay, after the series is over, we gotta get like a therapist of some sort to improve this. Absolutely disgusting. Mercado hardpoint coming up next. It's gonna be a blast, guys. So far this series, he's having a ball. A 1.5. That's ridiculous. Cesar Skyz Bueno investing in his game as per usual. We talked about the vet. When it comes down to this Florida lineup and Mr. Tyler Fellow, T-Fellow. See what he can do, putting in the lovely work when it comes down to the objective in that opening hotel. But can it be ice for the Mutineers? Can they lock it up here on Mercado? Get those points that they are so desperately needing when it comes down to champs at the end of the year? Or can the Subliners force us to a Game 5? Here we go.
We're starting off on this map. It's New York starting off on the better side. We were talking about Skyz having a phenomenal series, and he already starts it off with a nice little three-piece in the feed. Make it 4. They're trying to maintain that green side of the map, but one player is going to be able to slip on through. Brack, he's going to put himself in that position. Now he's able to flip those spawns for Florida. But New York are doing a great job of just getting all this time off of this P1 as much as they can.
Yeah, they can. Well, Skyz is making the highlight plays, but ultimately it is the Mutineers doing a wonderful job when it comes down to really the point of the game, the objective of the game. They'll have their toe now into P1, but more specifically, they've got the rotation now toward Cantina. Without question, we talk about Mercado, lots of money hills, but these two in specific over at the Cantina, bottom and top, are the ones to look out for. Skyz to start early with some highlights, but now it is Big Cap's turn. Trying to get things going. That's now going to be 4 in a row for him. Do we have 5? Is 5 on the cards? No, not going to happen. Mutineers take the lead.
Mutineers take the lead, and now it's all on to Bracket Fellow. They combine for 3. The ARs winning those close engagements are able to hold the first person from New York. Fellow finds 4 in the feed, so now this is where New York are put in the situation we have to cut our losses. We have to give up that final 30 seconds. We have to be able to set up properly around this 10 hill. As Priestahh does at least find that kill onto Brack. Able to take him off of a little bit of time towards this P2. But it's going to be New York in that full rotation over towards 10.
All right, fellow. Lovely 8-3 start for him. We were talking about how he's been in the objective, but this man can still slay. Ladies and gentlemen, 8-3 after 2 hard points. The last iteration of the Mutineers, as we said, 0-6 when it came down to Mercado hardpoint. They were last in breaks, but what can this team do? One player spawns out, a current 4v3. Brack looking for the angle as Mutineers begin their attack.
Hey, you just got to bait for fellow right here. You know how crucial that cruise missile can be in the later half of this game. He's just going to try to push right on in. He eventually does drop the KiSMET. I would like to see fellow just take his time there because that kill was so important. Eventually leads to KiSMET finding 3. So New York needed a response at the 10 hill to get themselves back into this game. And it's looking like it's potentially going to be a full 60 hold for them to take the lead.
Yeah, like you said, man, that just did not look like a very well-coordinated moment there. It's like if you're looking for at least 1 out of the 2, and it felt like for Florida, they go 0 for 2. Whether streaks or breaks, they don't find either. And quickly, New York have not just found themselves back in this game, but a full 60 over at 10 will now lead them into this game, give them the advantage. To Barbershop we go, toward the back alley. Get ready for trophies, get ready for nades, get ready for some bad steps because here come the bullets. Early exchanges coming forward, an all-out headbutt, and for good reason. The hardpoint calls for it. Into it we go. HyDra able to find another as New York jump right on in.
Everyone's just trying to get a haircut, man. Chairs are stacked towards the barbershop, but it's going to be New York able to come out on top in the trades. Now it's all about holding down this pressure, but they cannot. Fellow finds 2 in the feed. And Florida are able to find the instant break right on back. So now with 30 seconds left, New York are still going to put pressure. 2 players pushing up through the back alley. They know that they don't want to give up all this time. The other 2 guys are cutting their losses. They're trying to set up around 10 again.
Yep, a good retake there for the Mutineers as they look great to walk away with the final 15. I was going to say player 5, really the player to look out for in Capsule. Trying to be a scout, he just gets a wonderful spawn. He just spawns toward the top side. New York are gonna have no idea that he's here, and he gets 2 for free. He gets 2 for free. KiSMET eventually finds him, but that spawn, without a doubt, gives Mutineers the early advantage.
And Capsule gets the COD gods to bless him in that situation. So now Florida able to find this early break on towards the courtyard hill. New York are all trying to push out from garage, but it's Florida with more bodies there winning these trades.
They are indeed. A big moment, a big spot right now for the Mutineers as they're able to clean up all 4, and there is no better time than right now to go to a listing with the Mutineers.
Big door, keep looking left.
I got you. You want your own makeup, Cap?
Okay.
You should go, Tyler.
It's a good time.
I am. I'm backing up.
You should go, Cap.
Yeah, go. I'm gonna hold you down for a little bit longer.
Wait, where are we going? What's that? Go hedge. Go hedge.
Go, Tyler.
Leaving.
Could be deep to my right.
He's stepping.
Take your time. Try to play for an entry.
One's laying down tunnel, KiSMET. He's just laying down.
I think we're carpet. Right side left. Go carpet, guys. Go carpet. We're going carpet. We're going carpet.
Left tunnel weak. He red left. He went Z. Kiss. Z.
When's
Trips?
Trips?
Don't line up.
Absolute trips.
Priestahh trips.
I'm taking a long route.
Go left. Don't play heads.
One's head shouldering. One's tunnel. And then one's top.
One was trips. Okay.
Okay, I heard it.
Go.
Still trips. Trips is 1 shot. He's just laying down back there.
KiSMET is holding tunnel. You can't.
I'm running out of
Make sure
Trips is weak.
Trips coming. Need to kill that guy, guys.
Good job. I still spawn courtyard. I'm coming. Gold. 1 hit me on you. That's 2 dead.
I'm flying.
There's. I don't know why there's 1.
Find your trips. 1 shot.
Weak. I hit
He ran
him
towards
once or
Barber.
twice. He's by Barber.
He's fake stun.
Make sure you play these spawns.
What's behind me? Fuck. What's
He
behind
can
me?
be Barber.
He's still here, guys.
He's really weak. Good job.
Look fork.
I don't see anything back alley.
No,
I'm
he's
pressuring
shouting
this.
the hold, bro. Fuck.
He's signed corner. He's.
And the Florida Mutineers, I don't know about you, Lana, but it felt like they were in a library or something. Everyone was just whispering. They were all just staying super locked in. No one high energy. As they were trying to set up the break in towards Cantinas, but New York with a full 60 hold, able to get themselves right back into this game. Florida do a great job of putting themselves on the preferred side of the map for this next hill. They are set up fully for this parking lot hill.
Yeah, and it feels like this HP very well could tell the tale of really what the rest of this series could look like. And, well, it's looking quite nicely there for the Subliners. I was going to say, if Mutineers hold, that very well could be a sign of things to come. But on the flip side, Subliners there for the break, a full 60 on that last hill, and right now they are primed and ready to get some great time now at P7. Capsule, all right, eventually does get found out. Nice long-term gunfight there with the French Phenom. HyDra currently stalled, but the rest of his teammates are doing everything that they need. Falls off the 5 spree, but New York, a great answer. And the Mutineers will find the last few seconds, but Jade, this is very much so a neck and neck game. Battle now going down toward the bottom side of the map, and that has got to be the focus for right now. Pistol out, Skyz gets a little dicey. Able to find it, and now New York preferred map positioning.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that New York are going to change the score around. Second rotation in the hard points is setting himself up properly for that Cantina Hill where Florida found a lot of success. So far, the Mutineers, they're getting all the kills in the feed. Skyz is going to turn around, put his back towards Brack, and now with Florida picking up all those kills, they are able to flip the map. They're getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. But HyDra, my name is Paco. He strikes again. He finds 3.
My name is Paco. HyDra, my word. Having an answer, and he's going to need another one, but you can guarantee that he's going to have himself a moment. Now on 5 in a row, 1 away from the cruise. However, a few players have started to make their way toward the backside.
Got to back
Mutineers, they have an angle, they have a chance. Player number 7 not going to get any close spawns, so with that, sweat off the brow, HyDra eventually falls off of his spree. And now here come Florida. They've got numbers for the moment.
Look at the spawns for New York all the way at 10, so it's going to be all-out pressure for Florida through the back alley. HyDra knows that this is where you have to invest that cruise missile. Give the information to your teammates and where they're all coming from as they find 3 in the feed. And now they're going to be able to get fully set up for bottom cantinas. Florida have to try to find a break. There's 3 stacking through that barbershop alley.
Need a break now. As we said, for the Mutineers, this game is huge. Momentum is starting to go the other direction. It's starting to favor the left side of the screen. Fellow able to find one, but Skyz is able to answer. Can Caesar find another? Presence felt. A few tagged, a few shots exchanged. 15 seconds still to fight for. Meanwhile, that rotation is happening. Skyz wins his fight, and on the other side, I believe it's New York who also are in the driver's seat, but here comes Brack. Can this streak deliver? Yes, it does. Brack able to find 1, and now it's Florida who find themselves in desperate need of a bit of map positioning. An all-out headbutt now. Into 10 we go, 3 down.
That's good work right there for Florida to get that cruise missile invested so you get all the information on where they're trying to break in from. They find all the kills. They are also able to shut down HyDra. Capsule currently on a 3 spree, trying to turn up for the Florida Mutineers. This has been such a back and forth hard point, but it's looking like Florida going to take the lead right on back.
Oh my God, another lead change. Capsule doesn't know where to look. Does not know where to look, and from there,
Skyz,
oh, he does not spot Fellow from the top. That's a big 1v1. Mutineers now we're able to grab that, and now it's a battle of the rotations. It has been all-out chaos, and it begins again.
New York just had 2 players spawning towards the middle of Godheady because Florida had a couple players spawn out towards back alley bananas. And now, it would look like to be Florida, after winning all those gunfights, are now not going to have those preferred spawns. New York can potentially win it here, but now you have one player, KiSMET, spawning all the way across the map. Florida has to put on the pressure.
We talked about it in our opening hard point. So many HPs lately for New York have been going down to the wire, and they have been losing them. Can it be the opportunity? Could this be the catalyst? Or is it chaos again? It is chaos again! Florida find every single kill, and now they find themselves in the best position possible. NYSL beginning to scramble. A few more kills, and this could be series. This could be series. Fellow drops. Capsule, the big 1v1. He's able to take it. Oh, big cap. Not able to find another. And now for New York, it could come down to this. Havoc, if he wins this, that could be game. If Havoc wins it, did they get the tick? Did they get the tick? Is it game? Is this it? Is this it? Yes, it is. Talk about big brain plays. Route Man gets paid again. Havoc, no opportunity to hesitate. Everybody, every single player was thinking about their rotation, Jay, except for one. That being Colt. He goes for the last second challenge. He wins that. And the Mutineers call series. How's that for an upset?
Man, that was not expected, Matt. Usually in those final moments, when you find yourself in a situation where you could win off of that old hill, if Havoc doesn't find that 1v1 kill, he basically costs his team the map because you don't have the numbers off the rotation. But he timed it perfectly. Didn't check his corner. He finds that kill onto HyDra, and that time is starting to tick, man. Havoc's thinking in the back of his mind, hopefully I get this last little tick to close out the game, because I potentially almost costed my team that map number 4. But he makes the heads-up play. He's able to find that final time in towards the barbershop. And what was Florida Mutineers, a team that struggled in hardpoint, take 2 versus the New York Subliners, and now send them home back.
Wild scenes so far here on just day number 2 of the OpTic Texas Major. NYSL out top 12. Our Raleigh Major winners out just like that. And it comes simply down to 1 kill. It comes down to 1 situation. Impeccable stuff. And commiserations to the Subliners, but Florida, man, just came out to play. They were gifted that opportunity to make the comeback on the hotel. They looked clinical in the Fortress Search and Destroy, and when it matters most, down the wire, down the stretch here in Mercado, as we said, man, comes down to 1v1, and that's it.
And now it's Florida versus OpTic.
Oh,
wow. That was a spicy one.
Woo. All right, I know Texas was excited. Maybe I think you might worry them now, Jay, but that's good for myself and Studies. We toss it over to the main stage. Miles, take it away, buddy.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined with Fellow of the Mutineers. Fellow, congratulations on a big win.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
So,
you guys, thank you.
Crowd's been on your side. It's been really exciting, dude. Man, I sort of want to backpedal a little bit about the team's history. I mean, coming into this major before the team change, it felt like the Mutineers couldn't find a hard point if they spawned in it. You have helped transform that. How have you done that with the roster?
I mean, I think our did a really good job of building our team dynamic, and we have the ability to beat any team in the CDL when it comes to a respawn game mode. So obviously with a lot of success in challengers, they just trusted me, man. These guys, if I tell them to go jump in a fucking ball of fire, they'll go do it, man. And you can't ask any more from your teammates.
Love that trust. Absolutely love that. So, dude, obviously, all the game modes are pretty solid. Search and Destroy is still sound. Obviously, that 6-1's a big victory.
Yeah, we have Cold Havoc.
There you go. What about that control? I mean, is that something you're working on now? Is there any major takeaways from this series?
New York, they're a really good team. I mean, every single respawn we just played, hardpoint-wise, was insanely close. So they're a good control team, man. That's one of those matches we're going to rewatch, and we have to learn from it, right? We have to learn from it.
So do you know who you're playing next in the tournament?
Oh, I'm playing my son, Daniel Ghosty. Dan, you know what I said to you. You knew this was coming. Good luck tomorrow, kid. Good luck.
The Boogeymen Mutineers will be taking on OpTic tomorrow. But, mate, congratulations. Thank you. Brilliant victory. Enjoy the rest. Yes, over to the desk now. Take it away.
Fellow playing his son, Ghosty. I like that. They know who they're about to be up against, and they're about to handle their business. What a crazy ending, Nameless. Came down to literally a 1v1, the final tick. Casters, Landon, and Study even asking, is that tick going to be enough? It was.
I didn't think it was going to be enough at the very end. Such a rogue play, but it ends up working for the squad. Just crazy plays all around. I know Fellow gave a lot of love to his teammates throughout that series, but on that map 1, it was really him, man. Like, they were down and out. He had a huge 2-piece on rotation to Plat. If he doesn't get those kills, they don't win that series. Everybody stepping up when they needed them most individually on this team. Became a great team effort.
Man, absolutely incredible performance. Florida Mutineers, everybody was against them. Obviously, we know any given day a team can win, okay? Florida Mutineers is the team that we know is talented. They're here for a reason. But, Merc, I don't think anybody predicted them to dethrone New York Subliners, yet they did it.
No, and I think the big thing here is they got to this map number 4, Mercado, right? Obviously, winning Hotel in New York's pick was huge for them. You're playing this map where I just think, you know, it's all about the fundamentals. It's all about the rotation, sort of finding the kills at the right time. And Florida did that. Like, HyDra still had his moments, but if it's another fast-paced map, then, you know, he can take over the game, right? He can win it for them. But when you get to Mercado, there's so many money hills. If you win a rotational gunfight, that just kind of takes, I wouldn't say takes the skill out of it, but it really neutralizes how many engagements these star players have.
And you got to think, like, getting bopped in that fortress, right? Like, going into that control as the Florida Mutineers, knowing that you're not a strong respawn team, and for New York to be down 0-2, and that's where they show their life, and to do it in the fashion that they did, you would think that would at least check some teams a little bit heading to that map number 4, right? When you're already not that strong of a respawn team, that was not the case for Florida, though. They came out swinging on that Mercado up against the York Subliners, so I think it's a testament to maybe some sort of run they can make in this tournament, and if you're OpTic Texas fans, you are not happy right now. I know you might have been happy in the initial, but we have the storyline of the fact that Florida always knocks out OpTic, and now we have Fellow trying to sundown Ghosty. So a whole lot of storylines going down.
Whole lot of storylines going down indeed. I'm excited. I mean, already a huge turning point, I think, in our elimination bracket. Let's do our scuff play of the game, and I think it can only be one play. It's Havoc throughout the very end of that game number 4. Mercado getting that final tick. It really came down to a 1v1. It was, of course, going to be him versus HyDra. And he catches the barrel. You can see, spots him out, takes him down, and literally in the last moment, Ali, he gets it locked in.
I mean, you're talking about a tick that I did not think was going to go through. You can see it on the faces of New York. They didn't think it was going to go through either. I mean, those milliseconds had to have just added up perfectly.
I'm starting to see the vision. You know, we talked about pre-match, like with this Florida team, what they were looking to do in the middle of that process, right? Some growing pains, but they win both hardpoints versus the New York Subliners. And then you could see on land, at least, the search and destroy, absolutely phenomenal. Havoc went out and did his thing. So Florida in a pretty good spot. And they got a date with OpTic Texas.
That's right.
We know what happens when Florida goes up.
It's going to be a banger for sure. I'm sure we're going to have that tomorrow without question. Florida Mutineers surprising everybody, including us. Our prediction, I guess it was wrong, but that's just the way it goes. Hey, at the end of the day, the players, they hold destiny in their fingertips. But hey, let's talk about our team of the major where you all can get involved. The Scuff team of the major is back again. We did it at Boston, now we're doing it here in Texas. The CDL experts will select the top 8 players. Then you, the fans, will vote for your favorites. The 4 players with the most votes will become the Scuff team of the major. So I guess the experts will be voting, and we'll see what you all have to say. But of course, get your what?
Scump was on it last time somehow.
Man.
Was he actually? Okay.
I don't know how we managed that one.
That was for the stage, though, right? Not the major. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Well, hey, get involved. Like I said, team of the major. We'd love to hear what you all have to say. We got one more series to go. It's going to be LA Thieves versus the Las Vegas Legion. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major number 3, coming to you live from Arlington, the Esports Stadium, Arlington. Our final series about to be underway, another elimination bracket matchup. It's LA Thieves versus Las Vegas Legion. I've got Studdy, Lando. They just killed it with the cast. Of course, Nameless staying up there. They did. Landon not throwing his voice up. By the way, Landon, I'm back on the desk with you, baby. It's literally been like 4 years.
Good, buddy. It is good to be back. You look wonderful. A little shorter since I've seen you last.
All right, hold up, chill out. Get off the desk. I need Ali back. Nameless, let's talk Thieves, right? They're looking solid. They're looking good. They got a victory earlier today. Of course, but, a little bit of a warm-up match. They called it. I think, respect the Minnesota Røkkr. What can we say about Thieves going into this matchup?
I mean, they look great in that matchup, right? They got bopped in the first series. They go up against the Minnesota Røkkr, hit him with the hot 3-0. We had a close HyDra map 1, but HyDras are always close, and we see a 6-2 search and destroy, which is good news if you are an LA Thieves fan. But, the problem is this series, last time they played Vegas, they lost to Vegas in a 3-1 fashion, right? So Vegas is coming in here pretty confident. They lost it in the control and the game 4 hardpoints. They lost 2 respawns in what is, when you think of LA Thieves, top 3 respawns across the board. So we have a completely different map set here. We got Las Vegas taking a little bit of chance at the map pool, which we'll get into a bit later. But either way, Drazah is the guy that I'm looking at because he's had some slower starts to some of these maps. Even in the last series in that control, he started off 5-15. Rallied back to 23 and 25 though, so that's the key point we're talking about.
Yeah, slow starts, but Drazah did perform well in that first series we saw from LA Thieves today, so they're going to be just fine going into this one, I am sure. After all, we know loser bracket, that's where they feel at home. At least they did in Major number 2. They made that joke, so I can too. I'm not being mean, I promise you about that, okay? Let's move on to Las Vegas Legion. It takes 2 to tango. Here's the other dancer, Landon. Las Vegas Legion, they won against LAG 3-1. Also coming in, they did lose Fortress though. I want to point that out. They lost Fortress to a coach. Marky B was back. Can we think Las Vegas Legion could be, or at least go toe-to-toe with them?
Yeah, absolutely. I know we always talk about it, the Thieves, they have that land buff, right? But we've seen it happen before, and I think that's really the mentality that you have to have if you're a Vegas Legion player. You know what? We beat this team previously. We absolutely have the chance to do it again, but I can't lie. I was definitely a little nervous watching that series versus LAG. I know we have a multitude of players coming in, but guys, they lost to a coach. I love Marky B, but
the map's gone. They got rid of it. They're never playing it again.
Thank God.
We got Clayster, our player, to watch, so what can we say about him, Studdy?
Oh, Clay is just a man on a mission. He's able to do it on multiple different angles. Doesn't matter what weapon he has. He's still putting up for the 30-year-olds. And with the veteran presence that he brings to this Vegas Legion team, you got to expect that they will always be able to fight.
That's right.
He's a really big piece to them beating that LA Thieves roster the last go around, the very first match in Stage 3. Clay has to do it again.
Jay, to back up your point, my man Clay had 11.4K damage. To put that in reference, the closest player on his team was Temp with 9.8. So Clay was literally having the LA Thieves when they matched up.
That's crazy because I'm pretty sure Don was like a 2.0 when you talk about the hard points.
Yep.
He had more damage?
Yes, he had 11.4K. He was everywhere.
Big Clay doing. He's 30 years old?
It's probably like 32. Clay's pretty up there.
He's about to be 31, in May, I think.
No shot. There's still a chance for me to go pro. Okay, we'll put a cap on that. Let's talk about it. Hold on, chill out. I've already been called short already. Let's look at our maps about Nameless. What do we like?
Looking at this map set, that game 3, it's just kind of a panic after losing that Fortress when you look at Las Vegas, just because they're 0-5 on El Asilo. They've never been able to figure out El Asilo control, but control in general. So that map's going to be important. And then also I'm looking at that Hotel Hardpoint. That is a map where Thieves used to be dominant on, and now 8-7, it hasn't been that dominant for them, so it could get interesting early on. I think if Vegas are to take this, they have to find early success. Right? Because Thieves are looking a lot stronger in those search and destroys. It's not just a clean sweep when it gets to that.
Momentum-based team, you got to shut them down right away. I know we got 2 new on the desk, so we got to do our predictions. I got to hear what you all have to say, and Landon, I hope you're ready to give yours. First off, starting off, I'm going LA Thieves. I think they're going to take this. Like I said, they've been looking solid, looking good, minus that FaZe matchup, but that's in the past. Study, who you going with?
I think I got to go with LAT, man. If you saw the major run that they made at the last major all the way through losers bracket, started off at the very first round and made it all the way to the finals. They're world champions for a reason. I got to go Thieves.
2 for 2, Landon.
Yeah, these guys have a different buff, right? When they're on lane, when they're in the losers bracket, it just feels like a recipe for success. I'm also going Thieves. 3-1.
All right, let's see if we're all across the board nameless.
I'm going Thieves as well, man. I just haven't seen enough. Thieves are just too good. They're talking about a team that was in the finals at the last tournament, coming off of a 3-0 versus Røkkr. Surely they come in here and beat Vegas.
Well, as confident as we are, we all went NYSL. We were wrong. This time we could be wrong again. Let's see what Las Vegas Legion can bring to the table. And, well, to call in the players, we got somebody special for the first time. Ali, what do we got going on?
Hello, Texas! Are we a bit surprised? Trust me, me too. It's been a long day, yeah? All right, that was a really surprising matchup that we just had, but we got one more to get through. I know you guys are tired, but I need your energy for this one, okay? Okay? I'm looking at you, right side. I'm looking at you. Let me get some noise. Thank you. All right, all right, all right. Final matchup. Somebody is still going home today. I think it's time we bring out the Las Vegas Legion. Texas, give a warm welcome to the underdogs. We got Clayster, Too Real, Tef, and TJ Halley.
Allie's right. They definitely are the underdogs. But listen, don't get it twisted. There's a world champ on that stage. Also, Temp had a hell of a performance in that game one we saw earlier. So Las Vegas, they've been waiting all day for their opportunity to take down their opponent. Unfortunately, it's the LA Thieves. We'll see if they can get it done.
Thank you so much, Desk. It's very weird seeing you from this point of view. I miss you over there. And now it's time to bring out the LA Thieves.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Boy, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break. I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Huke runs into trouble. Oh my God. Defending up the world. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
Texas, I give you the LA Thieves. We got Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane.
The LA Thieves are a team determined to make it through elimination bracket. They've been here before. They're looking to do it again. They also received their champs ring, so you better believe they're coming in with the fire. Las Vegas Legion need to be ready because the LA Thieves are ready to dominate the stage. Ali, I'm ready to get this going. Are you?
I am ready to get this going, and I give you your casters, Bryce and Tun.
Well, thank you very much, Ali. It is the final game of Friday, and it is not going to be a bad one. We have got the Legion up against the Thieves. Both these teams looking to move forward in the tournament. Thieves got here early. Vegas were here all the time.
Yeah, they've been sitting and waiting. But first and foremost, there's anything that girl can't do. Honestly, we're just throwing her on the stage. I learned Dashy cast as well. It's incredible. But we're really looking forward to this game. It should be an interesting one. Look, I mean, Thieves, we expect them to be down here because this is where they thrive. I mean, look, they went against FaZe. It wasn't a good performance, but we've seen the same thing at the previous event, the losers bracket run. It has already begun. Can it continue here up against a bigger squad who, with Too Real in there, have had a bit of a rejuvenation. Last time around that these two teams played was online. It was one of the first times we've seen Vegas Legion with the new lineup, and they beat them. So I am not really predicting this to go either way. I think it's a really hard one to call. I'm not sure which way this one goes, which makes it very, very interesting.
Yeah, obviously Arteta's talking about it. They are going towards Thieves. I think it's the same kind of vibe for most people out here as well, but here are some of the matchups. KD at the moment at 2.27 is what Temp is dropping. Obviously they didn't have to play against LAG earlier on, but there's a couple of substitutes, but Kenny, a 1.07 for him, even after a bad start.
Yeah, I know, look, it's not too bad, and especially if Kenny's putting up those numbers. He's very much a playmaker for the side of the LA Thieves. He's somebody who does that little bit of dirty work for them. But on top of that, putting up the numbers is solid. Temp coming in with a 2.27. You're very right, they did go up against LAG. 3 different versions of them, and on top of that as well. So take it with a pinch of salt in that sense. But this is a tough game to call. The Des may well go fully Thieves. I think most people will be leaning that way. But I think this is far from clear cut. First map though, Hotel Hardpoint, LA Thieves will be feeling good about it. As we always talk about though, it is the breaking that's so important for them. Holds for the side of Vegas Legion here have to be consistent. The rotational ranks are solid. 2 and 5 record though is nothing to write home about. You need to bring the A game here against the current world champions. A final game of the day here on Friday. Things about to get interesting at Bryce. There's a crowd behind Vegas. Thieves are up against it just a little bit.
Well, let's see. Nothing needs to be left on the table. Both teams fighting for survival at major number 3. At the moment, obviously a little bit better position for the Thieves. They start off towards P1, but expect this hard point to be a little bit cutthroat all the way through. Vegas hasn't, but getting better, and the skill ceiling for Thieves is already high.
Holding down some decent time over towards P1 is never a bad way to start. That's a bad way to start for TJ though. Good gunny coming in from Octane. And looking over towards these P2 rotations, Vegas still in control, but seeping time at P1 here.
It's an awful lot to give up for P1, but CleanX will eventually get there to try and stop that bleeding going through. For Vegas, they have sold everything for this P2 hold, and hold they must. You already see 2 real. It's going to be taken down by Envoy. The pressure on to Vegas. And they have been lynched out of the hill. Envoy has just wrecked them.
7-1 to kick the game off. Runs through Restaurant, has one. Jumps off the top of reception and finds another in the point. Wonderfully played, but still, for the side of Vegas Legion, TJ Helly towards the back is going to be able to do anything. Will be able to find one. His team spawning up towards the back with him. It is only 2 real there. Drazah blocks the spawns. Vegas now with a pinch potentially here. Kind of going 1 by 1 here though, Bryce. You're shaking your head. I don't like it either.
It is not going well. Legion will have to jump into this one. They need to stop a little bit of bleeding, but they are running into gunfire over and over again. There's a rather large donut in that kill feed right now. Realistically, scrap time they are desperate for.
They can do something going their way. 20 seconds remaining here. Over towards P2. They'll get the majority of that big gunfight going on. It's ring around the Rosier Kitchen. Real wins it. That's a big gunfight to maybe get Vegas Legion into this game. Scrap time going that way and still going that way. Spawning for Thieves over towards P2 as well. It's going to be hotly contested when eventually CleanX does get here to back up 2 real, who's doing a good job inside the kitchen. He will find one, but needs some help.
2 real.
He's still going.
Eventually taken down, but he's held off the Thieves for maybe just long enough. But there are no more kills here for Legion. They have to find something. Envoy is just dancing around the map. And the Thieves are pushing this lead further and further away.
Bad start here for the Vegas Legion. Not what they wanted. On one side of things, you've got Envoy going 10 and 5. TJ Haley 2 and 10. You need from the word go. The shots weren't quite hitting, but Drazah's up. 4 in a row from him. Crowd getting behind the side of Thieves once again. Envoy now inside of Restaurant. It's just far too easy. LA Thieves are well and truly running this one up.
Somebody for Legion has to call. Let's steady this boat. Rotate and hold. We need the 60. Because at the moment, the number 2 breaking team in Thieves is hunting them. They are ready to rotate themselves. Legion are here first again. They have to make sure that the doors are locked and bolted.
And this is their first really big opportunity where they've had a chance to set up and get themselves into a good position. Thieves quite far away. It's going to be another 10-15 seconds or so before Thieves can get a hold of this point. If they can get through the defenses of the Vegas Legion, Envoy and Kenny will find one apiece. Envoy will find another. 2 real left all alone. Spawns at the back of Vegas Legion are the only bit of respite that they will gain. 130 and rising for the Thieves. It's a 100-point lead.
And it's a ridiculous start from Envoy. Every time they need him, he's there. But 2 real here as well. Not able to get the headshot off of that one. Kenny and Octane combining. CleanX desperate to try and take down these players. They can't find their way in. Eventually, the guns will tell. But 140 to 28 as the LA Thieves continue to go to work on the Legion.
I mean, they started fast. They haven't slowed down. LA Thieves really looking a cut above right now. The transitional kills going their way to CleanX. You need to lock down the back if you can, but everybody else running through the mid-map.
Vegas Legion with another opportunity to set themselves up and get something going. TJ's not had a great start, but if he can lock down Kitchen and help his team and get some points, all will be forgotten.
Stop me if you've heard it, the Legion are here first and they need a hold for 60 again. But here come the Thieves already. Envoy is in a flow state. He is moving around this map. He is destroying Legion, and every turn they get into him, as they have broken again in 7 seconds.
This is getting borderline embarrassing. Vegas Legion, you need to start turning up very, very quickly. If you're not careful, this one could be done before we see a second rotation of Hills. All the kills going the way of Thieves, but eventually Vegas Legion will find a break. TJ finding 2. As he heated up at just too late of a moment. As Thieves now will get kitchen side spawns. It's where you want to be if you are locking down this next hill. Kenny's going to try and hold the kitchen. There's 1. There's 2 in for Kenny. In the pantry, he's just killing everybody. Nicely done, putting the pressure over towards the previous hill. That scrap time may well go over towards Vegas Legion, but Thieves are fully set up over towards the next one.
Still going to take care of Kenny, eventually 2 real will, but they are nowhere near this. And for Legion, a mountain to climb. They are just not finding anything here. Eventually TJ will find 1, a little bit of split spawns. He'll try and stay alive towards back kitchen to give his team the opportunity to break through the front door. TJ finds a second. Octane will eventually get him. They know the spawns are pushing them as well, but Legion needs some kills.
Real finds a way through into bottom glass. Will get dealt with though. It's just looking far too easy. Honestly, the Vegas Legion, it looks like it's very 1 by 1 by 1. Good kills coming in from Temp though. Gets that kitchen control. The rest of the team not quite here. Drazah, the last remaining member of Thieves on this point with 20 seconds to go. He will get dealt with. Vegas Legion looking to clean up this final 15 seconds in the first rotation of Hills. But the bad news for you, 206 points for the side of Thieves. 200-point mark, a broken 1 rotation of Hills. Quite simply flawless from Thieves. Poor from Legion. They're gonna need to step up in this second rotation of Hills.
Real trying to do everything he can to stay alive. Place to win the gunfight, but only just. Eventually a bit of shooting going through as well. Legion starting to get some points back onto the board. We've seen comebacks at this tournament already. Do they have it in them to find another?
I mean, they've kind of kept that 100-point gap for quite some time, so I suppose that's something you can cling on to, but you need to start closing that gap relatively quickly. Thieves can play scrap time the rest of this game and win it quite comfortably, but this is a good start to the second rotation here from Legion. A lot more resolute, the pushes are coming from Thieves, but have they taken their foot off the gas? They need to make sure they're locking in for P2 coming up. It could be a big money maker for one of these 2 teams.
Well, here we go. Could be the last ride of the Legion on this map. They got the time on P1. They stopped the bleed. They broke the 100 points. P2 is calling. Destiny is calling as well. And they are finding it done. They have got into P2. Last time around, this was broken in seconds. It cannot happen again.
A small glimmer of hope for the side of Vegas Legion. Looking over towards the dual side, though. That's where the push is coming in from Thieves. There's a big gunfight going to go on over towards the bar in just a second as well. KiSMET caught with his pants down. But the kills on the other side of things work out for Vegas Legion. Pinch set up here for Thieves.
They're looking for it. They're trying to get into it. TJ is fighting every single angle they can as the trades come through. The Legion are out. KiSMET will find 1 to try and stop them coming as well. But you can see the Legion want desperately back into this. Every single point that goes against them is a dagger to the heart, but Priestahh's not missing. Not a great start, but he's playing better now.
Can't find that final kill. Tempest there to try and clean it up. The kills come through though for the side of Thieves, and this is the problem for Vegas Legion. They are so far behind. They need to fight for every single second that is on offer. To reel into the point. Envoy will be the first to fall. Kenny is there to follow him potentially. They need these points. They need these kills. They also need the rotation, which is now going in. Vegas Legion are there. The final moments of Scrapz will go over towards them as well. It's all about these fights in restaurant now.
And here we go. LA Thieves ready to pitch. Real trying to break in at the same time. He found Kenny. Reinforcements flooding for the Legion. Already 1 player's going to go down. The rest of them are stuck inside the kitchen. Hoping for it. Octane towards the back of the pitch. Priestahh finds 1. He knows where Octane is as well. The gunning is coming through. Done. The Legion are starting to believe that this is possible. It is plausible. They are holding the Thieves at bay.
They're holding them at bay, but it's still a 70-point gap they've got to close down. But that time is ticking towards Legion. Priestahh goes on a huge spree. That's 4 dead. Vegas Legion, you're very right, they're starting to believe, but have they heated up just a little bit too late? These rotations need to be flawless, the holds need to be brilliant. They need Thieves to collapse to come back into this game, but Priestahh
This man's nearly 31 years old. He's absolutely frying on the main stage now. It is going to be a 30-point game by the time we get over towards the next hill.
The Legion are not here. The Thieves are. One last chance for the Legion. They need a break. They need a break now. TJ Guns the first. The rest are reinforcing. The time is ticking. They have brought this back to a hair's breadth. And they are moving mad. Every single kill they need, they are finding. The Legion are fighting back. They are not done. They will not go quietly into the night. As they start to get towards the 200-point limit, the Thieves are being rebuffed. They are being beaten back on every single gunfight. What can they do?
Thieves could get nowhere near this. And this is when things start to get a little bit panicky. Thieves now in the descendancy, if anything. It's all absolute craziness across the map. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Hold your breath. Vegas Legion take the lead as we head into the next hill, but there's a small break from Thieves. Legion are here at Restaurant. It is a 7-point game as we head over towards the next hill.
19 tournaments for Priestahh, and he's trying to put every bit of veterancy into this comeback that he can. 2 real finds a kill. The Thieves are in kitchen. It's reinforcements for Legion. Here come the Thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Can find one. Finds the second 1v1. And it's Priestahh looking for the last. And he's put it as 10 seconds. 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The Thieves are moving, but they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion has just made the greatest comeback in hardpoint you will ever see. History has just been made. The Legion would not let it go. We've seen teams give up at that point. We were questioning whether or not they would even break the 100-point mark, but they took it. They roared past. 200 was next. The rotations arrived, and Priestahh and the rest of Vegas decided we will not be having your malarkey today.
That is a breakdown, if I've ever seen one. The Vegas Legion, what? TJ was like 0-26. I don't know what to tell you. And that's the kind of game you are delusionally confident if you are Thieves, because you are frying them. It is not even close to being a competitive game. And then when they start calling it back, you're like, okay, let's switch on. Then it gets to 70 points. You're like, okay, right, they got kitchen rotation. Let's make sure we rotate. They do, but Vegas Legion find the break, and then they find the break, and then they find a rotation, they find a hold, they find a map 1 win, and pull it out of the depths of, I don't even know what to say. That is a ridiculous comeback. I'd love to know the stats in terms of how it broke down over the final 5 hills, because it feels like Legion got every point and Thieves got absolutely nothing.
This may be an OpTic home crowd, but everybody's heart and blood was singing for Vegas in those moments. Look how far behind they were. Look how badly it was going for them. When we talk about ice, we talk about veterancy. 206 to 63 ton.
206 to 63. Let's do the maths. Maybe a little bit better than Ghosty. What? So what's that turnaround? They would have got 33, so that would have brought them to... that's like... They basically did to them what got done to them that first rotation of hills. They just did it straight back to Thieves. And where is your mental if you're the LA Thieves now?
Rotation after rotation, you only need scrap time if you're above the 200-point mark with 140 points to spare. And you find 30 for the rest of the game.
It's pretty bad.
For the Thieves, that is going to be disappointing. The Legion turned on the burners, a 1.63 from Temp. And they started off basically everybody negative.
I'm actually still perplexed. I can't believe that just happened.
We have a saying when we do our caster stuff, when we talk about teams, about selling the dream, right? It's one of the core tenets of what we do here at the CDL. Over and over again, we sell the dream. We make you believe it is possible, even if we don't think it is.
I didn't think that was
we were
possible.
selling the dream. And Vegas lived it.
Man, I mean, if you were selling the dream, you're the best salesman I've ever met. That is the craziest map number 1 we've seen in the CDL this year, I would say so far. It rivals the FaZe comeback on Fortress as well. Okay, map number 2 apparently coming up. I don't know what to say on that. And that is the kind of map now if you're Thieves. You need your coaching staff to come in and go, right, look, reset. These things happen. They are still a team who could go on and win the next 4 maps if we were needing to play them. They are a solid outfit. But still, that will take some coming back from, because your head will be gone. That was a 143-point deficit. It's the largest comeback in hardpoint this season, so it goes past the comeback that we've seen from FaZe on Fortress. Well, we got a game 2 to get into. Lock in.
Yeah, I do apologize, by the way, at home if I basically went into a different octave for that entire hardpoint, but
the dogs everywhere. Just,
yeah. There was nothing left for me to give, and Legion gave everything they could as well. It deserved it. And it almost feels anticlimactic to continue with the rest of this series, but the rest of the series will go on. S&D next. It has been a strong point for the Legion, something they have relied upon. Whether or not they can now do the crazy business of going 2 up over Thieves, all relies on them.
And one thing to say about Thieves is Røkkr, they keep picking this map, even though they do lose it relatively often, but it's one of those maps where they only lose it quite tightly. They do feel like they played this one well. So aBeZy is in, placed with the sniper. Damn, he's just holding down mid alley. This is confidence from a man who just went on that ridiculous comeback. Got to be feeling good about themselves. No kills to be found so far in the first 25 seconds. And what's the play here now from Thieves? Because they seem to be playing a little bit jaded. That first blood will help them out. Clayster, hit marker coming through. Not going to help them out. It is now a 3 versus 3. It's too real. Evens the odds.
Clayster trying to play his life here. They know he's sniping now. Trying to stay alive. He gets that stun onto him. It gives him a little bit of information. Clayster challenging this entire team with a pistol. Finds one on the second. Too real arrives. And Drazah left alone in a 1 versus 2. He's going to see the back of Too Real, but not get the kill either.
Oh, shots in from Drazah are solid. Too Real. He can sniff the ace. He wants it. Shots in from 1. Too Real for the ace in round number 1.
This is a little bit dangerous, a little bit troublesome. They find it with teamwork and patience.
And one thing to point out there, let's not say it's going to be a trend, but the first blood goes over towards the side of Thieves. They're the worst team in the game when it comes to converting those first bloods on aBeZy. You get a small taste of that there. They find first bloods 50% of the time, so, you know, every other round, but only converting them 58% of the time. Not good enough. They'll be squirming at that one. Vegas Legion and Too Real especially will be more than happy to add more woe to that stat to the side of Thieves. Now, what's the play here for the Vegas Legion? Looking like a fast one. Everyone up top, what's going to go on here?
Oh, Too Real jumping straight through. Dead Silence is part of, so he's going to fly at this one as well, and he's feeling himself. A 5-streak for him now. TJ gets away with his life. It's still advantage to the Legion. Thieves have got some good positioning on this one if they want to try and slow it down, but that bomb has been planted. Too Real isn't stopping for nobody.
Oh, well, we talk about aBeZy on this map, but is it too easy for Too Real right now? 6-0. Cruise missile, very much acquired. Don't think he's going to expect Octane back here, but gets away and just staying alive at this stage with the bomb down. Works out perfectly. 3v2 for Legion.
He's playing with him. However, his teammate has dropped 2 versus 2. The Thieves looking to try and steady this game. Can they find any more kills? Too Real looking for this one. It's already going to be 1 versus 2, but they will get it. The Thieves holding it at bay. A big clutch from them in the end.
That's a big round. I think Vegas Legion were getting a little bit worried about the bomb in case there was a potential stretch coming in closer to the window. Shots come in from the other player who's still alive, and there's all of a sudden Too Real's like, okay, I have to challenge it. The 6 spree comes to an end. Octane, last knife in hand. I think you seen what Simp did to him yesterday and thought, yeah, we should probably try this gun, yeah?
Well, it's all tied up on the S&D. Too Real losing kind of crazy. He actually has the only kills on the Legion after 2 rounds. could have done with a little bit of a trade for him, but hey, we continue to move. This time, Thieves on the attack. Maybe a little bit of a change of tactic here. Probably expecting a big push from 2Real.
Slow and steady, winning the race on the outside. KiSMET checking this one. Drazah, a couple of bullets in. Grenade, not going to touch. KiSMET will back down, as will Drazah. But yeah, you're going to push field, you're going to push outside. We've got this cruise missile in our back pocket, so that's going to disrupt things here for the side of Thieves. I don't think 2Real will find anything with it. He won't. But he will give Legion an opportunity to put themselves in a better position, just like this. 7-1 from 2Real, trying to make it 8. Being chased down as the trade there. Not quite. As Cammy will fall, but Envoy survives. Now, 2 versus 3 from the side of Thieves to try and bring back.
Just say, TJ just re-swung onto Octane. Will pay the price for doing it. Temp, though, finds Envoy. Another trade come through. Now Octane for another clutch for them. Looking desperately for these players. Has to consider also whether or not he will plant the bomb or try and make a pick first. He's already seen one, but that does mean they've also seen him.
Less than 30 seconds. Octane goes to make the play. KiSMET coming over to check it though. Is he going to see him? Yes, he is. A Vegas Legion win. And Octane, not really many choices to make that. It's hard when you see one of the players over towards B. You expect the other to be holding his hand. KiSMET up, making his way over, expecting Sam to go for the quick plan.
Could have been a little bit of trouble there, actually. The gun barrel was in the way of Octane for just a second.
We've seen a few of those.
Yeah, it does happen occasionally. When you're centering, you're looking for the player on and around the bomb site. But right now, Legion doing well. Most of that is on the back of 2Real.
The SMG presence being a problem. We've seen in the first half of that first map, it really was Envoy taking over, but 2Real at this moment in time is here for the side of Vegas Legion. They're running the show. 7-2 out of him. Now what's the setup for Legion? There is a big presence from LA Thieves inside this A site. One of them over towards the A control. Big first gunfight to open things up.
Just waiting. Doors back, it goes open and already gets caught. Priestahh goes down, 2Real is stunned. He's trying to get out of it. He can't escape. And now he's like stuck in the mud. TJ looking to try and get something. Thieves smell blood, but TJ finds the win.
Surely not a second. No, Envoy will trade that one out and attempt. Nowhere near where the action was going on, so they will have a very little to no information on this position right now. A 1 versus 3. This is so difficult without the bomb for Temp. And there's the sound cues. They'll know where he is now.
Looking for him as well. Kenny's going to see him.
Oh my God!
A little bit of light at the end of the tunnel here for Temp.
Steady pump. 25 seconds to go. Still a lot of work to do.
The Thieves, we want them to bunker down and just make sure they double chow anything that they can find. No hit marker for Temp. Hoping to find body, anybody, somebody, nobody. As Thieves get that round down. No clutch for Temp. It was always going to be a long stretch.
Nice and calm from Thieves. Nothing too silly. Yeah, just playing together. They know where he is. Even if he finds that kill on the Drazah, Envoy's flying at him. Nicely done from Thieves there. Pick them apart where they could. The stun over towards the double doors. Over towards the bar really opened things up. It's a good use of the tax to open up some playground, I suppose, for the side of Thieves. They find a couple of kills. 2Real couldn't get things going there. 7-3 out of the young man. He really has had such a good time on this Legion roster in comparison to how he did over on Vanguard, of course. A much better showing so far.
Oh, going to go for it as well. TJ, though, will be first blooded. LA Thieves now have the advantage. They can apply pressure wherever they want to on this map, and that's what they're looking for. Superpowers activated. Kenny is going on a run.
The only thing they don't have is a lot of map presence over towards A. And that's why Kenny now hitting around this side of the map. Not often a player hanging out towards this side. KiSMET about to make me eat my words as he falls over, but Temp now going to go on down 2Real, caught out Kenny. That's 3 kills in the round for him. KiSMET now left in a 1 versus 4.
Finds the first, doesn't know where the second is. Almost finds the second, does. KiSMET's still alive, but he's unsure what to do next. Waiting for the player to come through, he's throws on Envoy, but it's a double chow. They will not allow him to get away with that. And LA Thieves shut it down before it gets out of control.
Yeah, a little bit scary for just a moment. Very little KiSMET can do there. Even if he kills one of them again, it's the same story. Thieves are very good at those 2v1 situations. We've seen them so many times. They play together as well as anybody else in the CDL. 3-2 lead now for Thieves. Trying to bring this one back. You'd think after map number 1, where are their heads at? We're nice and steady now, you would say. Onto the defensive side for them now. Can they lock this down? Envoy starting to get on board with this map. 2Real has slowed down just a tad.
Instant getting in there, giving that information. Not quite moving forward, but the Thieves are really upping the tempo of this. They do not want to play the game that Legion want to. Back to a 3 versus 3 as Drazah just makes sure that A is clear.
Don't want to let these plants go down if you are the side of Thieves. One of the worst retake positioning teams in the CDL. They allow those plants to go down quite often. When they do, it's not often retaken. Vegas Legion haven't necessarily had the chance to do so, but looking over towards B, there's a slippery little snake called 2Real who had actually managed to break the back lines of things. Oh my goodness, Kenny! Guns temp, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2. It really should have been the other way around.
Legion don't know where to go now. They've lost the map control they were looking for, and a fight coming down. Kenny and Clayster. Kenny gets now he goes high, and now a 1 versus 3 for 2Real. He's been playing very, very well, but has slowed down in recent rounds. A clutch here could be the boost they need.
No, Daddy. That's going to hurt him. Not much he can do here, even if he finds one. He's surely going to get cleared. Yeah, okay, I can see what he tries to do. Tries to pick one, then get the diffuser, and get out would have been the plan. But he had to do it very, very quickly. I tip my hat to the attempt, but that time around the Thieves will get it done. And for me, I think in that scenario, Clayster challenging Kenny over towards the field side of the map whilst 2Real's planting the bomb. You got to try and stay alive in that scenario, maybe a little bit overzealous. It's feeling like he maybe had Kenny dead to rights, but Kenny pulls off 2 really, really big gunfights by his own right. Good job on the field side from him. A 4-2 lead now for Thieves. That map 1 has been forgotten about now, I would say. Feeling good in Search and Destroy.
It's all Thieves at the moment. A hard point, a distant memory. 2 more rounds will give them this map. At the moment, maybe just looking for some information. You can see the way they're spread out, trying to figure out where they can push.
Now in the 6 rounds, we've only had 2 bombs planted. It's all been about the action of controlling, playing the picks for both these 2 teams. Kenny will get rid of a little bit of a util for the side of the Vegas Legion inside the site. Now the aggression start to come through. Clayster will find one though, so that's first word for the Vegas Legion. 4v3 in their scenario, but surely Envoy finds one here on the outside. He will do, but he only has Kenny for company.
Jay trying to find him, but Envoy just not going down. How has he got away with this? And in a 2 versus 2, TJ really wanted to convert that, but it is not to be. Is this a 5-2 or is it a 4-3? With time ticking down, it does put LA Thieves in a slightly worse position.
What's the play? TJ staying alive, not making any moves too hastily. Clayster is here with him. They haven't got a clue where Thieves are, but now they do. Envoy's just going to catch some horrible timing. They've taken down now. Kenny left inside the bomb site. No need to over-challenge it. Get TJ. Vegas Legion, that's an important round to fight. 5-2, very different to the 4-3 scoreline we now have.
I also want to point out, I think LA Thieves played themselves a little bit. If you remember what we were seeing just then, the Legion were actually looking in their own spawn. They were convinced that Thieves had gone all the way around. Both members were looking the wrong way. Fortunately, the timing for Legion worked out for them, and they managed to catch it, or it could have been disastrous.
The map was kind of all over the place, wasn't it? Everyone kind of in the wrong positions in terms of when you're attacking and defending. You get caught up in what you're doing, moving to other sides of the map. It's very, very difficult. 2Real having a hell of a game, 9 and 6. TJ with a good round there with 2. Temp now with a big stick out. Trying to find some picks, and one has been a pick-heavy, slay-heavy search and destroy. Not much objective work being done. Kenny, grenade, doesn't find much. 2Real will back down. 2Real will survive. Still 4v4.
Yeah, a lot of shots going down here, and you can see the Thieves trying to get into it as well. It goes back down to a 3 versus 3. Players moving here on both sides, trying to get in a better position. Envoy will be one of them. And he usually finds stuff when he does this, but Bomb looks like it is going to go down for Legion as well. This means a retake for Thieves.
And retaking has been a big problem for them. Only 30% of the time are they going to get the job done there. Now it's a 3 versus 2. Envoy and Octane left. Envoy, the only one now, as Octane will fall. Legion looking to tie things up in the search and destroy. 4-4. And every single step of this series so far,
momentum swings. I can't tell you who's going to win the next round, the next gunfight, the next map. Fortunately, we get to join them on this journey.
First Bloods have really been not much of a difference maker for Thieves. They're currently sitting at 5-3 advantage in that department, but of course at the scoreline 4-4, they haven't converted them as well, and that has been a big story for them when it's come down to this map. No ability to convert the First Bloods. Struggle to retake bomb sites there. Pretty crucial parts of Search and Destroy. CleanX 5-3 for him. Of course, the cruise missile was used by 2 real. CleanX trying to get one of his own.
They're all in here as well, but the pressure is mounting. Finds the first. You see CleanX trying to look out for his teammates as well. Do the Thieves headbutt this? Do they know what's going on? Or do they try and go for a different tactic? Legion actually probably feeling a little bit nervous, and you can see that in the redistribution.
I think what will be important for them, even if they are going to lose this round, and CleanX cruise missile would not be a terrible thing to leave the round with, whichever way it does indeed go. Dead Silence is available for him if he does want to make the play. And you're giving up the site. So it's going to have to potentially be a 3v4 retake.
CleanX is moving. He's got the Dead Silence as well. He's trying to get... He beats the first player down. Looks for the second one, but will fall himself. He gets his cruise missile, but at the cost of his own life. 2 versus 3 now for the Legion. Bomb will go down for Thieves. The Temp finds the first. 2 versus 2. Dead Silence activated. And now they're trying to figure out where everybody is. Temp, is he going to chow? Is he going to look for it? Octane, he's figuring out they're going to go for the double chow as well. Octane staying alive, eventually will fall. Envoy now for a 1 versus 2. Time ticking. The Thieves hoping to get this round for map points. They want to move, and here comes the double chow. You can see the Legion going through. Envoy slips in there as well. Doesn't win the gunfight, and it's a clutch from the Legion. They do it in time. Round after round. 5-4 now to Vegas.
First blood again for Thieves. You are presenting yourself with opportunities to win maps and not closing it out. The Vegas Legion clutch up again. Temp and TJ just playing it slowly. Find the pick at the right time if you're Temp. May well have not had a fantastic search and destroy here. But 5-4 up. Cruise missile, that's in your back pocket if you're CleanX. And the crowd tells you exactly what you need to know about this scoreline. It is 5-4, 1 more round for Vegas Legion to take a 2-0 lead in this series.
They can taste it, but will it become a reality? Where do they go? What do they change? What do they adjust? Incoming cruise missile. This is going to push the Thieves into positions they don't really want to be.
It's going to push them all inside, and the whole of Vegas Legion are going to say, screw it, let's go to B.
And now they have the position they wanted to be in. But being in this position is one thing, converting it is another. Bomb now down, 4 versus 4. Octane finds tempo. Life for Thieves, opportunity for Thieves. Already the first comes through, he gets back to trade as well, but Envoy will get it back at the same time. 2 versus 3, pressure mounting on Legion, and 2 real falls to Envoy. And CleanX was not here, he was not in the position they needed him to be, and falls to Octane. We're going to 5-5.
Because of course we are. Round 11 beckons. And I love the play call coming out from Vegas Legion. CleanX calls that streak and then he's on a slow flank. But for that to work, you need your teammates to survive around the site. It's the first blood that comes in from Octane. He's the one to finish the round for Thieves. Hugely important round now coming up. Yeah, it's a round 11, of course. Thieves, you need this map.
And Envoy has just been finding things. 9 non-traded kills, 13 and 7. For the Legion, the play did not work out. They got too compressed. They did not have the room to move. The lifeline is they have one more opportunity to do something. They are on the attack again. And Envoy's already going to find something. The stun comes through, the they will as well. It shouldn't be enough to get a kill, but it will force the Legion to back down.
Yeah, good job for TJ that a couple of bullets didn't hit him, because that would have been a dangerous prospect. It would have been potentially another first blood for the side of Thieves. They're currently sending a ridiculous number. It's 7-3 in those first bloods, and yet we find ourselves here in round 11. Temp has been struggling, but there's the first blood. There's a hit marker. I don't know what to tell you, crowd.
Dead Silence for 2 real. Is it going to work out? I don't know. Oh, this is stressful. He's going to see him as well. Will he win the gunfight? Reinforcements surely flooding towards the train. A reload, a run. Oh my goodness, CleanX will get it back to 3 versus 3. Another tower. Octane comes in. It's train
ticking away.
And the pressure is on the attacking team. Vegas Legion, what's the call? Kenny's over here, he's getting no info. And the answer to that is because the bomb is going down today, 2 versus 2 for the map.
At the moment, the Legion have not been able to get anything going well. The hit's already coming. Place looking for the first one. That player's league runs again as well. Place against 1-on-1 versus 110 versus Kenny for the map. And they're finding, they're spraying, they're looking in his head. Come on, the ever, come on, believe it. And they go 2-0 up against the Thieves. Nobody believed with this team on the stage. And they are celebrating, and rightfully so. Underdogs, no more. They are 1 map away from moving forward.
Oh, Lord help me, Thieves. 8-3 on first bloods, and you lose the game in round 11. Fumble after fumble. I hate to say it. Look, Legion are playing well, but Thieves are putting themselves in positions to win games, and they are not closing them out. So many times, Vegas Legion are giving up that first kill. They're in 3v4 scenarios, 75 to 80% of that game, and they come away with the win. They're behind by 5 trillion points in map number 1, and they come away with the win. They are 2-0 up in this series, somehow, some way. We're heading to a control. Thieves need the reverse sweep. They could feasibly be 2-0 up here, and yet they find themselves 2-0 down.
I really don't know what to say, but I can't take much more of this match. It has been ridiculous, but it will continue. Don't go anywhere. You aren't going to want to miss this. We'll see you right after this break for more Call of Duty League action.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live at our major number 3 in Arlington, Texas. And I didn't know there was a big crossover of fans from the Green Ball to the Legion, but they are loud today. And if you are just joining us, commiserations, because we've had an incredible series so far as we move on to the Control ton.
Yeah, Control coming up. Spells good news for a lot of people who will be watching, but spells bad news for the side of the Vegas Legion. We're going to be heading over to El Asilo. Everyone happy about that one? We happy we're going to El Asilo?
It's funny actually in the veto process. I've never really seen it before, but obviously Fortress Control Legion would normally pick, but I think LA Thieves threatened to bring their coach in for it, so it actually got vetoed out by the Legion this time. Kind of a crazy kind of mind game going on for them, but man of the moment maybe. Clayster, S&D at 1.63, pulled them out the fire time and time again. Statistics in this Control, by the way, heavily against the Legion. We don't actually expect it to end here, Tom.
No, absolutely not. Clayster putting up some big numbers, like he's not the same age as me, but here we are. Big push coming in from the side of Thieves over towards the A side. Let's try and get some time on the board for Thieves. It is about trying to settle yourselves down. You've played mostly decent throughout this series, but it has just been a couple of fumbles here and there at the wrong times, which has cost you the maps. If you just continue to keep playing this way, tighten things up, they could be in such a better point in this series. A now going their way, looking like the Vegas Legion are happy to give this one over. A is now gone. That's not a good start for Legion, great start for Thieves.
And bearing in mind, obviously it has changed a little bit. We thought we might get another Fortress Control, not to be El Asilo. Vegas taking the chance, and that chance is not going well so far. They have to defend B now for a full 2 minutes.
Vegas, just one of the worst defensive teams, sorry, I should say, when it does come down to the CDL. Sending a 30% of their wins on defenses in 11th. LAT are actually 5th, but a full 15% ahead of the defensive rounds that they win. They lock them down. It just shows how low end of the scale Vegas Legion are when it does come down to these defensive rounds on El Asilo Control. They're going to be counting on their attacks, but still some defensive work to be done. Limes in the favor of Legion right now. B still yet to be touched by the side of Thieves.
DJ, just keep putting the pressure on, keep them on the back foot. The Thieves do not need to win this in one go. They just need to keep putting the pressure and forcing Legion to adapt to them. You can see already they're taking map control away.
Yeah, that's the problem. Right now, Vegas Legion have nobody past really the 20-yard line, and that's creating problems, especially when you start to fall 3 dead. Temp left on his own. Huge opportunity now for Thieves to go up in this Control.
Temp goes down and they're going to stack it.
Yep.
They know. Even Envoy's coming through. They're all jumping at this point. The first tick is rocking. The nade trying to fly in from them as well, but they've got trophy. TJ's going to go on a flank. He might not get there in time. He has to move and try and slow it down. TJ's flying at it. He finds the first temp, gets one, but it's no good. Thieves just took it from them like candy from a baby.
And for Vegas Legion there, you sit back far too much. You don't allow any of your SMGs or even your ARs. Push up, top green. That's where you want to go on the defensive side when you're defending B. They all had to sit back because they lose a couple of gunfights in mid-map. And Thieves take that opportunity and run with it. The 4-stack comes in. It's a quick attacking round for the side of Thieves. As we mentioned though, Vegas' defense has not really been their strong suit. Attack has not been too bad for them. They're getting decent amount of ticks on these attacks. They're going to need 6 here, though, to tie the score up.
And here we go for the Legion. Not favored on this map, but they weren't favored in the series. They're going to be attacking at this time. You can already see Envoy. He's probably been the biggest player for Thieves in this series, even though they're down 2-0. He's moving forward. He's finding kills. There's another one on a TJ. The Legion have just been completely wiped away here. They've got nothing left.
Not much of an attacking round to talk about. Not much of a control to talk about for Vegas Legion. LA Thieves answering in the perfect way so far. Legion still stacking over towards this A side. Good top green control from Envoy. We were talking about it in the break. Envoy's having a great series for Thieves, putting out incredible numbers. Continues to do so in this control. It's a ridiculous shot from Octane. 1 HP, have the grenade. Drazah will find 2 of his own as well. Vegas Legion yet to really arrive on El Asilo here on the control.
And the Thieves making them pay for the humiliation of the last 2 maps. They are not giving them any breath to speak with. Kenny just staying alive mid-map as well. Octane making sure he can test this for any single second, finding TJ before he can do anything. Disjointed is the way to speak of Vegas right now.
I think that's pretty much the right word, isn't it? It doesn't feel cohesive. And this looks a little bit better. Slow and steady, setting themselves up. They've got control over towards the radio tower. TJ will find one on the flank as well. There's the second one that was on the flank. Good opportunity now to extend this time. 30 seconds left. I expect that to say 1 minute 30 in a few moments' time.
Hated from Octane, by the way. He stayed there for so long. Eventually will find that second kill as well. Priestahh looking to get this second tick on. He knows he needs to keep this clock steady. Second tick comes in. LAPs want to end it. They're pushing for it as well. Envoy's found 2 more. The Legion on the back foot with only 2 ticks.
And they're reeling right now. TJ just trying to cause some havoc, just trying to... It's incredible hip fire, but it's not good enough to find the kill. Surreal now, you're clutching at straws with the B hit, 15 seconds to go. And Legion, very much looking like the 0-5 team that they are on LSCLO control right now. Thieves looking to go 2-0 up here. That's as convincing as you're ever likely to see on the defensive round here. 2-0 to the Thieves. They couldn't throw this away, could they?
Surely not again. Well, this is more of what we expected. The Thieves heavily favored in this matchup, and especially on this map. Control has actually been a problem for Vegas over and over again in this year in the CDL. They're better than they were at the beginning, but not by much.
Yeah, that doesn't really say much, does it? Now, Røkkr continues to be very poor when it does come down to these controls. Looking towards the scoreboard, I mean, they're just not finding the kills when they need to. Yeah, right, it's not pretty to look at. Priestahh right now sitting 390 damage in total over these last 2 rounds. 0-5 on LSCLO control this season, and you're seeing prime examples why. Not able to close anything out. They get the start of something promising, and then they tend to just fall apart. The setup's not quite there. Temp will find one over towards the radio tower. That was to rebuff a little bit of an attack here from the side of Thieves. They're still going. Good gunshots from Temp, as they always are. A bit of progress for Thieves over towards A.
The biggest issue right now for the Legion is they're staring down the barrel of no matter what they do in these next 2 rounds, they could be facing attack on the last anyway. Trying to just hold them as far back as possible. The green does stay alive, by the way. They keep Thieves to 1 tick here, but it is a big, big ask.
Well, these 2 teams... Yeah, that's ridiculous gunfight from Envoy. When it does come down to defensive rounds, that's something that Legion really have struggled with. The attacks haven't necessarily been too hard to come by. Defensively, though, extremely, extremely poor. And we're seeing that a little bit now as they try to make the push over towards this side. Thieves on their way. Legion not really able to get a lot of presence over towards this side. Drazah just trying to stay alive, does so, finds the kill as well. A is well and truly in the sights of Thieves. They make the push. KiSMET still here and defending, though. And that time has went by quite quickly. 30 seconds left to go for Thieves to find something.
Priestahh finds one. Unfortunately, the rest of the team need to back him up here. That second tick should come in near A as well. Trying to find it. Priestahh looking for an angle. Almost loses that gunfight as well. Gets away and dies eventually. The Drazah should now be a lock realistically. LA Thieves will get the extension. They have the time as they head towards B.
And the problem is here as well that Vegas Legion, you can't stretch out towards field because Envoy is already there. He will get wiped out though, so an opportunity for them to spread their wings, stretch their legs over towards that field side. You can see already Temp now coming back. I'd love for him to go forward, try and put that pressure on. Kenny will punish him for his mistakes. He keeps things going. 4 streak for him now, the Thieves. They smell blood in the water. They're pushing onto B. Could this be map number 4 incoming?
A little bit of a double chow goes wrong with the Thieves making their presence known. You can already see they know that they can get this one over the line. A quick control will help their spirits. And Envoy staying alive. Temp will find 2. That's pushed them back just a little bit. They're on the cusp of finding something. Envoy stays alive against Temp as well. And now just waiting. There's Legion in the waters, and he's trying to sniff them out, but they haven't found him. Kenny staying alive at the same time. More pressure coming through from Thieves. Drazah's going to be there.
They're better from TJ now as he pushes up. Drazah will find 2. They did actually have somebody behind, but there you go. TJ now forced. Massive opportunity now for Thieves to find a map.
And again, the Legion are here in numbers. Sorry, the Thieves are here in numbers. The Legion are not close. That second tick is close as well.
And Kenny's gonna find a kill, Octane's gonna find a kill, and the Thieves are looking to bury the Legion here on control. TJ finds one, but it's not enough. And the Thieves rise from the ashes like the Phoenix that they are. A 3-0 against the Legion, whose control won't continue at major number 3. And that's what we expected from them. 20 and 12 from Drazah, 16 and 10 from Kenny. A lesson, a statement, and a full regain from LA Thieves.
A very different storyline to the first maps we see. That is domination from the side of the LA Thieves. As good as it is likely to get for a team on LSCLO. And that was just far too easy. I think biggest Legion, even by their, I want to say, very low standards when it comes down to control, will be disappointed in that one. Offered absolutely nothing to the Thieves to give them any sort of competition there. Drazah and Co had their way with the Vegas Legion. That's a 3-0 scoreline. The woes for Legion continue. 0-6 now on LSCLO control.
Yep, and we're going to see some highlights now from this map, and I guarantee you it's basically going to be all Thieves. They were heavily favoured. It is a weakness in their gameplay. Vegas Legion have never really figured out control to the depth that some other teams have. Obviously, LSCLO coming in, their worst map now, 0-6 on it. But it is buoyed the Thieves. They needed to take the fight to the Legion, and fight they did.
And that's really the kind of map of your Vegas Legion in the situation you are in now. It's been 2 close maps you've taken away, but you've put some of that win back in the sails of LA Thieves with that performance that will give them a lot of confidence heading into map number 4 now. You've got to be feeling good if you're Thieves. You know you can bring this one back. Hardpoint and of course the Search and Destroy were ridiculously close in the previous 2 maps. You know you can take these. The reverse sweep is on the cards. And not much to say there, really. Look, Vegas Legion once again, very, very disjointed. The slaying heavy towards Thieves as we expected. A 3-0 scoreline. Drazah dropping a 1.67. That will be doing him a lot of confidence. Considering I want to say he hasn't necessarily had the best tournament so far. We've only got a small sample size, of course, but eventually seems to be arriving here on the main stage when it may well matter most.
And that's what they needed. That's what they expected as well. And here's the thing, we talked about a potential reverse sweep. It's never off the cards. Not at this level. The Thieves heavily favored into this matchup. The Legion are the Thieves. They're like thieves in the night, stealing away 2 maps from them. And we continue into the next hard point. Vegas still up 2-1. Anybody's game moving forward.
It's a very hard one to call still. Of course, the Vegas Legion will be confident in the position that they are in, especially with another Search and Destroy coming up. We know how strong they feel in that game mode. And that's at least guaranteed for a map number 5 if you do go on to lose the hard point coming up. I believe it's going to be Mercado, which we've seen a lot of good play from the side of the LA Thieves, but that quick shot that we got of the Vegas Legion then, they're still pretty relaxed.
Yeah, I think they would be. It's one of those things like you kind of just have to laugh it off. They knew that that wasn't going to be a good one for them. This is how it's been so far. Hotel hardpoint, an absolute barnstorm up. And then a close game, 6-5 on LSCLO. Not the same in the control though. That was Thieves, it wasn't close, it wasn't pretty. The Legion basically just, well, they didn't do anything, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, we might as well just load it in the map number 4 at that stage. But it will be a visit to Mercado Las Almas for the last 2 maps. And these are maps that are winnable, of course, for both 2 teams, but LAT will be feeling good about the Mercado hardpoint especially, sitting at 7-3 overall. Vegas is one of their better maps, but for Thieves, you just play this hardpoint how you did in the first half of Hotel. We're seeing the map number 5.
It is, and kind of interesting looking at the body language between the 2 teams. Obviously, for Legion, still blood singing, adrenaline dumped into their system. The control, almost maybe a mental reset for them. They don't seem too bad about it. They were smiling. On the other side of it, LA Thieves maybe feeling the pressure. But here are the statistics for this hard point. 6-5 for the Legion, and for the Thieves, 7-3. Break percentage for Thieves is unbelievable. They are second in the league at it. But hey, we've talked about statistics before. They don't always measure up to reality. Let's find out what happens.
Well, the statistic of map number 1, it was about 135-point comeback for the Vegas Legion. They won't want to put themselves in that position again. Thieves will not want to lose that kind of position. And we talk about the breaks time and time again. This is where Thieves can really find their momentum. And I want to say, when we've seen them play up against FaZe yesterday, their rotations were really good, and it just felt like the game slipped away from them somehow. Right now, though, it has been a good start for the Vegas Legion. A little chunk of time over towards P1, rotations over towards P2, looking good for them as well.
Yeah, it's always weird around P1 to P2. Teams have to play around it. You don't want to give away all of the time, but at the same time, you know you need to get Cantina locked and loaded, ready for it. And you can see LA Thieves know they don't have the spawns, so they're just getting a bit of time where they keep pushing bodies and pressure.
Really nice here from Vegas Legion, actually. Brilliant rotation. The kills coming in the right places at the right time. Big hit now from Thieves over towards one side of things as the crowd starting to get behind the Vegas Legion, as they have done throughout the entire game. Big hit towards Ali, 1, not 2, found by TJ. The pinch has been potentially set up by Envoy, who will be dealt with, so it's one-dimensional. It's a 1v1 and the point, although Drazah will choose to survive at top Cantina.
And the spawns are chaos.
Oh, wow.
Legion are miles away. Clayster is alone and down. And eventually LA Thieves will break in. They now have the lion's share of time. And they are just getting bodied. They can't get next to this one realistically. Legion, with 30 seconds left to go, may actually give this one up. But let's find out how they are feeling in the comms with the Vegas Legion. Listen in.
Big hold right here. Up top, look at mid-cut.
You're by yourself. I have all of blue. I'm missing Drazah and Kenny. I have all of blue side, guys.
Can we long on them?
I have all of blue side. They're going to take their fucking time, bro.
They're working me right, I think.
Yeah, they're working right for sure, Skyz.
Don't help these. She's keep trying to get kills.
Kenny Octane, Drazah, Envoy.
Yellow man really weak.
He's one off streaks. He's one off streaks.
Drazah, yellow man really weak.
He's on me, blue, Octane. Going left side, half wall.
Watch my big door.
I'm looking at. I got your big door. I got your big door.
I'm going to spawn in Narn.
I got your big door.
Teach, get my big front door. Teach, get my front door. I'll get you.
He's bike, left side bike, left side bike.
Out of dark.
Two, the twin. Over in there. Nice, good shit, Brandon. I can get time, bro.
Yo, they could get around my left here, guys.
I'm holding, bro.
Yeah, double hold actually.
I'm looking make cut. One shot dark. Yeah, one shot dark. Get dark. Two dark. I have the two dark.
You have our big door, Clay?
Yes.
Get my front door.
I'm shooting your front door.
Two dark. I got one.
I'm coming in with you, Brendan, or whoever that is. They're going to be on your green. Do not overtow green.
You got one? Yo, I'll leave you. I'm over.
I'm nading all the trucks, bro. I don't want to get blown up by this shit.
Got one?
Nice, Steve, you're the greatest.
Kenny. I have mid.
Yo, can we get time?
I can get initial. I'll get initial.
There's
I'm going up streets.
One's big cut.
True in the back alley. Yo, fruit. No, back elbow. Lay down left side elbow. Lay down elbow.
Watch out, easy.
Well, the Legion of yesteryear were ridiculed for their comms, but that was very, very clean. Very, very precise. They are breaking down the Thieves every single movement. They have rotated to Barbers perfectly, and they have taken the lead.
Tyrael hasn't died since they got over towards P3. Still alive and kicking on 6. It will not continue, though. A lovely break coming in from Thieves. They needed that. Points were leaking away. It's a very different story to map number 1. This is closely contested. Rotations so far have belonged to the Vegas Legion for the most part, but the breaks again from Thieves has been something that they've become to rely on, but it's something they can comfortably rely on. They know they're good at it, the best team in the game, on average, at finding breaks inside of hills. And boy, he's going to find a big gunfight. Surely he doesn't find a second, not quite.
Tyrael on a 2.0. The rotation is in for Legion. They are trying to play this clean here on hardpoint. Early rotations, get the holds, get the time, but Kenny finds TJ before they can do any more. And the Thieves are stacking. They're ready to break for this one as well. They've already got Percy's in the hill. Tyrael finds one more, flies out. Temple get that one at the same time. TJ gets one more, and it's a challenge with Octane will find it. And eventually they do fall. The Legion hold this rotation.
That's a good 20 seconds or so that they were distracted off it, though. Thieves actually pick up a little bit of scrap time. It's a big gunfight win for Drazah, though. Side alley about to be pushing. I'd imagine the Thieves are going to go from 3 different directions here. Here they come. Kenny through the front door. Tyrael and TJ holding it down, though. It's only Octane who can answer. Drazah is there to pick up some potential scrap time here. 25 seconds to play for. It's going towards Legion. LA Thieves now in the rotations. They lick their wounds, and that lead is extended now for Legion.
I will say, though, Thieves played that very, very well. They took a pretty big hold away from the Legion. And speaking of big holds, they are set up. They are ready for this. Back alley is stacked with trophies, players, guns, and blood. And the Legion will look to break this, but will it be good or will it be bad? The trade's already coming through. Team Real kills TJ. Octane wall banging, they'll have to reset for it.
Need some help though, looking to spawn out here from the side of Thieves. If you are Vegas, you want to try and get things moving because the pink's starting to come in. Drazah will find one. It's a 1v1 on the side. Priestahh will get dealt with. Big kill coming in from Kenny. Need some help from the rest of the team because when we do get over towards this hill, things can get mixy in terms of the spawn if you don't have ultimate control of your Thieves. Right now, they've got players in good positions. The kill's been traded left and right. Yes, the gunning from 2Real though. It's been unbelievable from Legion. In this map specifically, that's 30 seconds. Over towards the Vegas side, they're in a great spot, heading over towards P7.
There's not a clean hill in existence here in Mikado at the moment. Octane already looking for this one, trying to fight Temp at long range. It's not easy for him. The gunny is nice, eventually doesn't get it. And 2Real committing the cruise to it as well.
I don't think he's going to find much with this. Of course, the information will be gained. That is a cruise that doesn't find you much. Vegas Legion now all spawning together though. You can see the spawn out from Octane, so if Vegas Legion can get things moving here, then all of a sudden they're looking at some decent time because you're going to spawn, and what is to call it, Narnia, nowhere near it. Really good break here from the Vegas Legion. This is looking like some good time. Nice win from Kenny. 40 seconds to play for here, over towards the car park. Vegas Legion, they might break 200 here.
And for Thieves, if they don't break now, that lead will be insurmountable surely, but we've already seen a bigger comeback so far. The Thieves need every bit of veterancy, every bit of passion they can provide to break this. They managed to crack the Legion defense. And they've got bodies in here as well. But TJ takes two back. He's looking for one more. He's laying down. He's going to die. As the team keeps throwing bodies at it, Legion still, though, in the better position as the next rotation arrives.
And that's a hell of a chunk of time for Vegas Legion over towards that final hill on the first rotation. I doubt we'll see P7 again, but that's a brilliant hold from Legion. Now it's all about the spawns over towards P2 and locking down as much time as you possibly can on P1. It's not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, by any stretch of what we've seen in this series. Thieves can 100% bring this back. It's about an 80-point lead. Good kills coming in here for Legion. But for the Thieves, crucially, you're still spawning towards that hedge side. P2 Cantina is looking good when we see it in 35 seconds.
I was going to say the Legion might actually try and bleed time here on the P1. Every single second they get helps them out in the long run. Placed it with a long bomb, gets a kill down at the same time. Goes for it himself, dives into it. Trophy down at the same time. Thieves know they cannot give this away. They have to keep fighting. Legion can exploit this. If they can find the kills, they can find the time and find their way into that next set of rotations. As TJ bounces around the corner and fights his way to Cantina.
Split spawns coming in. Thieves starting to spawn out for the rest of the three who are still here, though you lock it down. It's so important for Envoy to find those kills. Big time now on offering over towards P2. This is a nice setup from Thieves.
And the question remains, Thieves will come back in the first hard point against them. Will they now do this to Legion? The dream is always alive, and they are looking to bleed them in every single avenue they attempt to take. 40 more seconds at play here on P2. The Legion will give this game back into contest if they cannot find a break or a contest.
Wonderful hold so far from Thieves, and it keeps getting better. 2 more kills on the board for Kenny. The Thieves fans have had very little to scream about inside this venue, but they're starting to get a little bit louder now. Temp will find that kill on transition. It looks like Vegas Legion will choke that one up. But as we headed into the second rotation, it was an 80-point difference. By the time we head over towards P3, it will be a mere 20. Vegas Legion now in a really, really good position now. Temp will find one in the middle, over towards P3. Priestahh locking it down if he can.
And for the Legion, they must not break. They must not allow Thieves back into this. It is close, but it is not over. As Priestahh plays his life eventually falls, the rest of the Legion must hold the door. The fort must be secured. But it's stacking, it's a pinch, it's every single direction Thieves are looking for as well. Temp will find the third, TJ will find another one. They get it, only Octane left and he finds 2. He keeps it alive just for a few seconds.
But this time, still soaking over towards Vegas Legion. And now for Thieves, you're here, but can you get rid of Temp, who's still trying to lock it down? Drazah knocks him, finding 2, it's 5 in a row for Sam. And there is the break. The best breaking team on the game, showing us exactly why. 22 seconds to play for here. For the side of Vegas Legion, you're rotating. It's all about the rotation now, though. Kenny is here. Legion need to lock this rotation in. Thieves, you need to get the barbershop now.
Kenny may be the X factor. He may be the man, the myth, the legend. They've already got a stun check onto him. Legion are 4 deep here at this hill. Barbers is primed, it's popped. And here we go. The Legion are holding. The Thieves are arriving as kills. Ricochet off the Barbers. It's a haircut for everybody. A 2 versus 2 around this as well. 2Real finds a kill. And he finds a second. And now the Thieves have to scream down the back alley. They've got to go. 3 seconds left. They fly in. And 2Real falls. He falls in the last second. Envoy finds it. The hopes and dreams of the Legion are not quite done yet.
And they're spawning way out. Temp could potentially do something here as he finds one under Cammy. All they need is 2 seconds.
2Real, 2 seconds. Drazah must hold against these players. They fly against him. Priestahh will find 2. And that's going to be it. It's done. It's over. It's written into the history books. Cometh the hour. Cometh the Legion. They take down the Titans of Thieves. And magic always happens at the majors.
A disaster class from Thieves. Maps 1 and 2 will hold them for a long time. No questions about 3 and 4 though. Wonderful performance from Legion, who put their foots on the throat of Thieves from the word go and did not let up. Brilliant performance on Mikado. It's really been their standout when it comes down to the hard point. And they show it there once again. Huge performance from Priestahh. Big statement from Legion. They have an opportunity in this loser's bracket now.
90 tournaments. And not a gunny loss, not a percent, not an inch of skill removed from that man's repertoire. And we have seen Titans already fall. The Subliners are gone from this tournament, and now the Thieves join them. Competition is very much alive in the CDL. And my goodness, do I love LAN.
Oh.
I didn't think you weren't going to be here.
Oh, nearly. Thank God. What a game that was. Legion clutch up in maps 1 and 2, which ultimately does give them the victory. Yeah, control sucks, but who cares? Really good game from them, 250 to 229. And that will give them so much confidence heading into the rest of the tournament. We're still all early doors, of course. That's 2 wins on the day. Callista's getting hyped up. Vegas Legion are going to be a problem.
They are. They have every reason to be hyped. The biggest comeback in hardpoint this year. A 6-5 on the S&D. There was a control, but we'll ignore that for now. And 250 to 229. The plays and the MVP of that map number 4, by the way, was probably 2Real. Over and over again, he's done it. And whew, I'm glad to be here.
No, I need to lie down now. My goodness, I mean, that is a humongous win for the Vegas Legion production. Just in my ear there, is that the biggest win in their history? I think it may well be, to be honest with you. Big moment on the big stage against a big team in a comeback that we will probably never see the likes of for quite some time. Let's go to Ali on the stage. I hope it's replaced. I don't care who it is. The Vegas Legion take the game.
They do indeed, Ton. A massive W here for Temp and the Las Vegas Legion. Texas, get loud for these guys. Oh, we got the smoke too? High quality, man. High quality. No, Temp, I gotta ask you, man. I know the casters were talking about it. You have been with this franchise for such a long time. Seeing a W like that, how does it make you feel?
Feels amazing. Words can't describe it. Our practice has been a little, turbulent, a little shaky. We didn't win a map the other day, and then we came out and, we're on a roll right now, so we just got to keep this momentum.
Dude, I got to take you back to the hard point, right? I had to write it down, 206 to 63. What does that say about the team that you guys did not fold? You managed to make one of the craziest comebacks we've seen in hard point in a long time.
So when you're in those situations, you just got to slow it down and get a kill. It's very, very simple. We knew we weren't making any drastic mistakes. We just got to slow it down and get a kill, and we kept belief the whole time, and hey, we turned it around. That's what happens when you keep belief.
Absolutely, man. It feels like that has really been the story with the Legion franchise so far throughout this season. Another spot that I got to take you to, Search and Destroy, goes to around 11. It ends up being you versus Kenny in a 1v1.
Yeah.
What's the mentality like in a spot like that?
Yeah, I didn't even know it was Kenny. But after I won it, Teach was like, yo, it was Ken. I knew you had that. You know what I'm saying? That's my duo. Shout out to Ken. You know what I'm saying? But so I got terrible timing. I chowed out the door trying to make like an aggressive winner play, just go rogue and chow. And as soon as I went through the door, he went through the door and shot Clay. So it was kind of just a scramble, and I came out on top, man.
You did indeed. You did indeed. And the crazy part, too, is that, you know, we're looking at this series. We're watching, okay, Thieves, are they going to answer back? They come out, win the control. But again, you guys don't fold. You answer back in the Mercado. It feels like the hardpoint's in a better spot. In general, man, just kind of give us a feel for what the camp feels like right now. What's the mentality like right now for Legion?
We're feeling a lot better. Like I said, we have some very off days, and a lot of our problems from our past roster are still prevalent. So we're doing our best to fix them. We're watching so much VOD. We're doing so much research. We're grinding. So we just got to keep working, and we got to make a run this tournament, get some points.
I got to ask you, what's going to be the thing that gets you guys as far as you really want to be? If there's one situation, one map, one mode, mentality, whatever it is, what's going to get you guys far in this tournament?
I would say control. I feel like the top teams are very, very good at control, and we're not great at control right now. So I feel like in a series where we steal the control, like we beat Thieves last time in control, that sealed the deal on the series. So if we can win a control, anything is possible. We just got to win a control.
I love that. KG, anything is possible. Love that mentality. Anything you want to say to the Legion fans, the Texas fans that are out here for you guys?
The crowd's been amazing. Keep going crazy for every team, not just our team. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all have a great time. We're going to continue to put on a show. And I love all y'all, man. Enjoy y'all night.
Absolutely. That is Temp here for the Las Vegas Legion. That's going to do it for us here on the main stage. Desk, close us out, guys.
Great interview with Temp. He seems pumped up. Love that. Took that 1v1 against Kenny. He wins it. Didn't even know, but in the moment, in the heat of battle, sometimes you don't. Biggest win in franchise history. Nameless. This win was huge. We didn't even predict it.
I can't believe we're sitting here after an LA Thieves versus Vegas game where Vegas take the win. This is a crazy universe, and I'm living for it, man. What a series. I mean, honestly, thinking back to that first hardpoint, a miraculous comeback. You see them all get super hyped, and then it goes to a round 11 where Temp has the ice up. I mean, the communication was on point. You saw they were all out there at B side. They make the adjustment, wrap back inside, get bombed down, and the clutch comes in. It was in that moment we're sitting there like, Vegas can truly do this.
That's right, and they did do it. And I mean, truly spectacular. You got to believe in Big Clay. You know, hey, gets the job done along with his teammates. Most impactful player in your opinion?
Most impactful player, I gotta say, honestly, it was whoever was in the comms kind of keeping everybody slowed down. I couldn't pick out whose voice it was, but when we did that listening during the Mercado, I just heard somebody like continuously being like, they're coming out this way, everybody calm down, let's hit this rotation, let's wait for this time. So I feel like the communication has gotten a lot better in the LAG camp. LVL camp.
LV.
It's been a long day.
LVL, Las Vegas Legion making it happen. And speaking of Las Vegas Legion, let's move into them right against LAG Series number 1. This is where we started telling our story study.
Oh yeah, obviously this series, you gotta hold this one with a grain of salt, man. LAG faced so much adversity. Really hope that RC is gonna be feeling a lot better. Right. Obviously he had to get subbed out, but Vegas Legion, they got it done. It was all on this first opening hard point. Donnie Temp goes 30 and 15, 2.0 KD. Then they go to the control. Marky B spawns in, man. He's able to take this map away from play in 2023, which is insane. But when Vegas needed to close it out, they find themselves in another hard point, and none other than Temp with another 2.0 to close out this series.
Yeah, Temp playing incredibly well. We saw the interview with him. Marky B, though, shout out to him. I think he played incredibly well. He, in no way, shape, or form thought he was going to be playing today, yet he rose up to the occasion, and he rose up big. Maybe not in the search. Okay, that was 6-0. However, in the control, even winning an attack, which was just something you did not expect to see. That was the start of Las Vegas Legion. Unfortunately, the end of LAG. It was an emotional ending, and like we say, our heart goes out to RCs for sure. But let's move on to our second series, LA Thieves versus Minnesota Røkkr. Ali, this one wasn't as close.
And it wasn't really a shock either. You know, a lot of us already thought going into this was going to be a pretty easy match for LA Thieves. The potential was there for Minnesota Røkkr to put up a fight because, again, And if you asked me this during stage 2, I thought this would have been at least a Game 5 series. It's a quick 3-0 in LA Thieves' favor. That map number 1 got a little bit mixy there, but it's LA Thieves with the clutch in the end. It was a masterclass search and destroy, and then we know what they can do on controls. So we thought maybe it was the start of another elimination bracket, but spoiler alert, they also went home today.
Yeah, that was the start, but they got their real challenge the very next match afterwards. And Minnesota Røkkr, unfortunately nameless, 0-6 for Major 3. I mean, that's got to be tough.
Yeah, no mini miracle here, right? We look at this Minnesota Røkkr team. Find yourself in a loser bracket scenario, deservedly so after your performance in the online stage. And you find LA Thieves going up against them. I mean, LA Thieves, they didn't look that great this tournament. I mean, we just saw them lose to Vegas, right? Yeah. So Minnesota, I guess they did have some sort of opportunity, and they got smoked. So looking at a roster change for them more.
That's right. And one of our most exciting matchups of the day, London Royal Ravens. We called them potentially the dark horse of the tournament, going against OpTic Texas. It was do or die for OpTic Texas, and they lived.
Can I just say, Nastie played out of his mind in this series. I think this is a player that has flown under the radar a multitude of times. Maybe wasn't making the most impactful superstar plays for a while now. This role change comes through, and he has just been a different player on the map since that has happened for London Royal Ravens. So me personally, I hope they stick with this squad. I hope they see this series as, our step towards the right direction, Jay.
Yeah, and if I'm OpTic Texas, going into tomorrow, we got to get rid of Fortress Control. We got to definitely lock in, but Fortress Control, we got to get rid of this, man. Yeah. We can't even do simple mathematics going into that round number 5 to get defense. We got to just get it out, man. I think they do what they need to do. Clutch up all the way in the Game 5. I think the turning point for me was when Dashy started to take out that sniper. You saw how much problems it was causing for London when they were getting that free A-bomb plant whenever they wanted. But when Dashy pulled out that snipe, he was the guy that was taking over, getting that first blood. It didn't matter what gun he had. They had the eyes to search and destroy today.
That's right, and they were making some great confident moves, even through mid at some points through Mercado. It was a wonderful performance without question. Onto our last matchup of the day, though. Of course, we had Florida Mutineers facing up against New York Subliners. Going into it, it seemed like the desk. We were all in agreement. New York Subliners, they're the favorite in this matchup. Nameless, it was anything but.
Listen, this was the biggest surprise of the day for me. I mean, I had New York coming in here 3-0 World Star, and Mutineers are able to get the win in 2 hard points, by the way. Like, where Fellow had a crazy 2-piece on the rotation P4 map 1. We go to that last map on Mercado, and it's like, I just didn't think Florida had a chance to win the game for a hard point, and they still somehow come out and get that win on the back of players like Fellow and Capsule. Both had big performance. So, sort of the process that they were hoping for, it's come to fruition now. They're looking good in the respawns, and the search and destroy was clean today as well. So they got a date with OpTic tomorrow. Could get very interesting.
I think this is one of the most proper upsets that could happen at a tournament event. Like, you can talk about that London OpTic series being close, but London have been looking good near the tail end. Legion and then LA Thieves. Legion has been looking good so far during the season. There was always a possibility, but the NYSL Florida, that was a true upset in my eyes.
Definitely an upset indeed, and well, that leads us to our bracket leading into tomorrow. Vegas Legion, of course, waiting for their opponents, but we got to look at the top. We're going to see these guys on stage once again. Ooh. Seattle Surge, Atlanta FaZe, they'll face off, and then of course Boston Breach, Toronto Ultra. You look at the bottom though, OpTic Texas, they get Florida Mutineers nameless.
Yeah, I mean, that's wild, right? And just because we know the history of that match, Florida has gotten better than so many times.
Pillars.
And I believe the loser of Surge and FaZe dropped down to that side of the bracket too, so it's a gauntlet left in this tournament.
All right, here's our schedule for tomorrow, starting at 1:30 Eastern time. We got OpTic Texas starting off the rip, so it's going to be a packed house for sure, going against Florida Mutineers. Then we'll see Seattle Surge versus Atlanta FaZe, Boston Breach versus Toronto Ultra, and of course elimination round 3. Who's that going to be? We'll find out. Vegas Legion against the loser, of course, of Boston and Toronto. A great day, I think, and honestly, it's been a banger of a tournament. We've had some incredible matchups, insane upsets, and Game 5s, 3-0s. It's kind of gave us everything. Study, what are your final words before we get out of here?
Oh, man, I'm super excited to get into tomorrow and the last 2 days, man. The only team that so far has held the trophy still in the tournament is Atlanta FaZe.
That's right.
They're trying to go back-to-back. We'll have to see tomorrow.
We'll have to see. Ali, a good day. Also stage hosting first time. You killed it. You did a
great
wonderful
job.
job.
I'll never do that
Loved
again.
it. And no, you will. You'll do it again, I'm sure. Final thoughts before we get out of here.
It was a long day, but strap in because tomorrow's going to be even longer.
Simple and short to the point. Absolutely. And Nameless, what about you, babe?
I mean, today was crazy. We had so many upsets, right? The fans were lit. I really love how much love the fans are showing to all the teams that we have here. And tomorrow is going to be even more incredible.
All right, well, tomorrow is going to be coming quickly, and I hope you're all going to join us. Make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already. The Major 3, the OpTic Texas Major, will continue. We've got a lot of great matchups. Join us again, 1:30 Eastern Time tomorrow. Love to have you.
I was born with the story. I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for a mission. Yeah, it comes with the price. It's all in the description.